Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Stage 1 FTS is saved.
I had to include the SSRP, dudes. Can't not do that. Sorry.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the dune.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, I would have showed you guys the end of that Starlink launch, but the X video kind of conked out, so, you know, we're here. What's going on, everybody? Anything interesting happening today? Anything interesting? I don't know. I don't know why I felt compelled to bring out the original Dragon 1 shirt today. I felt compelled. Nah, we can play workers. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, no, we got it. We had to get nice and fresh for the Starship launch. You guys already know what's up there. Anyway, the Starlink launch is not interesting anymore. I was going to show it, but the stream conked out. Yeah, so, oh well. Corn happened today. Well, corn is very interesting. Roadcrap boss, it got decided earlier. Yeah, no, it didn't. We should have a Starship update from SpaceX and Elon here momentarily. This talk is postponed until after the Starship Flight 9 launch tonight. Okay, we do not have a talk about that. Hey, aren't glad Where did the rest of your face go? Yeah, it was ablative. It's really hot out, dude. Yeah. How you feeling? I'm good, dudes. I'm good. Now what? I was really kind of planning on the entire day around that talk, you know, because I'm sure there would have been a lot to talk about, but, you know, get on the stakeout stream. I purposely didn't sign up for any stakeout stuff because you guys have been telling me that you want an old school cast. So I figure as long as we're not if I'm not going down to Texas, right? Let's do this how we used to do it. You know? So you got me. You got me here for basically the next like 8 hours. Can't wait for the controlled flip. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the talk got delayed. Are you not joining NSF today? Suncor, yeah, no, I told them, well, I did have prior obligations and stuff, so, yeah. I told them I'd have to play it by ear. And people have been saying they, you know, you want an old school EJ cast streamed with just me. So that's fine. Message received. We'll go down for the next one. Call this old school, you don't even have glasses on. You weren't even here for that, man. Or were you? Yeah, you were. Just a little bit. Came in on the tail end. How was the wedding? It was great. Yeah, the wedding was this weekend. This past weekend, so... Yeah, that's all... Get the glass. I'm so excited for the talk pre-launch. Yeah. Yeah, Dagason, I'm kind of with you, man. Kind of with you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
He said he's postponed till after the launch, which kind of sucks. Maybe build a Starship in KSP. Dude, my face feels way thinner.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Like, thinner and just lighter. Because, yeah, I got rid of the beard. It was getting to be too much. It's too hot out. It's too hot out to have a beard that thick. So I was just like, nah, I'm done with that. Arguably 64-month reset. Dino Tracker 101 months. And then about to have a cardiac arrest. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Oh, who took over this channel? Handsome dude. Oh. So Elon was supposed to have a talk about Starship and where the Starship program is going, but he postponed it like just now. I planned the whole stream around that damn thing. Dang it, Elon. Why are you doing that? Nah, he's probably busy. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it be. I mean, that's a hell of a postponement. They're usually like an hour late and then they go. Yeah, dude, it's too warm out. But yeah, perhaps an overview of what happened in the last 2 launch attempts and what is happening this launch. Make it short and sweet and I could snip it into a YouTube vid. Yeah, I'll think of something, drummer. We'll think of something. Just got here. Did they scrub? The Starship mission flew, or the Starlink mission flew, but the stream conked out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's nothing quite like a good shape. No, it's good, man. It's good. I look like Kit. Dude, I used to get that all the time, dude. All the time. I was wearing sunglasses before Kit, though. I started doing it in 2013. Okay? Just saying. Glasses, what is this? 2016? Sure, man. How about a recap of all the flights? That's going to take good bit of time to compile, even the last 2 flights. I was really banking on listening to this conversation right now. Now I don't know what to do. 2016 was 9 years ago. Time does that. I was talking about SFT-9. Is it flying today? Yeah, it should be.
This is space. I'm in
about
space.
to have cardiac arrest. PZ Recon gifted us cardiac arrest gifted a sub to PZ Recon. Thank you. Here, let's check out live. Let's check out SBL, see what's good.
Discovery,
Notification.
go
What do we
throttle
got? Oh, nice. All right. So it looks like the start roadblock is in place here. We're 6 hours and 15 minutes out. I'm bombing, dude, because it looks like a lot of people went down to Flight 9, but that's okay. Noobly, hey man, 73-month resub. Stream starts at 15. The talk probably starts at 30. He postponed it, dudes. Yeah, he postponed it until after the launch, which at least I think he did. Yeah, there you go. This talk is postponed until after the Flight 9 launch tonight. All right. Are you remote working the cast? No. I told NSF, and because of the wedding and just other plans, that I'm not going to be a reliable. I'm not going to be able to rely. Like, I can't commit to being there. And they were like, no, that's cool. Like, don't get me wrong. There's no beef, no nothing. Like, I just couldn't do this one. The flaps have been moving. Cool. Isn't reliable, confirmed. The reliability, what? Sorry. Wedding, what I missed. I was in a wedding over the weekend, dude. So, yeah. I didn't, this wedding we've known about for a long time, and we didn't know the exact date for Starship. But I knew it was going to be close to it, so I didn't want to commit to going to Texas, and I didn't want to commit to being there and then not being there. You know what I mean? Outer space. Yo, I'm here. What's up? Plays last talk about Starship. Jeez, when was that? Nagellan 95-month resub. Let's go Flight 9. Hope Starship finally gets to make it back to the ocean again. I'm feeling good, man. How are you guys feeling? I'm feeling okay. I think I think.
This is space. I'm in space.
Holy shnikes! That was 50 from $50 million. Man, who you think you kidnapped, Chelsea Clinton? Whoa, Stuart, thank you so much, man. Right on. Do you know if Mr. Yakograd will be on lunch stream tonight? Jack? Jack is actually not at Starbase, dude. He's somewhere else. I can't say where, though. He had a prior commitment as well. I don't know if he wants that information shared or not, so I'm not going to say nothing. He's just not there. I'm seriously about to have cardiac arrest after that gift. No, don't do that. Don't cardiac arrest. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, Gage is doing this thing down there. Gage is down there. Max is down there. D is down there. Tyler Gray is there. Caesar's always there. He lives down there. Das is going to be there. I'm not sure about Gene. I think Gene is going to be there too. Don't cardiac arrest. No. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, Cyborg. I don't know if he wants that information shared, so I'm not going to say nothing. He had prior commitments, just like I had prior commitments with a wedding. I think Gene said 2 days ago he had something going on. Yeah, this is not a good time to... This is not really like a good time to launch this between like Memorial Day and the 4th of July. Like, that's not a great time to do this. A lot of people have other commitments, you know. But yeah, I did go to the wedding. The wedding is good, so we're clear now. It just wasn't enough time to really get plans straight to get down there. And not that I really would have anyway. Like, SpaceX Cast now says 9 p.m. Eastern for the Elon talk. Yeah, that is what he said. What are your predictions for this flight? I was talking with Tim about this. I was talking with Tim Dodd about this, dudes. I'm feeling good. Hey, S, what's going on? I think SpaceX is on the right track. That is based off of just my gut feeling, guys. That is just a gut feeling. I think they have this figured out. Now, if you watched the flame trench on Friday, which was a very interesting flame trench to say the least, I didn't really get to weigh in too much on things because I was hosting the stream, right? But Dim Todd, the Astro Everyday Man, yes. I was talking with Tim about this. I think I refuse to be pessimistic about this. I think that SpaceX wouldn't be putting it on the pad if they weren't maximizing their chance of success, to be 100% honest. Or at least as much as iterative design can give you with maximizing your chance of success. You're always launching into an unknown with how SpaceX is testing this thing. It happens. Now, like on Flame Trench, Ryan and Zach were not convinced by what SpaceX said, and that's fair. I respect both of those guys enough. But I think they're more on about, like he said, more on. I think they're on about like they said that SpaceX wasn't descriptive enough in their last update. I think they were, to be honest with you. They specifically said that what happened with Flight 7 is not what happened with Flight 8, if I'm remembering correctly. Like, let me go to that update page. Hold on. Let's take a peek. I want to go read this again. To be the monkey wrench, you could say that about Flight 8. Yeah, I refuse to be pessimistic about this, Zarak. Look, if you really want my honest opinion, I think SpaceX wouldn't put that out. They wouldn't be putting it out there unless they at least had a good idea of what changed. But the gap between Flight 8 and Flight 9 kind of explains a lot. It explains the testing regime that... okay. Let me think about a right way to say this. Give me 1 second. I got to kind of get back into gear here. We haven't done it. It seems like we haven't done a space news in forever. So, okay. Look. For Flight 8, SpaceX successfully isolated the harmonic resonance problem. They did that. They said it. They said that they did. Right? And then they launched Flight 8 and it didn't work. They said it was because of a hardware failure. Hardware failure. Excuse me. Hardware failure. I live on the South Shore, Boston. What do you want? What do you want? Everyone talks like that, okay? They said it was a hardware failure, okay? I agree with your assessment. I'm just playing devil's advocate. Yes, for sure. So, look, if they were trying to fix the same problems, one could say that the flight regime and testing regime for Raptor engines and for Starship would have been kind of similar, right? Kind of similar, but it wasn't. Ship 35 went back and forth between Massey's multiple times for different tests, spin prime tests, a static fire that was 60 seconds, right? And then an apparently aborted static fire, which I really don't think SpaceX is putting stuff out there and having it explode and be like, oh no, oh crap, we don't know what happened. I honestly think if you play off the notion that what happened with Flight 8 is different than Flight 7, then the entire testing regime between Flight 8 and Flight 9 would look completely different, right? Because if they were testing for the same kind of stuff, you would have seen the same kind of stuff. But we didn't. We saw Raptor engines at McGregor blowing up, seemingly on purpose, right? Or by accident, right? Ship 35's testing regime was completely different. Like the way it came together, the pipeline that it went from like final ship assembly to where it is now out on the pad is completely different. It's completely different. It's a completely different thing, right? That tells me that whatever problem happened with Flight 8, this hardware failure that SpaceX seeming like that could be anything. It sounds like somebody didn't torque a bolt all the way down. That's what that sounds like. Because the testing regimes get down to brass tacks. All right, because the testing regimes were different between Flight 7 and Flight 8, Flight 8 to Flight 9, and the period between the flights was very, very wide. That tells me that SpaceX put their best foot forward, or at least tried to, in light of what happened with Flight 8. Okay? They may have taken their foot off the gas just a smidge, just to figure out what was wrong here. And that's fine. That's why I think, honestly, guys, I think they wouldn't be putting this thing out on the pad in light of the 2 previous failures, unless they weren't putting their best foot forward. And we can tell that that's what's going on because their testing regimes are different. Totally different testing regime. It's a totally different thing, right? It still baffles me that it's a Raptor problem. Propulsion is the hardest thing to solve. Yeah, I think exactly. SpaceX confirms it was 2 different problems with flights. One of the failures started with an engine. So yeah, it makes sense. Full flow stage combustion cycle is a hard thing to do. It's a hard problem to solve. But when you're trying to make a rapidly reusable launch system like this, when you're trying to do that, nothing is going to come easy, guys. Nothing's going to come easy. And I think that's the biggest reason why I feel good about today. If it blows up, it blows up. Figure out what went wrong and launch another one. What, are you going to run out of money? We ain't going to run out of money. Don't worry about that. Figure it the frick out. And I think everybody at SpaceX knows this. You know, what's the advantage of full flow? Specific impulse, by how much? You're gonna, with full flow stage combustion cycle, you're theoretically maximizing the efficiency of using methalox. And that, coupled with methane being a little bit more stable and a little bit easier to mitigate boil off because of that huge carbon atom hypersonic, it's very good for rapid reuse, and it's very good for interplanetary travel.
Go and throttle up.
I honestly, guys, like, a lot of people have trepidations about this. Like, a lot of people are nervous about this. That's fine. You can be nervous, I guess. I'm not. I think SpaceX wouldn't put this on the pad if they didn't want to put their best foot forward. Easy peasy. That's very, like, I think that's very, especially in light of Flight 7 and Flight 8. They wouldn't do this unless they were absolutely sure. At least the helicopter's out. Good sign. Everything looks good at this point, Orange. Hang on 1 second. Nothing? Oh, we saw some dust getting kicked up. The helo is by the roadblock. Helicopter, 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 helicopter. The arms are opening, dudes. Starbase, his arms wide. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that the helicopter's probably somewhere over here, frame left. So, guys, like, here's the thing. To just get down to brass tacks. Look, the testing regimes were different. SpaceX said it's a different problem. I refuse to believe, I don't think SpaceX is lying, but I don't think they're telling you the whole truth either. They're going to be indescript. They're not just going to say, oh yeah, a Raptor engine flew off because we forgot to tighten a bolt. They wouldn't say that. Why? Why would you say that? Right? You got to make it sound good. You know, for a number of years now, work has been proceeding on the crudely conceived idea of not only providing inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters. You're not going to sound like an idiot when you go to say this stuff. I mean, if it was me, I'd be like, yeah, the front fell off. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, guys. Front fell off. I don't know what to tell you. I'll figure out what went wrong. We'll fix the next one. Don't worry about it. You know? Cool glasses. Thanks, Madojo. Grazie. They are Ray-Bans. Very nice. Very good glasses. The Ray-Bans are the good ones. You just spoke another language. Repeat, please. They're not going to say, oh, yeah, somebody forgot to tighten a bolt in the back fluid, and the engine ejected itself, and that ejection caused the thing to explode, right? Was that Finnish? Yeah, kiitos. Eve päivi. Terve. Mikä. Anyway, the trunk pan on Starship failed. Oh, well, dude, maybe they should talk to me. I'm good. I am getting better at understanding trunk pans. So, guys, look, it comes down to this. I think they'll go. I think there's very good odds of this thing working. Very good odds. I'd say above 75. I think it's going to go. However, if it doesn't, so freaking what? So what? If it blows up, it blows up. Deal with it. Okay? Deal with it. Everything that Starship is trying to do at this point is going to be a very hard problem to solve. Okay? A lot of critics of SpaceX, say Falcon 9 really didn't bring anything new to the table. What they mean by that is that grid fins already existed. Okay, Pintle injection rocket engines already existed. Fast track turbo pumps already existed, which was Fast Track was the name of the research program that gave us the Merlin turbo pumps. All right, that stuff already existed. SpaceX just took a bunch of ingredients and cooked up a new recipe. Okay, it's like making a pizza versus making a calzone. A calzone has no new ingredients, but it's different, right? That's the idea. Now I'm hungry. Damn it, I shouldn't have made a food reference. That is my fault. If you are hungry, you can blame me. That's fine. A lot of critics say that. But, you can say all that, right? It works. But Falcon 9 works amazing. One just launched before I started the stream. Right? Calzones have ricotta. That doesn't... You missed the point, but to try to show how much you know about calzones, hellfish. That's great. Good. Why don't you go cook your calzone? We're talking about rockets here, okay?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
No, the point that I'm trying to make is that a lot of critics say that. But you can say that Falcon 9 brought nothing to the table, but Falcon 9 is one of the most successful rockets ever devised by man, period, full stop. But it was derived from a lot of components that already existed. Starship is none of that. We have new tank design, new engine design. Now, the engine design did stem from the integrated powerhead demo from the Air Force Research Laboratory, right? Which was a hydrostatic bearing turbo pump, which allows it to spin a lot faster. That's very good for full flow stage combustion cycle. The real funny thing about that is that the BE-4 is also derived from the integrated powerhead demo. And the BE-4 and Raptor share the same lineage. Yes, they're cousins. Yeah, funnily enough. Not a lot of people know that. Integrated powerhead demo from AFRL. Look it up. But I digress. So, with the exception of that, everything that you are doing at this point is something that is bringing something new to the table. And because SpaceX is so far in uncharted territory, everything that they try to do, every problem that they try to solve is going to be an inherently difficult one because you're trying to change how we think about spaceflight. You're trying to change it. Doing stuff like this, I still can't believe they nailed that booster landing on the first try. That is absurd. It's absurd. But the only way you would have gotten there is to have tons of information on landing rockets. With Falcon 9. Do you see what I mean? The lineage is there. But every problem is going to be a hard problem to solve. Nothing like Raptor exists. Nothing like Starship exists elsewhere. Nothing. Nothing like the first stage and the second stage, the catch tower, the fueling mechanisms. Nothing like that exists. You are in completely uncharted territory here. So because of this, because you're trying to solve so many problems, because you're trying to do so many things that no one has ever tried before, you're inherently going to run into failures. That happens. It happens. You're trying to do something new. You're trying to do something no one has ever done. You're in uncharted territory now. You know, the space program for like the last 60 plus years has been relying on technology that was developed during the Apollo program. And that's kind of like, you know, oh, we'll go back to the moon. We'll go back to the moon. We'll go back to the moon. Okay. What happens when somebody starts thinking about what's past the moon? Now you can't rest. You can't stand on the shoulders of giants because you're doing something that's never been attempted before. You know what I mean? A lot of the risk for doing semi-deep space flight was retired from the Apollo program. All right? Doing something like this, completely different. Completely different ball game, dude. The point that I'm trying to get at, if it blows up, it blows up. Who cares? Make another one, figure out what's wrong, and go. Work the problem, figure it out, make the next one work. Now, that's not to say that, you know, failures wouldn't be without criticism, of course. But guys, I keep coming back to it, and you know, unless somebody else is attempting to do this, I think they should be quiet. This is a privately funded endeavor with some government contracts, but most of Starship is privately funded. So if people are going to whine about it, like, oh, failure is a waste of money. Yeah, well, it's not your money, so shut up. You know, if you had billions of dollars, you could spend it however you want, right? If that's what you want to do, whatever. But either way, like, guys, if it fails, if it doesn't fail, that's great. I'll be super pumped. I got my vintage dragon shirt on. I've worn this for every single test flight except every single SpaceX test flight except Flight 7 and Flight 8. I'm serious. I had this shirt on when I had this shirt on for the Falcon Heavy test flight. I had this shirt on for the first booster landing in 2015. I had this shirt on for Demo 2. Every single one of them. Every single high-profile SpaceX flight. I've had this shirt on. I didn't wear it for Flight 7 and Flight 8 because I forgot to pack it. So, we have it on. I think they'll do good things. I just want to see the new front flaps work. Yep. So, fellas, look. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, if it blows up, it blows up. You're gonna run into failure. It happens. This happened during the Apollo program. I mean, somebody said it in chat already. Apollo 4 and Apollo 6 were arguably failures. Arguably, very much so. And then they put people on the next flight and they gambled. And it worked. But that didn't mean that they didn't fix the problem either. That didn't mean that they mitigated the problem completely. Problem came back on Apollo 13. The only way at this point, with this level, with this factor of difficulty, with trying to push the envelope in aerospace engineering, the only way to send this is to send it. If it blows up, it blows up. Figure it out. Yeah, Nabek, exactly. Yep, good reference. With Jack Jean and several others not present for launch, if it succeeds, who gets the credit? I don't know. Chris Kraft said Apollo 4 and 6 were near total disasters. Apollo 6 almost blew up. It was very close to exploding. It was very close to doing exactly what happened during Flight 7. It was very close to that. Now, keep in mind, harmonic resonance can occur on different axes relative to the vehicle, and the problems that Saturn V had weren't that far off from the problems that Starship apparently had on 7, but at this point, guys, the best way to test this and the best way to push the envelope is the exact same thing that the Apollo engineers did. Eventually, when you're pushing the envelope like this, you got to put it on the pad and fly it. You got to put it on the pad and fly it. If it blows up, it blows up. There's no getting around it. There's no getting around this. Unless you're NASA and you can delay by 10 years and be completely cool with it, right? That's not this. This is private space flight. It's completely different, right? Hey, Red Panda Raid, what's going on? This rear-world flight data is going... failure notwithstanding, this rear-world flight data will help them. It will help them figure out a way to mitigate this problem. Right? Yeah, nice, mate. Do you think they have to retrofit V2 ships to fit R2s? Yes, I do, Dean. I think that's the mitigation. SpaceX never mitigates engineering problems unless there's a fix coming down the pipe. It never happens, except if they're trying to fix something. Look at the suborbital test regime, all right? Flight 8, Flight 9 had helium ingestion, and that borked the Raptor engine, and they both crashed because of it. That problem was fixed, but mitigations were put in place to make up for the fact that the autogenous pressurization systems didn't work correctly. Now they work just fine. As evidenced from the last 8 flights, that system is working correctly. But mitigations were put in place. Helium ullage was put in place as a stopgap mitigation to get good data on landing. This happens. SpaceX has done this before many times. Today, Junior. It's not though, Mason. You can't even read. Today, Junior. Mark, because of how real life plans went down, you got me here on the stream today. Do not read anything into that. I told NSF that I was in a wedding this weekend and I wasn't sure if Starship was going to be at the same time, so I didn't want them to put me in the rotation for the stakeout stream or the main cast just in case it fell on the day of a wedding. Now the wedding was a couple of days, the wedding was a day ago or 2 days ago, so don't worry about that. It's better to not go in and be like, yo, I'm here, let me do this, right? So you got me here today. It's just me coverage. There is no problems with NSF. There's no drama. There's no nothing. It's just how real life plans turned out. Do not read anything into it. You have my word. Okay? Shampoo is better. Plus, I can't say shampoo is better on the NSF cast. We can't do that. We can do that here, though. Conditioner is better. I make the hair silky and smooth. Oh, really, fool? Really? Stop looking at me, chat! Helicopter, 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 helicopter. It's a poop again! He called this stuff poop! Wait, where did that go? That still had water in it. What? Okay, here we go. I found it. Alright, now we're good. See, can't do that on the NSF cast. We can do that here, though. Bow now, bow now, bow now, bow now. When the wood starts speaking Vietnamese, that's when you get the guns out, boy. Oh, there's definitely drama with NSF according to Space Twitter. What? Drama with me? There's nothing there, guys. Trust me. Do you want to know how this conversation went down? I sent a message to Das that said there's a wedding that could be the same weekend as Starship. I'm not making it down, and I don't want to commit to any plans. And Das replied, okay, thanks for telling me. And that's it. That's that. Hand to Jeb. That's how that went down, bro. Okay. Leak the DMs. Nah. Real talk, I don't think there's anything really to worry about. It seems like one of the worst tumors don't understand iterative process. I think we're fine, dude. Not with you, it's other people. That's not my problem, homie. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I'm the Lorax. I speak for the trees, but those trees, they speak Vietnamese! What? Sorry. Anyway. Do you think that Elon delayed the talk hoping for boosted morale after a good launch? As I've heard, the morale has been kind of low. Has been kind of down after 2 failures. No, Black Eagle, I think that launch day is a very lucrative thing, and he didn't want to commit to doing this. He probably should have done it yesterday. That's all he said? Why so short? I bet there's something going on there. Yeah, that's just really how Das and I operate. Hey man, you gonna do this? Yeah. Alright, cool. I think it was delayed considering X was Borg. Yeah, perhaps. I don't think morale is down at SpaceX. I think that Elon not being there has a lot to do with it, considering he's the chief designer of the vehicle. I think that him not being there is not necessarily screwing with people's judgment, right? But when you don't, I mean, when you don't have the guy in charge, you're hesitant to make decisions, right? That's probably most likely what was going on, but something tells me you don't have to worry about that anymore. It's magic how real communication works. Wisp, if it's one thing that I've learned, especially being kind of in pseudo communications, say what you mean. Say what you mean. Don't waste people's time. Say what you mean. Now here we can talk stuff out in long format content, but if I need something from you, it's like, it's going to be like, hey, please do this. That's it. Isn't Elon very hands-off at SpaceX? He recently is, Phil. Yes, of course. Because he's been involving himself with the president and whatnot. Oh, nice. Raptor engine, Xerax. There you go. Hell yeah, man. I think that's going to change very soon. I think based off of what I've seen, I think Elon's going to probably get back to being more hands-on with his companies and away from the White House, which is a good thing. That's good for us, good for space. Cool. Sorry, got a message. Oh. Ship and booster are currently printing. Nice, dude. What's going on with Isaac's installment? It should be the first week of June. First week of June. Yeah, I think Elon may have burned himself out on politics. Whether it was because he finished his job or whether it was because he's become jaded with it. Yeah, I don't know. So this Starship have a payload. Yes, it has Dumbling satellites on board. Has he burned his reputation? No. I don't think so. I mean, I think he has with a lot of different people, but to be honest with you, like, I think if he gets back more hands-on with space, I think that it'll be just fine, to be honest. People have short memories, dude. Yeah, Flask. Well, because Elon is part of it is because Elon was a special employee. He was a special counsel. Not a counsel. That's not the right way to say it. He was a special government employee, and there is a shelf life if you are a special government employee. He can only be there for so long. So, by law, that's a check and balance, and he seems to be adhering to it because he's getting back into Starship stuff. This is the first update we've had from Elon in years. A special advisor. Yeah, that's what it is. So, you know, he's back being more hands-on with Tesla and SpaceX, which, if you really want my honest opinion, I think that's where humanity needs him the most. If we're gonna be real about that. Yeah. I think that if you think logically, politics doesn't make a lot of sense.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Am I right? This isn't wrong. Doesn't make a lot of sense. This is why, like, people are like, oh, EJ, when are you running for president? People ask me as a joke, and I'd be like, dude, I would go insane. I would go insane, and I'd end up cursing someone out. Like, I'd be like, I hate you. I hate you. They'd be like, we should defund space. And I'd be like, I hate you. I don't like you at all. You're a dick. How dare you not carry yourself as a court? Yeah, you can go. You can go yourself, pal. There you go. You know, you know, that wouldn't be good for me. Yeah, that wouldn't be a good thing. So yeah, I think that it'll take some time to repair that bridge, but I think we're okay. I don't know. It worked for JFK. Maybe if I say it in my native tongue. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, but yeah, not having your chief engineer for 2 very high-profile space flights is kind of a. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've seen employees, ex-employees of SpaceX say, "Dude, we need you here. We need you here, homie. No political axe to grind. We need you here because you're the chief designer, man. You're designing this freaking thing. You got to come back." And I think he realized it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Galaxy, right. Anyway. I've tried, it never works. Yeah. Hey. He tried. He tried to enter the Rule 8 sphere, and it ended up not making enough sense. And I don't know about you, but when stuff makes sense and I see it not making sense, I start to get mad. It's like, no. The light bulb is broken. Maybe we should fix it. Well, we can't fix that light bulb. You know how much it would cost to fix it? Well, yeah, the whole point of the light bulb being there is that it's supposed to shine freaking light. It's supposed to shine light. Oh, well, think of the socket. What? Why would I think of the socket? Shut up! Fix the stupid light! You know, like, I'm pretty sure that's how that went down. Like, you know? But anyway, let's get back. We're getting too into the weeds there. I don't know. We don't want to get a tick. A political tick. That would be bad. Blood-sucking useless. Anyway, so yeah, Elon being back's a good thing, dudes. That's good. That's good from an engineering standpoint. Now, like I said, a lot of stuff he said people don't like. That's fair. This is why I want to get out of this conversation, because I'm here for the engineering, homies. That's what I'm here for. That's what I want to see. I want to see the engineering. I want to see the forefront of human technological exploration be explored. That's what I'm here for, and I hope that's what you're here for too. Now, Long March 5. Ticks are bad. Lyme disease. Yep. Oh, thanks, Dean. Anyway, so it looks like the booster transport stands were moved away from the launch site, which bodes well for our launch schedule here. Hey, Guardian, I'm doing just fine. But yeah, guys, I don't know. I don't really like talking about that kind of stuff here, like with you guys. I'd prefer to stay in the engineering and having a good time. It's kind of my thing, because when this thing goes, man, it's gonna go. You've been playing Roadcraft. What are your thoughts about it? I think I figured out, and I think I can put into words why Roadcraft kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It's a game about building roads with no road grader. It's a game about building roads with no excavator. Road graders and excavators and proper bulldozers are like absolutely needed to make roads. And I'm like, every single road that's engineered on this planet uses those 3 pieces of construction equipment. Front end loaders, a truck with a snowplow, and front end loader with a blade, a truck with a snowplow, and some off-road vehicles are in fact not used to make roads very often. Um, I think that's my biggest problem. There's no road grader. There's no bulldozer. There's like a tank chassis with a blade attached to the front and a truck cab on top of it, which I'm sure that's some real life vehicle, but also that's kind of useless. But then again, I haven't used that thing yet. Rome didn't need excavators. Yeah, but Rome needed guys with a shovel. They needed guys with a shuttle. Shuttle? Roman Empire shuttle. Ad Astra Perespera. Shuttleless. External tankus. I think that was a good Freudian slip right there. That was pretty good. There's a proper bulldozer further in. It's not a proper bulldozer. It's a tank with a blade on it, which is, I guess, functionally analogous to it. But you have a game about building roads with no road grader. This is a game. It's a game about hammering nails with no hammer. You know, you don't have the right tool for the job, and I think that's where I'm having problems with the shoddy control systems, because you don't have the right tool for the job. You got to light up a candle for good luck at a successful flight. There you go. Yeah, like, just look at how hard it was for us to dig a trench to put a subgrade in. Like, they have a steamroller though. Yeah, they do. The steamroller that you can't even use that to compact the sand. Elon's presentation got postponed until 9. Yeah, but it's also a disaster response game. Got to work with what you have on hand. No, Tessa, respectfully, no. That's not how disaster response works at all. Yeah, respectfully, no. If we were grading roads on sand in real life in a disaster relief area, a fire truck or a heavy vehicle that's designed to clear debris would drive up that road and it would sink right into it. Respectfully, no. No, that's not how that works at all. If anything, in times of disaster, it is more prudent to get it right, because most likely these roads that were not designed for industrial traffic are going to need industrial traffic. So it's better to build it right. And we don't, yeah, none of that. I think that's my big thing, and I think that's what the devs are trying to get at. Like, oh, it's a disaster response. Use what you have. No, that's not how disaster response works at all. Like, because like I said, if you make a crappy road, it's just going to crumble again. I did disaster response prep for the military, and I had all the equipment loaded and ready to go whenever big storms hit. So, Fish, like, and once again, I don't mean to be a jerk. And I'm being critical of roadcraft because I like it, because I see the potential. Instead of doing what I've done with past games and just being like, yeah, it'll get better. Yeah, no. The game has a lot of potential, but you made a game about making roads with no road building equipment. You made a game about roads where your subgrade is sand. Did anybody do any research here as to how disaster response actually works, or building roads? I really, and don't get me wrong, the engine and the terrain system is fantastic. It shows great potential. I just don't really understand why you do this way. Seeing a cat motor grader in Army Green is just weird. Yep. I think that if they really want to fix the game, they would put more construction equipment in that's better suited for roads. Like, I don't know why someone thought a front end loader with a blade would be suitable as a grading vehicle. It is not. It's not. And then the better grading vehicle is quite actually a heavy industrial truck with a snowplow. And no auto grading function? Why does the front end loader have an auto grading function, and then the level 2 grader not have an auto leveling function? I don't really understand. I think, but once again, I'm going to be critical, but I'm also going to be constructive. smaller bulldozer with blade tilt would be a better solution. Small one with blade tilt that really is not good for making like a big road, but just a single lane road, and then you can get bigger bulldozers as you get bigger vehicles, right? I'm not really understanding the why the starting vehicles are the way that they are. That's really what's getting me. Now, don't get me wrong, we can use them. We showed that we could use them effectively, right? But yeah, there's a game about building roads with no road grader and no gravel. Did anybody,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
even an old D5 or D6, something, dude? Workers and resources got away with skirting the copyright. Just take a bulldozer, make it the front of it a Komatsu, and the back a Caterpillar, and there you go, right? Hey, Sea Kraken, sand is just ultra fine gravel, okay? How difficult would it be to add coarse and crushed gravel? Dude, they could just reskin the sand and call it gravel, and I'd be kind of okay with it. Hey, Rug, 84-month resub. I have my own problems with the game, mostly stemming from the game running at 20 FPS on a good day and 5 on a bad one. Oh, I haven't had any frame rate problems, dude. But yeah. Yeah, Alex BRB, I volunteered for mountain and speleological SAR group, CNSAS, for many years. I've spent the last two major scale Italian earthquakes, and yeah, road building, rebuilding, and most importantly, management over time. It's a critical aspect of the whole human and hence rescue chain. Yeah, exactly. Alex, when a disaster comes through, you don't want shoddy roads. It'll screw your entire operation. Like, completely. If a road gets washed out on a riverbank and you replace it with sand and then grade it, well, just pave over ungraded sand, a truck's going to drive up that, and guess what? It's going into the river. Yeah, add a Komatsu D355A. They should. Maybe they should. The U.S. is reopening Tinian. I know about that, Bob. They've been clearing debris for the past year. Looks like the Booster 14 splashdown will be roughly where 13 was. Ready for those views. Oh, yeah. But yeah, I think that's my big thing. I was originally like annoyed by the control systems on the game, but to be 100% honest, the control systems aren't the problem. The controls for the front end loader are pretty good, but the problem is that's a front end loader, and you don't use front end loaders to make roads. Front end loaders are used for mass dirt removal. Excavators are used for breaking up the dirt. The front end loader is used for taking the dirt and putting it in a truck. Like, this is agnostic of country. They build roads. Everyone builds roads like this, whether it be in Europe, the United States, North America, anywhere, South America, China, Russia, Japan, wherever. It doesn't matter. Everyone builds roads like that because that's the way to build roads.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They're going to attempt a Starship catch. No, not this time. In fact, this vehicle is fully expendable. They're not even going to try to catch the booster pop, but the booster is reused. This is Booster 14. Booster 14 flew on Flight 7, and it was caught. That's it right there. Actually, I think that might be Flight 8. No, that is Booster 14 right there. That's the booster that's flying today. This one. The one that's in that far right frame and the center frame. I gotta go to the bathroom, Daddy. But yeah, I think that's my problem with Roadcraft. You don't really have the right tools for the job. It doesn't really seem like the developers did any research into how disaster response actually works. Either that or they gamified it way too much for console, which, like I said, I looked into the developers of that game. The guy that works at Saber is not an idiot. He's an aerospace engineer, believe it or not. So I know that the people that are developing this game aren't stupid. It very much seems like they may have gamified too much of disaster relief just to make a chill game, which kind of sucks because the terrain in Roadcraft, the terrain leveling features are amazing. Like, I've never seen a game quite like this where you could dig into the terrain. That's not Flight 5. I don't think. Maybe it was. Who knows? Anyway. Yeah, that might be Booster 12. Actually, I think it is. Either way, Booster 14 has flown once. It flew once on Flight 7 before, so this is Booster 14-2. Or Booster 14 on its second flight here. Now, once again, they're going to use it to test certain landing scenarios. So expending the booster won't be all for naught. They're going to use it to test engine out scenarios. So in case like one of the 3 main engines that are used for landing, in case one of those fails, an outer ring engine is going to pick up the slack. It'll instantly restart. Yeah. I think it may be a bit of hubris. I don't know, Christian. Not having a road grader in it tells me 2 things. One, it's going to be a planned feature that you pay for in the future. 2, it's gamified for console. It's one or the other. There's no... I'm willing to give the devs a benefit of the doubt. There's no way they didn't think of that. Or, I mean, I guess scenario 3 is that they did and they don't really care and they're making tons of money off of it. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just... the bottom line with Roadcraft is that I'm really sick of playing a game that releases and coming to the conclusion that it has a lot of potential. I'm getting very annoyed by this. I got very, very personally bit by this 2 years ago. So I'm really done saying like, oh, it'll get better. Oh, games have a lot of potential. No, fix the damn thing. You made a game about making roads with no road grader. Yeah, I'm going to make a game about woodworking, and I'm not going to include a drill. You want to make furniture, you need to use an axe. That makes no sense. Is that you? You look so much younger, clean shaven. Oh, it's me. Look at the hair. Oh yeah, I got my nice stripe thing going on here because I have a reverse mohawk balding thing going on, which is pretty cool. It's pretty neat. It's not. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. How's the coronet? I need more welding gas and I need more plate steel. I did not have any time this weekend to get any of those things. I wanted to go yesterday to get welding gas, but it's a holiday. It was closed. You can absolutely make furniture with an axe, though. I know, Burner. I know. How many people do, though? Out of all the furniture that gets made in this world, how many people are using an axe as their modus operandi for making furniture? Pretty sure if you go to a furniture factory, that's not what's going on. It's not that you can't make a road without a road grader. It's not that you can't make furniture with just an axe. It's that no one does that, man. Sunglasses inside? You hung over from Memorial Day weekend? No. Maybe. No. Bernie and Phil's new Axe furniture line. Quality, comfort, and price. That's nice, dude. Anyway, I don't know. It just seems like every game that gets released nowadays is kind of hit or miss. Even games that I am really fond of. I'm through with my reviews of games being, oh, it has a lot of potential. No, that is a very nice way that apparently fell on deaf ears. That is a very nice way of saying that there's a lot of things you need to fix. This is not fun to play. Now, don't get me wrong. Roadcraft is pretty damn fun. With all that being said, I do enjoy it. Despite not having the right tool for the job. However, I think it would be noted that I wasn't, when we did play Roadcraft, and we'll play more a little bit later this week. When we did play Roadcraft, I didn't really give a frick about doing the missions. I had fun making roads. I think that's an important thing to understand. When launch, we are 5 hours and 20 minutes away from the launch of Flight 9, hopefully. I know who was behind the Flight 7 and 8 failures. It was that damn Sasquatch. Yep. Did you pray to your sand god where the sand appears from the heavens? Why would you choose to abstract that game feature, Longballs? I have no idea. Can we get a launch timer? Sure. Does Chaos or whatever that new space game seems like they're making sure they thoroughly fine-tune it before releasing it? Yeah. I think Rocketworks and Dean and company kind of understand the assignment, so to speak. Yeah, I can't really say much more, Andrew, because I haven't played the game. I don't have it in my hands. I can't tell you. I know it was behind the launch failures. EJ not wearing the SpaceX shirt. Well, I got my Dragon shirt on, dudes. I'm telling you, I wore this for the first booster landing. I wore it for the first double booster landing, the first Falcon Heavy test flight. I wore it for DM2. This is the shirt. I wore this for I think all of the other flights except for Flight 7 and Flight 8. Whoops. How's the in-laws? Get any barbecue? They are out. Brimo and company are out and about right now. I was going to go out and about with them, but this decided to happen. So, you know, finally on the moon. Oh, that's killer, man. Look at that thing. That's great, Sea Kraken. Now we just need Jesse and John on the cast. Yep. They don't have greedy corporations breathing down their necks, though. Yeah, that's right. So does that mean that it's your fault that today isn't a Starship catch? No. I mean, well. No. No. You look like Kit right now? I get that a lot. Imagine KSP without throttle control. That's right. Yeah. It's just, yeah. I think that's my thing with Roadcraft at this particular moment in time. We're not really given the right tools for the job. So that makes the game succeeds despite that. It's still fun to play, guys. I still enjoy making roads. I enjoy the challenge of not having the right tool for the job and still making the road correct. How long do you estimate until we see a launch on Pad B? Probably the end of the summer, Gold Falcon, if I had to guess. If you wash the shirt, it loses all juju. I washed this shirt, sorry. But to be fair, I've been washing it since the first Falcon 9 landing, okay? We've been washing it, so it's good. So washing it is part of the tradition. Not washing it, yeah, it's a problem. It sounds like they retrofitted road making in the last minute. I don't think that it was ever dialed in correctly, Pop. I think it was rushed. I think the road making feature was something that they wanted to do, but it was rushed. I learned firsthand how hard the math is for aerospace engineering and how school isn't what it was before, to where I'm no longer studying it as my degree, which is why I have been distant from the streams lately, just trying to get my life resorted. Andrew, math is difficult, but don't... that sucks. You shouldn't... Yeah, I was going to say you shouldn't have done that, man. Math is... So, the thing about math is that it's a logical process. It's very easy to understand that logical process, dude. But you got to treat it like speaking another language. Do you know how you get good at speaking Spanish? You speak more Spanish. You know how you get good at math? You do more math. Now, don't get me wrong. Some people it just comes a little bit easier to some other people. But some people are, polyglots. They could speak like 7 languages. Me, I only speak 2, English and bad English. And without math, none of us would exist. All classes were self-taught with no direction, so I was just in a loop of being lost. What? Self-taught? What the hell kind of school did you go to? What? UCF? UCF doesn't... I'm confused, man. Either way. Well, hey, Andrew, you want to work in aerospace, go be an A&P. Go do aircraft maintenance. Aircraft maintenance would help, or just become a technician. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to put the tiles on Starship, dude. Just saying. We were given a login with homework and we were told, here you go, have at it. It... Ryan Weber is an A&P. That's right, Rarest. He works on 737s. Yeah, knows him like the back of his hand. That's your next goal, to work in internet services for one of those companies. Park and attraction design management and IT now. Hey, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do, dude. Just, I mean, Andrew, all I'm going to tell you, man, is that, like, dude, if you want to work in the aerospace industry, you don't need to go to college. If you want to design the damn thing, then you do. Unless you can teach yourself aerospace engineering sitting at your computer all day, which requires extraordinarily high mental discipline to do that. Yeah, you could go be a tech somewhere, man. The guy that puts the payload on top of Falcon 9 is not a rocket scientist, man. You know, just keep that in mind. Like, if that's what you want to do, like, don't give up on aerospace just because you can't do the math. There's other ways to get into the industry. If that's where your priorities are. Andrew, I don't, this is going to sound super weird coming from me. I don't want you going to college just for the sake of going to college. College is an investment in yourself. It's an investment in you. If you're not seeing a return on investment, don't pay for it. Because remember, you pay for it. It's an investment. You invest in putting equity and knowledge into yourself so you can get a job. If you want to work in the aerospace industry, you don't need to do that. Don't give up. Giving up is only hurting you because you already paid for stuff. It's just been real rough with it, so I'm trying to get back into staying into the streams. Andrew, just remember, man, unless you're on a scholarship, unless you're on a grant or something, you're paying for it. This is your money, and you are going to have to pay it back. Keep that in mind. Are you going to get that money back with a job in your career, in the education that you choose? Got to think about that stuff, man, especially in this day and age. When I was your age, dude, they said you had to go to college. No matter what, you had to go to college. You were nobody if you don't have a college degree. Yeah, look where that got me. I'm out 150 G's. Oops. There are certain jobs you don't need to do that. You don't need to go to school for a certain type of job. You don't need to go to school to be an aerospace technician. You don't need to go to school to be a damn Twitch streamer, okay? And because I didn't understand that when I went to school, because I didn't understand it, I have 2 mortgage payments now. And I've been paying 2 mortgages for a long time. My house mortgage and my, like, don't do that. You ready? Of course, Creeper. You sure that wasn't all the Counter-Strike you were playing? Well, that's the other reason, Urban. There is a very good reason why I said that that is an investment in yourself, and make sure you get a return on your investment, because going to school and playing Counter-Strike and Call of Duty 4 all day is not doing that. That is quite literally pissing away money. Yeah, that's also something you shouldn't do. Thank you for the clarification. Screw you, but thank you for the clarification. Invested CSGO. Noted. Hey, man, you get the right skin, you could pay for college like that. Just saying. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, Ruin, there you go. Yeah, consider armed forces too, Andrew, if that's what you want to do. I mean, you got to sign 5 years of your life, or however long, depending on which branch. You got to sign basically your life away for a good bit of time. If you're willing to sacrifice the time, it can be a very rewarding endeavor. But yeah, that's another avenue as well. You're no Summit 1G. You're right, I'm not. I can play Counter-Strike though. Thanks, EJ. Opening cases right now. All right, man. I'm digging myself out of that hole with no excavator. And I've been doing it for like 15 years, no, 20 years at 2008, 13 years at this point. I can't do math. 2008, 17. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Real talk, some of your CS skins have higher ROI than your pension fund. Yeah. Just, Andrew, keep that in mind, dude. Don't go to college just for the sake of going to college. College is a tool. That is a tool that you use to invest in yourself and to go down a career path that you want. All right? That's when you got out of the Air Force. Oh, been paying for that mistake for a long time, to the tune of 4 figures a month since 2009. There was a 6-month grace period. It's good. But Andrew, yeah, stick around, man. We'll steer you on the right path. It all depends on what you want to do. You know, figuring that out is a really, 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 really important thing. And the truth is that you know, you don't want to lie to yourself, right? You know, like if you're 18 and people say, "What do you want to do?" and you say, "I don't know, make a lot of money." All right, cool. Now you got to go to school for that. Do you want to go be a lawyer or a doctor or something and make a ton of money? There you go. Right? Like, don't lie to yourself about this stuff. That's the other thing that I did. Like, you know, like, oh yeah, I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to do 3D art. I want to do no, I don't. No, I don't. I don't want to do that. The only reason I did it is because everybody said you had to, which is, don't do that. Trust me, don't do that. Why is it launching at night? So, Linus, they're going to launch it late at night because they want to image re-entry during the day. That's the big one. Re-entry and landing during the day. Yeah, the trades, you can make a lot of money. I mean, look, you think, if you want to build something like this, you think there's no trade people involved? Welding, plumbers, electricians, people that worked in the oil and gas industry, that's fluid management, right? HVAC system, super important. You don't, like, you could go get paid to do this. You could get paid to learn. The point is, dude, is like I said, Andrew, if you want to do aerospace, man, if you want to do it and you transfer it out of being a rocket scientist because the math was too hard, that doesn't mean you can't still be in aerospace, dude. Yeah, crane operation, riggers, oilers, there you go. Yeah, goalie, there you go. There's plenty of ways to break into the aerospace industry. I know guys that work at SpaceX, and they choose to stay anonymous, so this is not going to help me in this regard, but I know guys that work at SpaceX that design fluid systems for SpaceX with no college degree. They got in on the ground floor. Or they started being a technician and worked their way up. You can absolutely do that. That's a way to go. Hinris, the S10 was sold, but I won't stop looking until you get your hands on one. Try Ford Rangers too. Similar truck. I said electricians, Graham. But yeah, be careful about that. Don't go to school just because everybody says you need to go to school, all right? School is an investment in you. It's an investment in you to get the career path that you want, okay? Some career paths do not require going to college. And if I said this 15 years ago on stream, I would have gotten grilled for it. We're at a point where people started realizing it. I don't like being pointed. Let me point! Because I am the cream. And the cream rises to the top. And let me point at Hulk Hogan. I'm particularly in a position I don't want to be in. College is a scam and can really hurt your resume. No, it's not. No, it's not. It depends on what you want to do. Snap into a Slim Jim, baby. Oh, yeah, oh, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Don't forget the amount of difficulty you have to go through to reach X. Yeah, difficulty equals suffering. I'm done here. Yeah, there you go, Ozzy. Yep. How was your weekend, Brandon? My weekend was good, man. Unless you're going to be a surgeon, there's not much excuse. That's what I'm trying to say, you dumbass. College is a means to get a certain career path. Certain career paths require going to school. They require that stupid piece of paper. In this day and age, people don't understand that if you go be a tradesman or an A&P or something, you can get paid to learn, and then you could parry an A&P position to working at SpaceX. Very simple. You don't need an aerospace engineering degree to work on this thing. You need an aerospace engineering degree to design the mother. But in some cases, that's not even true. You ready for launch, Ozzy? There you go, buddy. There you go. Just keep in mind, college is an investment in yourself, and you do pay for it. It's not free, unless you have a scholarship. College is an investment in you to get a career path that you want. And you really have to think if that career path requires a degree. That's very important, because it would really bug me if I, didn't say this, because there's people still beating that drum that you have to go to college to be somebody, and that's not true. That's not true at all. Elon has a physics degree, guys. He has a physics degree. That's different. I mean, but a fundamental understanding of physics does help you with your engineering decisions. Thoughts on Ship's 35's chances for Seco? I think it'll make it. Hinris, I think it'll make it. You shouldn't need a degree to be an engineer. Disagree. Hard disagree. Guys, look. This is what I mean about hard disagreeing, okay? You need an engineering degree. You need that certification. You need to prove that you understand the assignment, all right? Without an engineering degree, say you go to build a bridge without an engineering degree and that bridge collapses. Who is that on? It's your fault. If you had gotten an engineering degree, the bridge wouldn't have collapsed because you would have demonstrated a fundamental understanding of the criteria needed to engineer that bridge in the first place. You don't want to go screwing around with that, guys, from an ethical and a civilization standpoint. That's why I say don't screw around with that. If you remove meritocracy from engineering, in this case, a college degree, you're opening up the door for people to get killed. Every engineering ethics class will teach you this if you got an engineering degree. Degrees are a base level of certified competence in a specific field of knowledge. Some degrees require that for sure. Exactly. Trust me, civil engineering, aerospace engineering, electrical engineering, do not say that piece of paper is worthless in these regards. That's a very bad idea. Because when you design something, when you design a bridge, or if you're an architect and you design a building, you need to get your blueprints, you need to get it notarized as a stamp of approval. You're putting your name on that. And if we take away that, yeah, bridges will collapse, people will die. That is a step backwards. We don't want to do that. It's worse than worthless. It hurts your resume. You seem to be very, very adamant about this S, but I'm telling you that you're incorrect. You don't need an engineering degree to work at SpaceX, right? But you definitely need an engineering degree if you run an engineering firm that designs buildings and bridges, or rockets, or planes, or power systems, power plants. You don't, abandoning that meritocracy is a very bad idea. That's a very, very, very bad call. Owning a Jeep is what hurts your resume the most. Nice. When I worked at the BNSF welding school as a test proctor, every derailment forced a test scope's request of every personnel that worked on the rail in the incident. Exactly. Without that degree system, without that system, all right? Without that system, you are removing a step of accountability in engineering. That is opening up the door for shoddy ethics and basically badly engineered systems. There's no merit in getting a degree. Merit is designing great systems. How do you know it's a well-designed system? How do you know? If it works. You're not joining for the stakeout. No, Luca, I had some real life plans that I had to deal with. I was in a wedding and I wasn't sure if those were going to overlap with Starbase, so I didn't I didn't sign up for anything. Don't get me wrong, there's no drama with NSF or anything like that. I just chose to do this on my own time because I didn't want to waste theirs saying I'll be there and then not be there. But how this panned out looks to be okay. But so you got me here, and yeah, like I said, I purposely didn't sign up for any stakeout stuff. I disagree with what you're saying this time, EJ. College engineers are meh, but I'll listen for the sake of argument.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think we're arguing different points. I think you guys are arguing the effectiveness of an engineering degree. I'm arguing whether it's required or not. If you remove that step, you're removing a degree of accountability that can open up the door for fraudulent engineering activity. And that's why I think that certain degrees are, if you want to design the rocket, you need to have that basic level of competence. Now, once again, I think people are up in arms about this, and I'm getting a mixed response because you don't think that that piece of paper is viable anymore. And that's a whole nother conversation for another day. That is completely missing the point as to what I'm trying to say, which is why I'm just going to move on. At SpaceX, I got to meet some of the smartest, most capable engineers in the world. Most don't have degrees. I wear my sunglasses. I mean, Tenacious, it's the daytime where I'm at. Everything you can learn in college, you can learn on the internet. Yeah, Xerax, but there's no base level of competency. Maybe in this day and age, what that base level of competency needs to, like the way it's measured, needs to change. I wouldn't be against something like that. Like a certification to prove you know it or something, rather than a college degree, perhaps. But once again, that's arguing a completely different thing than what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that as the system exists right now, that piece of paper means a lot. It still does. You can say that it doesn't, but it does. I'm really hoping we see hot stage from engine cam. That would be something, Hinris, for sure. I've learned from the internet. All right, guys, I'm self-taught when it comes to this stuff. All right, I get it. I understand having base level competency like that. I get it. I did it without college. It was not easy, but I wanted it, so I did it, right? Gauge the competence in the interview. Okay, Creeper. Hey, Genshin, what's going on? Is your SN10 stream available anywhere? Or you didn't stream that? SN10? It probably got deleted, dude, because Twitch does things like that. I did stream it. I know I did. I'm not sure where it ended up. No offense, but I would not trust an in-real-life rocket from you unless you had dozens of years testing and development or degree in that stuff. I know. That's the point that I'm trying to make, Seacracken. You didn't need to say it, though, to make me feel like a dick now. Or make me feel bad about my competency in this field. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. Way to pick up on the subtlety, man. That's exactly what I was getting at. So, you know, I said it right. I said it right in some way, shape, or form. You didn't mean to be mean about it, though. You didn't mean to make me feel bad. Shit, damn, dude. Ow. Oh, shoot. You would hire me to work on a rocket? I don't know if that's a good idea, man. I could probably manage a program correctly, to be honest, but I don't think you'd want me engineering the systems. No welding for you? Now that's fair. That's totally that's totally fair. I did buy the parts, guys, for what it's worth. I bought the new left-hand leaf spring perch. It was a nice Memorial Day sale from Auto Metal Direct, so yeah, that's good. Don't worry, I'd fly on your shuttle knockoff any day. Yeah. Now, once again, fellas, the whole point that I'm trying to get at is that you need to understand, it's up to you when you're 18 or 19 years old, when you graduate high school, it's up to you to figure out what you want to do, all right? And I know that the vast majority of 18, 19-year-olds at this point probably would say, I have no idea. I don't know. Well, in that case, I'd tell you to go do a trade. Go do a trade. Because having a trade skill under your belt is like the common sense equivalent of doing extracurricular activities of getting into like college, right? Go do a trade. Electrician, plumbing, construction, carpentry, stuff like that. Go do a trade. Do that. And if you don't like it, try something else. But it's important to figure out what you want to do. You don't necessarily have to figure it out when you're 18 or 19. You could wait 20, 21, 22. I didn't figure out that I really wanted to do space stuff until I was 23 or 24. But I always knew that I liked space. I wish someone had told me that I would have the competency to actually understand this stuff. And, you know, if someone gave me a little bit of positive reinforcement when I was younger, it probably would have been different. Not you, Mom and Dad, in case you're watching. You guys are all right. Henris, can you get linked privileges for a second? Sure. I recommend the Army to anyone. I barely got out of high school. Didn't do good enough to mechanically score to work on helicopters. Sure, it was a 6-year contract, but it was well worth it. Now you're in aerospace. There you go, Nervous. Yep. Food for thought. I know 19-year-olds who are fresh out of high school making $80K a year as a tech. That sounds a lot like that doesn't apply to what I'm saying, S, because those people have figured out what they want to do. It's up to you to figure out what you want to do and figure out if a college degree is really required for what you want to do. It depends. There's so many different jobs out there. There's so many different titles. There's so many different things. It's really up to you to figure it out, you know, via experience, what you want to do. Wait, everybody was telling me not to go into the Air Force, but as soon as I say, who said that, Graham? I never said that. You would do well, sir, serving in the armed forces. That you could parry that. You could parry that into aerospace, sure. There's plenty of people that have. Half the Discord. Next time, just send me a DM, okay? Someone who dropped out and still got into a technical field, I get your point. You can learn something online, but who is validating that you learned it correctly and can apply the principles correctly? That's what I'm saying, Oblivion. That's why I still think there is merit to college degrees to an extent in the applications of engineering ethics. That's very important to understand. Only one good thing about the chair force, but I can't say that till after hours. I choose business ethics. I mean, take Chrysler, for example. They offered me many years ago, $85K out of high school to be a floor manager, and I'd be at their beck and call at times. The offer did stay with them 4 to 5 years, and they'd pay through college degree, but that kind of work-life balance ain't for everybody. There you go. And even if a degree isn't required, it makes a heck of a lot easier to get where you want to instead of jumping through the hoops to prove that you know all the things. It is very hard when you're self-teaching yourself, man. You really got to want it. Sure. Hinris, you can get link perms. I already replied to you. Mods, can you please do that? Is programming a trade skill? I would say at this point, May, yeah, sure. I went to a 3-year graphic design program, found out I loved 3D, and I've been doing that ever since. I'm building a house in 3D right now. There you go, Alan. Right on. You got to figure out what you want to do and then figure out your avenue for doing that. And that might not require college. It's just important to understand that. But like I said, dudes, I would have gotten grilled for saying this. When I first started streaming, if I said that, people would have gotten mad. People did get mad. I did have this conversation with people from time to time. Back then, it was just, you got to go to school, you got to go to school, you got to go to school. Nowadays, that line is blurred, I will admit. You don't necessarily need to have an engineering degree to work at this company, for instance, especially nowadays. I sent it already, but here it is again. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Wounded, for sure. What do you want me to see here? Anyway, I think we've hashed that topic out to its logical extent. What is this? That's not what? After 8 previous failed missions, SpaceX has scheduled the unmanned 9th test for the... Remember when we were talking about competency in your job, like that one time, like 15 seconds ago? Remember? You remember when we were talking about that? Like, you don't necessarily need a degree to prove your competency in a subject. Do you remember? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? do you guys? Oh. 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 Apparently you don't need to be competent to do your job. Apparently. Recent missions to Mars have ended with the destruction of the spacecraft. And space fans will be hoping the 9th time will be the charm. Do these? Okay. No, I think the tank farm is starting to spool up, dudes. That sounds like the tank farm. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's, it's just rage bait. They know they get clicks. Yeah, and thankfully Seth Comics, the guy that posted this, posted a screenshot because, yeah, don't give him the clip. Don't give him the clicks. Anyway. Yeah, that's a thing. I don't, yeah. Hey, as far as I'm concerned, guys, like I said, I'm done being pessimistic about stuff, okay? We were talking about this the other day. I'm done. It's so easy to doom and gloom in this day and age. You know what it's hard to do? It's hard to be optimistic about things, all right? So I'm going to choose the hard path because that's what I like doing. Guess what? Them posting these crappy headlines is keeping me employed. Because if they were posting the truth, people would just go there. If they were posting exactly what's going on, if it was informative and educational, people wouldn't be coming to a stream on YouTube to figure this stuff out. So, as far as I'm concerned, keep posting bad stuff. I'll actually tell people what's going on. I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. Okay? As a journalism major, I died a little bit inside. yeah. Just arrived. When is the launch? We are currently 4 hours, 46 minutes away. The optimistic side, legacy media is dead. Yeah, everybody says that, S. Everybody says that, dude. Oh, legacy media is dead. You can't hate legacy media enough. All right, cool, good. Yeah, I've heard that. I've been hearing that for 8 years. What's next? Come on, what's next? If legacy media is dead, what's replacing them? Citizen journalism, you are the news now? All right, good, great. Like I said, that's keeping me employed. I'm cool with this. That's fine. So what's next? I heard this before. It ain't 2016 anymore, man. I heard this. We heard this story before. When is the next launch time? Hey, Daniel, top left corner, 4-minute 4:45 until the window opens. We're watching it. You are a journalist, no matter how hard you deny it. I just like space, and I just like talking about it, guys. That's the case for some, man. All good, man. We've been on this, you can't hate the legacy media shtick enough for like the last half decade, probably a decade at best. Like, all right, great. You're going to call something fake news in 2025? Dude, all right. Don't you think we've hashed that out enough? What's next? Stop saying the same crap over and over again. That's not how you get people to understand what's going on. No U-turn, what's up? So, have you seen the new feature on the NSF app for flight simulation? Yeah, on next space flight. Yeah. It's pretty good, man. Good stuff. Same thing over and over again, but you talk about the shuttle all the time. Does it get boring? When I talk about constellation hellfish, I'm pretty sure I see a dip every time in my view count every time that happens, but still pertinent and needs to be said. The shuttle stuff probably doesn't get boring, but yeah, either way. So 40-second hold gate today or no? No, I don't think so. Is this starship going to Tahiti? No. I think the landing zone is off of the west coast of Australia. Tahiti, I have a plan, Arthur. Well, I broke the dang wheel again. Looking at messages. All right, excellent. That's why I don't do it as much, Xerox. RDR2 for after hours tomorrow? I have no idea what I'm doing after Starship, Maddie, let alone tomorrow, man. I am so off my game right now. I am very, very much off my game. Hold on. SpaceX they did post some. Oh yeah, here we go. This is what I want right here. This is what I'll show you guys. The stacking pictures are mint. A news stream with you standing in a hot tub could be hilarious. No. Think it'll survive re-entry? I do. Yes. What about before Starship? I mean, that too, God, to be honest with you. I wanted to sit here and discuss Elon's meeting, but he postponed that till after the flight. Yeah, Henris, I'm with you. Did you see that volcano in Hawaii erupted the other day? No. Do you sell hubcaps for a 72 Pinto hatchback? Ooh, Mini Check a magazine. Do you have a breaking news transition? Nope. No, I do this thing that said, oh, hey, this news just came out, and then proceed to show you. Block 2 has grown on you? I don't mind it. I think I just saw this on my, that just came through when I looked at the, when I did a search on X. Yeah, Hotbox, the only way I'm doing a hot tub stream is if I'm actually going to, like, fix a broken hot tub. That's probably it. I don't have a journalistic degree for that transition. Do you think they'll possibly cut the RVACs early? No, Matt, I don't think so. Shutting them down was something to... Shutting an RVAC off early was something to... like, that would be kind of like how Saturn V shut the center engine down early to mitigate some pogo oscillation. SpaceX, by their own admission, has supposedly solved the harmonic resonance problems from Flight 7. So I really don't think that something like that is needed. I think they'll go 6 engines all the way to cutoff. Well, they'll shut Raptors down. If I'm remembering correctly, they'll shut the Raptors down. They'll shut the vacuum Raptors down and then shut the center engines down right after that. Starship launch at 7:30 Eastern. Yes, Bill. Yep. But I'm assuming you're asking if they're going to shut them down like way earlier. They always shut the Vectors down first, and then a couple of seconds later shut down the center engines. Hey, Ouroboros 8913 sub. Thanks, man. As a European Hungarian, I'm still awake at 1:30 in Europe just to see this test. Somehow I feel this test will be more successful. I think so, Saviero. Yeah, I agree. And you guys have proceeded to just go off speaking Hungarian in the YouTube chat. I'm here for it. Just abide by my chat rules. How's the weather look? Everything looks okay, Yum Food, to be honest. Nice shades. Thank you. Darth Hand Banana. Darth Hand Banana. Where's the dragon shirt? Right here, buddy. I got you. Today, Starship U. I just don't want setbacks today. Success means more launches. But it's important to know that setbacks happen. If it blows up, guys, it blows up. That sucks. I'll say it once, I'll say it again, Bob. I understand what you're getting at, but I'm just saying it for the sake of saying it. Every problem that Starship is trying to solve from here on out is something that, you know, there might be particular use cases where you can do this, but every problem that SpaceX is trying to solve at this point is uncharted territory. You're no longer standing on the shoulders of giants here with the Apollo program. This rocket has to stand on its own, figuratively and actually. If it doesn't stand on its own, we got a little bit of an issue. I'm pretty sure it already does that, though. But I digest. No. these problems are going to be difficult to solve. Because in the past, even with Falcon 9, even the early Starship hops, there were times where you could look at the shuttle program or look at the Apollo program and be like, oh, that's a good fix. And now, don't get me wrong, that probably happens and probably still is going to happen in some way, shape, or form. But overall, these problems that they're trying to solve are very, very difficult. And we're in unknown unknowns. This is just, no one's ever made this. No one's ever made something this big. Try to come back from space. Nobody's ever made something this big launch into space. No one's ever done that right there. Okay? No one's ever done that over there. Or this. Right? It's important to understand that. And that's why, guys, like, people are feeling a little bit of anxiety, you know, oh my God, there's a lot riding on this. I really don't think so. From an optics standpoint, yeah, you take that into account, but optics doesn't drive your engineering.
Discovery, go
And
with throttle up.
it should never do that. And before they discover a new failure mode, that's just another way that they figured out how not to launch one into space, dude. I know, you're right. I just want it to be faster, you're old. Yeah, I got you. Dragon, hey, you got your worm logo. 60 months, go Flight 9. That's why, guys, like, once again, I refuse to be pessimistic about this. Nope. They'll make it. I think they'll make it. I don't think they would have put it out on the pad if they weren't absolutely sure. You think SpaceX doesn't understand the stakes here? However, the dichotomy here is that if you're iterating, you got to fly. Not flying is a way to not iterate very fast. If it blows up, it blows up. Sucks to suck, man. Fix it. It's just the monitor went out over there, Max. I agree if it blows up, that is not a big deal. But what does it mean for the HLS deadline? I don't know. SpaceX, by their own admission, Falcon, it takes the impossible and makes it late. Late's better than nothing. I'll tell you what I wouldn't want, though. I wouldn't want HLS going to land on the moon and blowing up. Right? 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 So, if it blows up now, it blows up now. Now is the time to now is the time that you want it to be exploding. To be 100% honest. Ideally, you don't want it to do that, but if you're going to choose any time for it to pop, now would be a good time. That's all I'm saying. If it blows up, it blows up. SpaceX will figure it out. They will figure it out. They will. Stoked for Blue. I hope their timeline comes true. Blue is the same way, but my thing about Blue is that I'm worried that they just don't have a good amount of flight data to do what they're trying to do in the allotted time. Then again, their mission architecture is a lot simpler, but they still have to deal with the same problems and challenges that SpaceX has to as well. Cryogenic on-orbit refueling, cryogenic boil-off mitigation on orbit, rendezvous proximity operations and docking, something they have no experience with. They're gonna need to prove out this type of technology. Blue fully expected that first stage to land. They fully expected the NG1, GS1 NG1 first stage to land, and it didn't. It blew up. And don't get me wrong, if Blue is choosing an iterative approach to New Glenn, that's fine. But if they're not, and they're engineering it on in the same manner, albeit a little faster than SLS, right? Then you got a big problem now. You got a big problem. It wasn't supposed to do that. Now you got to figure out why. Who's this younger streamer with the shades? It's past EJ. It's like CSI Starbase getting kicked out of the virtual room. You know, Blue has to approach these same challenges, and I don't think that. Personally, I don't think Blue likes the optics of them failing, right? Because they're afraid what's going to happen to them is what's going to happen to SpaceX, to be 100% honest with you. However, it would be illogical to think that Blue doesn't have the deep pockets here. Like, that doesn't have the...
Tranquility Base here.
Oh, no.
The Eagle has landed.
How do female sheep turn around? They do a U-turn, of course.
What? All right. Jeff was at the F1 race in Monaco. Interesting. Launch is still a go, Hooper. Yep, yep. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. You know, but like I said, I afford Blue the same courtesy. If it blows up, it blows up. You're in uncharted territory, man. No one's, you know, like, you know, Blue, like, you could say no one's ever tried to land an orbital rocket or land a rocket in general. Blue has a lot of experience with landing rockets. They don't have a lot of experience with landing orbital rockets. But that doesn't mean that, you know, they didn't just poach a bunch of SpaceX's landing team and hire them to design a rocket landing system for them, right? You can do that in this day and age because the industry is big enough to support something like that, which is super cool, and I think that's a W in its own regard. However, at the end of the day, you never landed one. You never landed one that's LNG, that's using LNG and liquid oxygen. No one's ever done something like that. Closest analogous thing would be this. That's not using LNG, that's methane. Differences, right? Right? Blue's going to have to face the same challenges. I think they're tenacious enough. They definitely have the funding to do it. But if explosions happen, they happen. Now, I think it would be more catastrophic for Blue when stuff blows up because I don't think they're doing rapid prototyping. I don't think that's how they design stuff. Do you think Starship will launch people even without an abort? Planes launch people without an abort all the time. There are contingency procedures, but there's no launch escape system on an airplane. There's no parachutes on a commercial airliner on an A320. There are fail-safes that are subsequently built into the system inherent to its design, Linus. So if you have a double engine failure, your wings don't stop working, right? You got to understand that that's what SpaceX is trying to do with Starship. If you think about it in the context of past rockets like SLS, like the Space Shuttle, which was trying to do the same thing and failed from a programmatic standpoint, or the Saturn V, or are you thinking about it, you know, like, oh, it doesn't have a launch escape system. So planes don't have that. Some planes do. Most planes don't. I think Blue underestimated the difficulty of engine restart after re-entry. That's what I mean about unknown unknowns, Liz. Stuff's going to blow up, guys. You're going to see a lot more explosions as we push the boundaries further. It doesn't matter. That's the point that I'm trying to make, dude. It doesn't matter if it's Blue. It doesn't matter if it's SpaceX. It doesn't matter if it's Rocket Lab. You're going to push the envelope. There's a certain amount of technical data that we figured out from the Apollo program, and now we're skirting past that. You can't stand on the shoulders of giants anymore. You have to stand on your own. Every single thing that people try to do that's not doing what the Apollo program is doing from this point going further is going to be very difficult to solve. That's just the nature of the beast, man. Are you going to be on NSF at all today? No. I had some real life plans to deal with Solace Under, and I saw people asking that over in the YouTube chat too. YouTube, this is for you guys as well. I had real life plans, so I was in a wedding as part of a wedding party, and I didn't know. The wedding was scheduled way before Starship, right? It was scheduled way before Starship. So once Starship's net launch date started creeping up on the date of that wedding, I told NSF that I wouldn't be available for anything. Because I didn't want to say, yes, I'll be in Boca Chica, or yes, I'll be on a stakeout stream, or yes, I'll be on a countdown to launch, and then not be able to make it. That would be unwise. I wouldn't want to screw them over like that. So I just told them I'm not available at all during this. There's no drama. They said, yeah, that's cool. That's fine. And that's it. What's your prediction? What's your prediction it blows up? What's your prediction if it blows up? I don't think it will, Graham. I was thinking about the success of SN15 hop after SN11 boom, and that keeps you optimistic. It's always darkest before the dawn, Hinks. Oh, Aerodite, yeah, cool. Maybe it doesn't make sense, but I thought about the huge Notmar over the Atlantic and have a theory. What if they did it because if they were to encounter problems during ascent, they can turn off the engines and return before the ship loses control? Where's it going to land? I mean, maybe Bedojo, that might be a thing. I think that was in response to it blowing up and the debris landing area. Hey, Siret with a $3 silver chat, super chat. Silver chat? Silver chair? Good band. Keep up the good work. Thanks, sir. The presentation being delayed is actually somewhat good. It might be, we might get a post-flight brief from Elon. Sure. Yeah, guys, it's always darkest before the dawn. The hardest problems are the hardest ones to solve. The unknown unknowns are going to be difficult. And you're going to encounter a damn lot more failure than you do success. We got kind of spoiled with them nailing this thing on the first shot, guys. Because if you did it right on the first try, that unlocked an amazing amount of data to remove a ton of unknown unknowns, right? It's like if you're playing a racing game and you take a shortcut and it's a stunt track and you nail the shortcut correctly. You nail the shortcut correctly, now you know a faster way to go around the track, and it stays like that, right? Does that mean you'll nail the shortcut again on the next lap? I don't know. Does that mean you're not going to get hit with a blue shell? Maybe. Really want to hear your opinion. Okay, Liz, what do you want? What do you want to see? But is there a cap to that envelope if you're not using iterative design? What do you think? A cap to what? Give me some context. I'm having like 4 or 5 conversations right now. Drive through for cutting the corner and gaining an advantage. Yeah, see, that's the opposite of iterating and max. That's the opposite of that. Which contextually in your statement makes a lot of sense. Like, how many failures and explosions happened during the days of NASA? It happens, Trenton. The envelope of pushing space flight forward. Well, to understand that, I think it's important to look at a macro perspective of the space flight industry as a whole over the past 50 years. It's very clear that we can solve these problems with a lot of time, like SLS. That's a good way to do it. But I think the biggest reason why SpaceX is being expedient about this is because Elon believes that over the past 50 years, that way is not a good way to solve things. The way NASA's engineering stuff only makes sense if you have a deadline. We choose to go to the moon in this decade. Trying to keep up with that type of rapid engineering, that type of engineering style, that waterfall style of engineering with all up testing is not very expedient. Right? Doesn't really work too well without a timeline. This is why I think SpaceX is doing rapid prototyping. They're doing rapid iterative testing. The reason why they're doing that is because we're playing catch up over the last 50 years. Something like Starship should have been invented in the 80s. Sorry to say. Like, if you've covered a lot of spaceflight history like I have, or if you were there, man, we were promised the Millennium Falcon in the 80s, okay? Like, the space shuttle was supposed to be the spaceship that took us to the star. Like, this type of stuff should have existed a long time ago, right? I think, Liz, and in this regard, I don't necessarily think that iterative spaceflight is always the end-all be-all. Iterative spaceflight in this regard is a means to an end. The type of systems engineering that you do for your program really makes a lot of difference. Like, it's an important thing to understand. Iterative design works for SpaceX because Elon this is kind of the company's creed because it's his creed at this point. Elon thinks that our window of opportunity for making life multiplanetary is open right now, and we have no idea how long it's going to be open for. At this point in time, we have the economic factors, the civilization factors, the societal factors to be able to build something like this and get us off of this rock. That window of opportunity has existed if you were looking at this window of opportunity to be able to send people to Mars, it's possible. We have the technology to do that now. We got to build it, right? It's going to take time. But if you look at the entirety of human existence, right? Say, and I'll paraphrase President Kennedy's speech again here. Say human existence could be condensed down to the last 50 years, okay? All of human existence, right? Could be condensed down in the last 50 years. The window for opening up, for making us multiplanetary, for real, has happened maybe in the past week. Okay? That's important to understand. And that's important to understand SpaceX's design philosophy, okay? The window is open right now to go to Mars. Not physically. The Mars window is every 26 months, just in case anybody gets confused there. Okay? Hour, if even. Bingo. Exactly. SpaceX is doing rapid prototyping because we don't know how long that window is going to be open. What if Terminator happens, or something like War Games happens and we blow ourselves up? Or what if a meteorite happens? What if an extinction event happens? We don't know when and where that's going to happen. We can't predict it. It would be better to improve your odds of success or odds of mitigation to an extinction event right now, because you can, because we have the technology to do it. That is the modus operandi entirely of SpaceX. That is what they work off of. Try to get to Mars and try to play catch up, use the technologies that exist and figure out some that don't to get us to Mars, because we are, look, man, we're overdue for an extinction event. Overdue. If you, any geologist, any anthropologist, archaeologist, anybody will be able to tell you that there have been a lot of extinction events in Earth's history. An asteroid, a volcano, whatever, something, an ice age. There have been tons of events like that that have caused life to die off and reinvent itself. That's why dinosaurs aren't walking around unless you're on Jurassic Park. Right? So it's in SpaceX's and frankly humanity's best interest to do this fast. Do it as fast as you can. And the way you learn the most is by flying a lot. Unfortunately, flying a lot is expensive. But the flip side of that is that the guy that runs SpaceX has very deep pockets. So I think we're okay. Life finds a way. We are the extinction event. Oh, that's so deep. Speaking of iterative design, Vast just posted that the Haven demo is conducting final checkouts. Nice, man. Prosperity without a goal leads to the collapse of civilization. Yeah, Falcon, that's true. Lethargy and entropy will get you if you're not careful. We need to have a goal. This is a good goal. Human beings are a disease, a cancer of this planet, and we are the cure. Mr. Chatterson, I'm going to enjoy watching you die, Mr. Chatterson. My name is Chet. Did it scrub? Nope, not yet, Kristen.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Joe Simba 1, 61-month resub. Let's go Starship. There you go. That's Liz. So is it sustainable in the long term? Where are the upper limits of that? I'm not sure. But the thing about it is that, and once again, it's funny because President Kennedy in his speech in 1962 at Rice talked about this exact thing. And it's something that I've been trying to bring up a little bit more to understand the context of the situation that we're in. Look, the same reason why I can get on an airplane and fly to Boca Chica and get there in a couple of hours, or fly to Los Angeles, or the same reason why I can, get a weather report because of satellites that are up in space. We're there because people didn't take their foot off the gas pedal trying to figure this stuff out, right? You don't. President Kennedy in his speech said, and this applies, I think, to an extent to humanity as a whole, but please bear with me. She basically said, like, the Americans don't do that. We didn't get to the position that we're in by taking our foot off the gas pedal. We have to iterate. We have to go. We have to prototype. We have to try to be a better version of ourselves all the freaking time. If we're not, the whole experiment doesn't work correctly. You know, the experiment that is this country, right? It doesn't work right. We have to do that. We should be striving for that. And if you don't, if you take your foot off of the gas pedal, you're not going to get anywhere. Someone will pass you. Did you watch Vintage Space's recent video? It's a great watch. No, I haven't. Hey, Bobber, what's going on? Long time no see. I've been out of the loop for a while now. When are we expecting the next Starship launch? It's 4 hours? 4 hours from now, dude? If you're not evolving, if you're not iterating, if you're not going, you're going to stagnate. So, Liz, to answer your question, to an extent, we should never stop doing stuff like that. We never should have stopped doing stuff like that. We stopped doing stuff like that in the context of the space program. Not trying to invite that big discussion in here. In the context of the space program, we really stopped doing that by the time Challenger rolled around. The exploration of space will continue. Whether we choose to be a part of it or not, we need to be a part of it. We need to lead it. For the eyes of the world, now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond. We're doing that planets beyond part right now. That's what this is. Missed you covering Starship flights on your own. Well, I'm here, Gilux. Yep. Where's Marcus? Hey, Ando. Marcus is in the shop. Marcus is my shop chair now. Yeah, we should never stop iterating. You never take your foot off the gas pedal. You teach a culture of iteration because we stopped doing it. Like, when I was younger, I mean, going back to the whole college thing, not like that, but when I was younger, it's like you were never taught to take risks, because if you took risks, that means you could fail, right? Dude, I don't know about you guys. That was the thing when I went to school in the 90s and the 2000s. Yeah, don't take a risk. It's too risky. Don't do that. You're not gonna get the financial security that you need doing a startup. Don't do that. No. Right? That doesn't get you anywhere. Where's that gotten us? You know? We can't have stagnation. We have to stagnation like that, and resting on your laurels is not going to work, especially when it comes to spaceflight. Now, keep in mind, once again, guys, I'm not talking, I can't really speak to anything else. I could speak to spaceflight, though. You know, Liz, in that regard, we should never stop iterating. Iterative design will always be a component to learning, and I don't think we ever should have stopped doing that. The other way of testing works well, but the waterfall style testing works fine with rockets, but it's not expedient, right? It's not expedient. That's the problem. The only way that it becomes expedient is with deadlines. And if the political apparatus is not willing to commit to these deadlines because it's too risky, so be it. We'll figure out other ways to do it. Oh my gosh, your face is naked. Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird. Feels like it's like lighter. I'm like, what is this air on my face here? I think the argument that human spaceflight from a safety standpoint has a hard cap with traditional design, even if it is a safer option to the point that it can reach, let's say, the moon. The argument that human spaceflight from a safety standpoint has a hard cap. No, it doesn't. A well-engineered vehicle has a hard cap. Safety is... Oh, look. If you're a safety nutcase out there, please, 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 for the love of God, don't try to be like, well, EJ, that's not very safe. I mean, somebody will still do it. But hopefully they do it as an ironic joke. Look, a safe system starts with a well-engineered system, okay? Starship's testing regime allows it to be tested hundreds of times with no people on board before you actually put souls on board. It's designed to do that. That's a well-engineered system. That doesn't just start with the design. That's the overall way it's supposed to be tested. There were other systems that tried to do this that didn't work very well because certain stakeholders insisted on making it manned. That one. Yeah, talking about this one. You know, like I said, it goes back to 737s, A320s, A330s, 747s, A380s. Those planes don't have abort systems. They don't have them. Why? They don't have parachutes. They don't have ejection seats. Why not? Because the way that that system was engineered, the way that it was constructed, was good enough to do a certain amount of testing, max notwithstanding, to do a certain amount of testing to prove that it's empirically safe. That's called a matured system, a matured engineering system. That's very important to understand. Starship, the way the systems engineering works for Starship is to make sure empirically that this thing is safe enough to put people on. It's something that SpaceX learned from the commercial crew program because NASA would not let them fly people on it unless they proved with flight data that it was safe enough to fly. If you were a fan of SpaceX in that era, the COPVs on Falcon 9. After the solid oxygen permeation blew up almost 6. Or the COPV holder coming loose in a COPV playing pinball inside of the LOX tank on the second stage. Safe systems are engineered into it. You don't apply safety mechanisms after the fact. That is, in fact, not safe. Empirically, from a very, very empirically from a spaceflight historical perspective, I would argue that the systems implemented to make the shuttle safe after Challenger are exactly what led to Columbia. Yep. But if you design everything for 50 years to launch, one SLS, I mean, it is safe, but it took almost 50 years to launch, and by the time it's safe and at 50 years to launch SLS, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the gap? Let me read it again. Apologies, English is not my native language. Okay, all right, I understand. But if you design everything for 50 years to launch one SLS, I mean, it is safe, but it took 50 years to launch, and by the time it is safe enough, it has not done anything groundbreaking. It has just done the same thing we did 50 years ago. Apologies, English is not my native language, and so understanding my point might be difficult. I'm not sure, so Liz, I'm not sure where you're bringing SLS into this. We were talking about iterative design. I think that iterative design is the way forward. What SLS is doing is fine, but that really only works if you have a hardcore deadline. You have a hard deadline. When are we landing on the moon? When does the Artemis program say we're landing on the moon? Can anybody give me a solid answer? No, you can't. No deadline. Doesn't work. Hired SLS hasn't been developed for 50 years. Once again, English is not his first language. What he means is that it's taken us 50 years to duplicate what the Saturn V has done, arguably to a lesser extent, right? Liz, what I'm trying to tell you is that we never should have taken our foot off the proverbial gas pedal. We never should have stopped the Saturn V. We never should have stopped the Apollo program. Because if we did, we wouldn't have to play catch up right now. If we didn't stop it, we wouldn't have to play catch up right now. And the way that was working was a very milestone-based waterfall-style schedule. But, I mean, they were doing iterative design to an extent. I would argue that a lot of the risk for Apollo was retired because of the Gemini program. And a lot of the risk for the Gemini program was retired because of the Mercury program. One program built off of another. It was not the point that SLS has been in development for 50 years. Yeah, exactly. That's the point is that it's doing the same thing we did a long time ago. That's because we stopped. We shouldn't have stopped. So I would argue that a component of iterative design is always going to be needed to push the forefront of spaceflight. If they hadn't let off the gas, we'd be on Titan by now. Yeah, we would be somewhere. Rocket Guy, what's up, man? Software pioneered iterative design. They moved really quickly, and it worked great. Arguably, agile development has fallen off to some degree, mainly because of poor implementation. But we can certainly see it in the aerospace engineering industry what Agile can do with a hybrid, structured Agile approach. Things could be much better. Already are much better looking at every space startup company doing some kind of Agile improvement. That's right, man. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Yeah, nice. Yeah, Liz, we should always have a component to it because once again, like SpaceX, we're, you know what, Liz? I'll say it this way. All right? Hear me out. As a spaceflight fan, I am sick of having the damn technology and the know-how to do something and not doing it, A, because it's not politically expedient, or B, because it's going to be too expensive. I'm really getting sick of that. It's really frigging annoying. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you can't stop. You have to keep going. We are still, remember when I said a second ago, we're still standing on the shoulders of giants from the Apollo program a half century ago. Right? We're still standing on the shoulders of giants. Only now, with stuff like what, the Artemis program wishes or wants to do, I guess, and what Starship is supposed to do, and what Blue is supposed to do, trying to do with their refueling model. Only now are we getting into the kind of territory that Apollo did not conquer. Does that make sense? Only now. We could have been here 50 years ago, man. I'm waiting for Half-Life 3. Have fun with that. You're going to be waiting a while. I'm sick of sitting here and not trying to push the forefront and not trying to do crazy stuff just because, it's too risky. I'm sick of that. We did not get to this position. We didn't get here. The Apollo program didn't get here without inherent risk. We lost 3 astronauts because of it, because of that risk. But where Gus Grissom, Roger Chaffee, and Ed White, where they perished, that paved the way for 6 successful missions to the moon. Not continuing with that is a slap in the face. Was a slap in the face to the people that paid the ultimate price for this. Like that was bad. That was a bad thing. Like, it's not without risk. And the only way that you're going to at least come up with a somewhat analogous trade-off to losing lives like that, don't get me wrong, you never want that to happen. The only way you're going to trade it off is, with whatever you learned from that failure, making the next flight safer. That's why the airline industry is so damn safe nowadays. The rules are paved in blood, guys. I'm sorry. They're written in blood, not paved. It's not a road. Almost 6. We landed 6 times. We should have landed 7. We actually never should have stopped. Did you see that AI is trained to identify fake photos? Looked at the Apollo landing and said it was fake. Sure. The AI, that's the same AI that says, like somebody asks a question about something, if it's fake or not, and it says it's real. I saw Grok just today on a post on X say that a blatant flight simulator video was real. Somebody tried to show a 737 crabbing at some airport, right? And it's kind of just sitting over the runway, and then it finally goes down. Like it said that was real. So yeah, sure. Okay. Can you imagine if Christopher Columbus saw America, noticed it wasn't India, he'd hope it, well, just by modern logic, if we applied that to Christopher Columbus, people would have said it's not worth it. It's not worth trying to find that. It's not worth it because you're sailing into the unknown. It's not worth it. It's not worth trying to find a better way to get to the Dutch East Indies. It's not worth it. You're wasting all this money when we could have just used the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria to just sail more supplies over there. AI trained to determine if text is AI generated says the U.S. Constitution is 99.5% AI generated. Case in point, Basia. Thank you. One request for the launch today. Please give a little more quiet time at launch for the audio to be blasted without voice as proper. Thanks. Respectfully, can't see me. That's not really how I roll, dude. I mean, I'll try, but I can't guarantee anything, man. I'll try. But anyway, Liz, I don't think we should ever stop iterating to an extent. We should never stop. We should never have stopped, man. New cut, I shaved, Runyer. Yeah, shaved. It's getting too hot out. It's getting too hot out to have a freaking beard, man. How many hours until launch? The window for Starship Flight 9 opens in 4 hours, pretty much on the dot. Fair enough. You can't see me. I'll try to be quiet, but when you're, let's be real. My stream isn't really the hallmark of streaming professionalism, especially when rockets take off. Like, I'll try, dude. I'll try, but honestly, if you don't want a hype train when this thing goes off, you might be in the wrong place, dude. I'll try. We'll see. We'll see how it pans out. Request denied. I'm sorry. I'm not saying request denied. I'm just being truthful, okay? You're telling somebody from the Northeast to be quiet too. That's a hard sell for me, man. It's a hard sell for me, dude. I'll try, man. I'll try. I'll see what I can do for you, okay? Since we are T-minus 4 hours, the tank farm should be starting to spool up pretty soon. Yep. Anyway, yeah. Guys, that's kind of where I'm at with Starship. We've talked about a lot of historical stuff, a lot about design features, agile, waterfall development. What does this mean for SpaceX? Guys, I'm fairly confident this thing will fly. I don't think SpaceX would have put their I don't think they would have put it out on the pad unless they thought they were putting their best foot forward. I truly believe that. I don't believe that their Flight 8 anomaly report was indescript or, that they're obfuscating some kind of crazy failure that they don't know about. That's not really what SpaceX does. I really don't think anything like that is going on. I think it wouldn't be there. It wouldn't be right here if they didn't think they were giving it the maximum odds of success. Now, with that all being said, dudes, like I said, if it blows up, it blows up. Stuff happens. Fix it. It's that simple. Figure out what went wrong, work the problem, and fix it. It would be prudent to think about that in a very simplistic term like that. Don't be like, well, the failure was caused by, no. I understand tracing failure modes. Figure out the root problem, fix it. Put it on the pad again. That's the truth. It's the truth. NSF is starting the launch stream at L-4. Okay. You think 15 will fly expendable, or do you think they'll try and catch it? It depends on what happens with this flight team, man. Maverick Mike, I'm sure building this is a lot more stressful than building an F-16. Yeah, then what? Yeah, cool. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean the F-16, dude. Like, Mike, that's a really, that's a super good example, dude. F-16s now very, very mature tech. The newest version. What are we at? Like the Block 50 or something? Like, what's the highest block of a 16 nowadays? You know what I mean? Block 70. See, that's what I mean. It's a very mature technology. But Mike, you can speak to this. Does that mean you should dick around and not take it seriously? Absolutely not. No. Because the second you do that, you're ignoring everything that got you to this super reliable Block 70 model, right? That's what I mean. The F-16 program, the start of the F-16 program was very difficult getting that fly-by-wire system to work correctly. Heck, the first taxiing flight of an F-16 took off without them. They didn't have the fly-by-wire tooled in. Guy went down the runway. The plane took off. That was the first test flight. That doesn't mean it didn't have its kinks, right? Starship is the same way. But since it is a couple of factors higher in terms of mechanical complexity, right? There's going to be more hiccups. But that doesn't mean we won't get to a Block 70 Starship one day. Right? Rumors are the Air Force wants F-16s again, the Block 80. It's a good plane, man. What can I say? They almost crashed the YF-16 on Flight 0 high-speed taxi test. It turned into a flight. That's exactly what I'm talking about, man. This stuff happens. I have lots to say about F-16 production. Everything was hard moving from Fort Worth to South Carolina. That's, ugh. Why would you uproot an entire factory unless it was for whatever? I think I understand what you're saying. Picking up what you're laying down, man. A little off topic. Did you see the 1.1 update of Satisfactory? Lots of useful quality of life. I did play it in experimental, Badojo, yeah. To make way for the F-35. Ah. Why didn't they just make the F-35 in South Carolina? Why is there so much controversy over this one launch? I've been in and out. It sounds like majority of people think it's going to fail. I think people are worried, Element, because the last two failed. I very much think that we've been spoiled by SpaceX in their ability to just seemingly do magic, right? I don't think there's a lot of newer spaceflight fans out there. I don't think there's a, there's a lot of newer spaceflight fans out there that weren't even here for the suborbital hop tests. And that's not a bad thing or anything, but they're not used to this. SpaceX, basically, since SN15 landed, has been getting pretty much W after W after W after W after W, right? There's some minor things here with Falcon 9 in its second stage. There's minor things with Dragon and its toilet not working. Minor things with, with the exception of Flight 1. Minor hiccups with the Starship program, but no big major ruds like Flight 7 and Flight 8. I don't think people understand. Believe me, I'm not saying this to be condescending or anything, Element, and certainly not to you. The reason why I'm saying all this is because I don't think people realize that, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. There's going to be way more failures as we go further into the Starship program. And I'm not saying that to be some kind of edgy guy. Well, I know something that you don't. So I'm going to say it's going to fail more because I have some information that you don't. No, it's not anything like that. My name's Little Nicky. I'm going to get all you suckers for no reason. No, it's not anything like that. When you're when you're at the cutting edge, but we'll say leading edge. Wink, wink. When you're at the leading edge space flight and you're trying to do something, frankly, no one has ever done before, you're going to run into failures. You know why? Because that's what happens every time somebody tries to push the envelope. It happened in the early era of like the golden age of flying, right? Why 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic, right? How many guys tried to do what Charles Lindbergh did and failed? You don't remember those guys though, right? Albert, you want me to talk about Artemis's trajectories? Yeah, give me 1 second. Get in the flask. What are you talking about? I'm talking about an 8-piece, baby. Let's go. You know, it's guys, anytime someone's tried to push aerospace, look at the X-15 program. We all remember the X-15 program as this crazy awesome thing. You know, guys died flying the X-15. Like, they went too fast. They literally, well, not literally, it figuratively did an Icarus and flew too close to the sun. The thing basically re-entered. Same thing happened with the SR-71. There was an SR-71 that was flying at Mach 3, and one of the engines decided, one of the ramjets decided it didn't want a ramjet anymore. That was the end of that. It happens. But I think because we've gotten out of this, we don't seem to have, and this is what I'm trying to reteach. We should go, you should push, you should fail. It happens. If you're trying to do something difficult, it's usually worth doing. And don't get deterred by it. It happens. That's an important thing to understand. Hey, WD-40. Wanted to go to the keys for this one, but dang, work. Yeah. I was supposed to be at a barbecue today. David, I'm on solo here today. That's because I had real life plans, and I wasn't sure if real life plans potentially could coincide with a launch, so I didn't commit to anything for NSF, strictly out of not wasting their time. That was the big one. The wedding that I had to go to, I didn't know if it was going to fall on the same day as Starship, and if it did, well, no coverage for your boy. Clearly, that's not how that went down, but I didn't want to make the scheduling for stakeouts and countdown to launches any more difficult than it already is. It's tough to coordinate all those streams, and I don't want to give unfair pressure to NSF being like, I'm here, no, I'm not, no, I'm here, no, I'm not. So yeah, you just got me solo this time, dude. Hey, Pat, see you later for liftoff. Yep. Ryan would be angry if he sees this parody, EJ. Nah, I don't mean to go dumping on Ryan. Ryan's cool. He's a good dude. He's a huge sci-fi nut. Good guy. So, yeah, Element, I think SpaceX does need a W here, but if it fails, it fails. People have short memories, man. Falcon 1 failed 3 times in a row. It almost cost the company. It happens. But once again, it goes back to it. You don't think SpaceX knows that? They wouldn't put that thing out on the pad unless they thought they were putting their best foot forward. I've been saying that like a broken record. And guys, I'm through dooming and glooming. If it works, it works. That's awesome. That's a huge W. If it doesn't work, figure out what went wrong. Put the stupid thing back on the pad. Fly it until you get it right. Look, no harm, no foul here. You got a free booster. The booster was free. It's a free booster for you, Elon. It's a free booster. It's a free booster. 29 engines are reused. You know, it's got a LOX tank in the back. It's a free booster for you. It's a free booster for you. You know? Looking fresher than ever? Thanks, man. You know? So, actually, yeah, you're retiring a lot of risk by using a reused booster, so to speak. Because if something goes wrong, all right, cool. We already paid for those 29 engines and the tankage, so it's free real estate. Shame COTS wasn't consulted for Gateway and other current programs like Clips. Yeah. So, yeah, guys, the point is that if it blows up, it freaking blows up. I don't think it will, but if it does, it does. Helicopter, 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 helicopter. If it does, it does. That happens. Okay, so Albert, what are you talking about? Hi. Talking about going back to the moon, could you please explain the difference between the successful Apollo mission simple trajectory going to the moon versus Artemis selector trajectory going back to the moon, and why this trajectory plan is better? The argument, Albert, is that the way Artemis is doing it is basically goes to a space station around the moon, and the argument there is that having a space station around the moon can provide more sustainable exploration for the moon, because the argument there is that if you have a place, hold on, They literally cut the camera as I switched. All right. If you have a place to go, right? If you have a place like a toll booth, so to speak, right, out there, that you can always send people there and you don't need to worry about it going anywhere, right? You send people to it, people can use it to get down to the moon, et cetera, et cetera. It was argued as it's a more sustainable way to go to the moon. Now, oh, people are going to hate me for this. I think that's bull crap, to be honest with you. I don't, it does make sense. And I probably wouldn't have said this at some point. Oh my gosh, they found me. I don't know if they brought forward Marty. Is it more risky though? Adding steps to lunar exploration in the name of sustainability is definitely more risky, Albir. And this is what I was going to say. There was a time where a gateway would have been a good idea. The time where gateway is a good idea would have been like 6 or 7 years ago. We're in 2025 and no gateway. Modules aren't even done yet. Now, I understand learning to live and work in deep space, etc., etc. I would argue that a higher flight cadence will solve that problem more than an anchor point around the moon. Artemis, yeah, right guy. Artemis is supposedly built to be sustainable versus Apollo, which was to just get us there but not stay, arguably. Yeah, Rocket Guy, dude, we've talked about this. There was a time where I thought that was a good idea. There was a time. I don't think it's a good idea nowadays. The reason why is that, yeah, the more sustainable way to get us there has not gotten us there in 15 years of program spending. The Artemis program has been, they didn't even have a name for it when it first started. It started basically 2013, 2014, and it's been going till now. That's 13 years, almost. 2013, so 12 years, right? Strimmer math. It's been going for 12 years. That's almost the length of the entire Apollo program. The Apollo program started in 1963, arguably. I'd say 1963 is when the Apollo funding really started to hit. And it basically ended in 1975 with the Apollo-Soyuz test project, after going to the moon 6 successful times. In that entire span, the Artemis program has launched 1 time and gotten a capsule near the moon. So there was a time where I would have said that Gateway is probably a better way to do it. That time for Gateway to be a better way to do it would have been if Gateway launched in like 2020. Yeah. But here we are, 12 years into this program, and they've launched once. The biggest driver behind Artemis architecture and the way that it is built is because of poor repurposing of constellation elements in a non-constellation architecture. Orion's service module just sucks and SLS is undersized. Yeah, precisely. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct. And even that one capsule is unmanned. That's right. So I'll be the advantages there for sustainability. The arguments that are made for sustainability have empirically proven that they're not very sustainable and frankly terrible arguments. And this is why I think NASA is having the problems that it's having. Hey, an anonymous gifter gifted his sub to I like your nose. I like your nose. My nose is pretty good. I like it. It's pretty awesome. Herder, asteroid redirect. Yep. Yeah. The best time to launch Gateway would have been 5 years ago. It's like Ariane 6 with the European space program. The Ariane 6 is an amazing launch vehicle. If it's 2013 or 2014, it's an amazing launch vehicle. But it's not. It's 2025. Every time SpaceX encountered an issue, they solved it. I don't know why Ryan is so pessimistic. I don't know, Falcon. I can't figure that out, dude. I don't... Like... I don't want to say this to Ryan because I love that dude, but this mentality is not how we got to the moon. If everybody thought that way when we were going to the moon and basically turned their head away at any time the going got tough, we'd still be trying to get to the moon. Case in point, the Artemis program. To rope it into what you were saying. Gateway should have been contracted way differently, probably cost plus or something. Rocket Guy, if it was up to me, and keep in mind I have the benefit of hindsight and all the time in the world to think about this because I have no stakeholder expectations involved here. I honestly think that SLS should have taken a book directly out of the Saturn V, particularly the Apollo Applications Program. An EUS-based transfer vehicle would have probably been the right solution. You launch that thing out there, right? Launch it out there, use the EUS and its thruster systems to station keep, or retrofit a US with electric propulsion and solar panels. Basically incorporate the power and propulsion element directly into the EUS and put the Halo module on the front and make it its own autonomous spacecraft that can operate independently of Orion. Use that as your gateway. Use that as your gateway. And from there, you could build more modules like how they planned to build Gateway originally based off of that. Now, the reason why I think that's a better idea is because that kind of ropes in your Martian architecture. You are inherently designing Martian architecture to explore the moon, which I think is killing two birds with one stone, right? Because if you can get something out to the moon that's as big as the EUS, a power and propulsion EUS with a Halo module on it, right? And have it sit there indefinitely to station keep in a rectilinear Halo orbit with an Orion capsule docked to it, well, I don't know, astronauts go to the moon or whatever, or explore, do a long duration stay, then arguably you could use an EUS doing in that same exact element to do a Martian flyby or a Venusian flyby. And then the information that you can gather from there, you could use to make better transfer vehicles. That would have been a good way to do that. That's kind of like what Constellation was supposed to do. You know, it's almost like that was a good idea or something. Oh, we're at that point in the stream. Yeah, right. So, and because of that, Gateway contract was renegotiated 3 times with more than 617 added requirements after the initial contract reward. Yeah, Rocket Guy, you hit the nail on the head when you said it before. The reason why the Artemis program hasn't really done anything is because it's made out of the scraps that any congressional representative or senator could save after we decided we didn't want to push the boundary of spaceflight. Yep. This is what I mean about standing on the shoulders of giants. SpaceX is trying to do something crazy. They're trying to do something crazy, and they're going to run into problems. There's nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with building a Skylab out of an EUS. There's nothing wrong with that, doing that way with an Orion capsule. In fact, that is the simplest architecture that makes you mass produce upper stages, mass produce habitation modules, and mass produce Orions. There's nothing wrong with doing that. That is a perfectly good way to do it. Don't give me any crap about sustainability. I don't want to hear it because people throw around unsustainable in the space program all the time, to the point where the most sustainable program is the one that never launches. I don't trust anybody's judgment in saying whether a space program is sustainable or not, especially someone that's going to cite financial aspects as being sustainable. One, NASA isn't a business. It's not about making profits. 2, NASA's profit is not coming from wealth made off of going to the moon or made off of going to Mars or made off of exploring deep space. The wealth is the knowledge in knowing how to do that and the technologies that develop from said logic that wouldn't have been developed otherwise. So sustainability is a horse crap argument, and anybody that says that stuff has no idea what they're talking about. Second of all, pushing the forefront of exploration like this inspires other generations. Frequent launches inspire other generations. There's a reason why SpaceX has so many fanboys. That's undeniable. You know why? Because they launch stuff. Because they launch stuff. There's a reason why. Because SpaceX is bringing back that idea that you can go and you can fail and it's not a big deal and you just got to keep grinding at it and persistence will always win. It's true. That's the Apollo program had the same mentality, right? It's true. It's absolutely true. Right? So investing in the space program not only gets you your STEM outreach, inspires generations to get into STEM jobs, right? But it shows what we can do. And from a national kind of pride standpoint, or even if you're not from the United States, from a humanities standpoint, it shows what humans are capable of doing. It shows us at our best. And that has repercussions, mostly optimistic repercussions into the future. The Apollo program, everybody touts this nonsense. Oh, the Apollo program inspired an entire generation. Well, that's not wrong. But it also, how did it inspire another generation? People cite that statistic to say, oh, it made a lot of engineers and scientists. Well, that's great. Good. You made a lot of engineers and scientists. Then you got the program. You got the program that they designed that they wanted to be engineers and scientists for. Whoops. Right? But the thing about the Apollo program was that the repercussions of that down the road was an optimistic look towards the future. Between Charles Lindbergh's first flight, right, and the moon landings was less than 40 years, dudes. 39 years. Or no. 62, 67, 35. So 42. It would have been 42 years. Excuse me. Strimmer math. That's not a long period of time. Hello, my best Top Gun actor. Could be my wingman anytime. See, that's what I'm talking about. You're inspiring, pushing the envelope like this is going to have repercussions for people to look out for a more hopeful future, despite all the problems that we have right now. Well, guess what, guys? Our problems, we'll solve our problems. Guess what? There's going to be problems in the future. There's going to be problems now. There were problems 56 years ago when we went to the moon. Refusing to solve problems is what got us stagnant in spaceflight for 56 years. Well, it's 56 and counting, right? You have to... doing these launches and doing these space programs provide societal repercussions that are inherently better for us, right? Look at how many people look at the Artemis program and get jaded from it. That's doing the opposite, if anything. That's doing the opposite of what the intention of a space program is supposed to do. Think about that for a second. People look at that, they get jaded. People look at SpaceX, well, they're launching stuff. They're doing things. That's really important to understand. I hate how we messed up space. So do something about it, Graham. Do something. That's what I mean. We can sit here and we can say, this is the problem, that's the problem, that's it. Guess what? This is what I'm trying to tell you. People could sit here and they can doom and gloom about Starship all they want. What if it fails? SpaceX is doomed. Oh my gosh, 3 failures. That would really suck, blah, blah, blah. That's noise. That is static. That is nothing. If it fails, if it freaking blows up, it blows up. Deal with it. Fix the damn thing and get it to work. It'll make that success that much sweeter. That's also a helicopter. So, we could sit here, we can doom and gloom, we could be pessimistic about it, or we could be excited about it. We could be excited about it. And we could be happy that we have something like this. That's fine with me. I'm pretty damn happy for that. Look at what we can do. That's so cool. That is doing NASA's work for them, which is super annoying. That's super annoying. NASA should be doing this stuff too. Hello. So do something about it. Don't doom and gloom. Don't think I can't do it because it's too risky. That kind of mentality got us where we are right now. Are you angry because you're not in Texas right now? Maybe a little? No. NASA's a bureaucratic quagmire. So rare so you've identified the problem. Are we just going to sit here and keep saying it? That's the problem? That's the problem? Or are we going to do something about it? This is a mentality thing, guys. It's a mentality thing. I refuse to be pessimistic about this flight. I'm not doing that anymore. I've gotten so jaded about stuff. You know, I had kind of an epiphany moment on stream the other day. We're talking about going to space. And how going to space, we don't need a frigging reason. You know? We don't need a reason to go to space. We don't need that. The reason is self-evident. Self-evident because we need to push the forefront. Or else our American experiment doesn't work. We need to be pushing the technological boundaries. All right? If we don't do that, where are we going? All right? We don't need China to race to space. That's awesome that they want to do that. And it would be really nice to beat them back to the moon. But that has historically proven that that is an unsustainable way to conduct space flight exploration. Because the thing about a space race is that a race ends. You win. The thing about exploration and going further into the stars and pushing the forefront of technological expertise in this stuff is that you never win that game. We don't need a reason. We don't need China to go back to the moon. We should have just done it. We should just do it. We don't need an adversarial entity. Going to space is the destiny of humanity. We need to get out of the cradle. This is not just an American thing. This is a human thing. We need to go. If we don't go, we stagnate. And stagnation leads to war. Historically proven fact. Also, China. I'm sorry, I just like saying it that way. It's funny. To boldly go where no one has gone before. Also, China. China. Sorry, I'm not trying to make any political statement from that. I just think it's funny saying it that way. We don't need a damn reason, dudes. We shouldn't need a reason. Going to space, everyone can agree that that's where we belong. That's where we need to go. China. We don't. So every time I see people like a politician or something saying, well, we need to beat China into space. I've heard, yeah, dude, we heard this game before 50 years ago. Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, you know where it ended? With a half century of stagnation in spaceflight. That's a dumb idea. We should just go. We don't need a reason. You right now. What's up? Come on, do something. Have you done any research on helium-3? Yeah, of course, holy moly. Helium-3 is this wonder element that everybody says will change the future, but no one knows how to get or do or know what to do with. Everyone's like, oh, well, if we get helium-3 on the moon, we'll figure it out. Not realizing that helium-3 combined with deuterium is a great way to do nuclear fusion. A problem that we haven't figured out yet. I'm sick of people talking about helium-3. There's helium-3 on the moon. Well, maybe we should go get it. Maybe we should go get it before we sit here and proclaim it as this wonder thing that we can use for power generation. Maybe we should go get some.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm a wonderful element? No, you suck. Yeah, friend all, exactly. That's how pertinent that speech was. The United States was not built by those who waited and rested and wished to look behind them. This country was conquered by those who move forward, and so will into space. That's a good speech. Maybe we should listen to it. Might be pertinent to subject matter. Helicopter, 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 helicopter. I didn't get a chance to watch any Clarkson's Farm over the weekend, Joey. Because we should do it is not going to make money. It's not about making money, geek. Just because it's a hard sell, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try to sell it. And I'm sick of pretending like it shouldn't be. We should be in space. We should have a freaking city on the moon. We should have a city on Mars. There's no excuse for not having that. And if it's government funded or privately funded, whatever. Hey, if I think there's sustainable ways to go about conducting space flight. People disagree with me on that. But the point that that's what I mean. You know, we could sit here and pretend like, oh, you're never gonna get the funding. You're never gonna get the funding. Well, everybody said that to JFK, and then he proposed to do it, and then it happened. Now, the circumstances for that happening, if you want to be a cynical jerk, not you, geek, would be like, oh, it only happened because the president, got assassinated. That only happened because of that. Well, yeah, maybe. But why? That doesn't mean that it wouldn't be worth trying that idea again. All right? Sorry to detour. I know you're very busy, but I need help identifying the year of the first car. I posted in the car channel on Discord when you get a second. Dude, I'm on a roll right now, Tiggs. All right, what's up? Geek, I'm sick. No, that's the old way of thinking about it, dude. That's the old way of thinking about it. That's bullcrap, dude. That way, it's very clear that way gets you nowhere. So I'm sick of pretending like that's a way of doing things. Oh, Tiggs, you got a bunch of different cars. Not the best, but a couple photos from some older cars which are in town filming a movie. So that first one is a Chevy Nova. 4-door Chevy Nova. Nice truck. Or nice car. The second one is a 48 or 49 F1. That's a Ford F1. Yeah. I think the Nova is judging by the grill and stuff, is like a 64 or 65 Nova, I think. Do you still have the opinion that the government won't let SpaceX beat them to the moon, only way to the moon? Sawyer, with the current way the political winds are blowing, I think they would at this moment in time. If you guys want to see what Tiggs showed here, I'll show you. Maybe you guys can help me with the year. I will show you. I didn't pull it up on the screen. So Tiggs took a picture here. That's I think that's a 65 Chevy Nova. That's a Nova sedan. Yeah, and the other one is like a 48. It's a first generation F series, okay? So technically this could be 48 to 52. It could be a 48 to 52 F1. In 1953, when the second generation came around, they switched it to an F100. They opted the F designation with 3 numerical digits behind it. But from 48 to 52, it was an F1 or F2 or F3, F4, F5. So that's a C20 over there. That's a C20 box truck. 68 to 72. I'm not exactly sure which one. It's a 66 and that's a 51 F1. I know they switched the grill, Mike, in 50, 51, and 52. Yeah, I think you might be right. The 3 horns on the grill is the later version. I agree, but the government is the old way. They aren't going to spend money unless they're getting something out of it. Money, power, prestige. Yeah. And then you thinking that it's... Geek, like, to be honest with you, I'm not trying to call you out, dude, but you thinking that that's an inevitable thing is not helping. Dude, I flipped a gear. After what happened with Viper and Chandra, no. I had to sit there and reformulate my thoughts because it's very clear... It's very clear that what's the right way to say this? It's very clear with how the winds, the political winds are changing and societal winds are changing, that way is not going to work. Unless somebody really fesses up and fixes everything. There's ways to do it. The Apollo program did it. Why can't we do it again? I'm agreeing with you that it should change. I don't necessarily think it needs to change. I think it's a mentality thing, dude. The system works. James Webb did this. He got it to work. How did he do it? He got it to work in the 1960s, a time where arguably the U.S. is as not, if more divisive than we seem to be now. He got it to work then. He got it to work in the 1960s when the U.S. was fighting a gigantic war in Southeast Asia. He still got it to work. Just saying. Are we saying we don't have, you're saying we can't do it? No, like, not you. I get it. I know you're agreeing with me. Look, man, the point is that it's always going to be a hard sell. All right? So get better at selling. Workers and Resources has new DLC. Yeah, I know. I played it yesterday. Only for a second, though. What's on my bingo card for Elon's talk? I don't know. I really just hope he doesn't sit there and talk about making life multiplanetary again. I want some nuts and bolt up. I want a nuts and bolt update for Starship. I get it that it's the moon and no one owns it, but I think it would be really nice to see private companies colonize the moon. Like cities, Expanse style. NASA is good for furthering science, but the private sector needs to lead colonization. There are some precedents there, Dean, that I don't think are wise. The only way property value and property law gets enforced is with some form of government. Think about that for a second. I'm saying if we allow companies to own land on the moon, if we get to that point, right? You're going to need a post office. You're going to need a post office. Just saying. You're going to need a town hall. The post office can be UPS. I see that, but then you need to answer who owns the moon. Well, Dean, my answer to that is that NASA needs to achieve parity with SpaceX, because that's the most, I said people don't know what sustainable means. That's the most sustainable way forward for healthy and peaceful exploration of space. And a lot of people don't agree with me on that. As long as I can get Amazon 2-day delivery, we're good. If we want to bring civilization to the moon, we needn't look no further than how we do things here to figure out the most expedient and sustainable way to make it work. Anarchy on the moon certainly will not get us anywhere. You think the president will claim the moon as part of the United States? I find that very difficult to believe, Paul, considering, if anything, the moon, it really isn't even in his plans from what I can understand. Well, we have to wait until Rook gets into office to figure that one out for sure. I don't think that the president will claim the moon as part of the United States. If anything, he would do it with Mars. If we get there. But that's highly speculative, dudes. That's big speculation, guys. Here's the thing. There's a really weird precedent to play there. If you want to go and you want to renege on the Outer Space Treaty, that's certainly a viable path. If you want to do that in the name of progress, i.e. like a lunar city or something. If you wanted to do that, that's fair. That could work. But you got to remember, the second you do that, everyone else is going to do that. So the second you declare open season on the moon and start claiming territory, then it becomes a grab. That will give you pretty good growth in a certain amount of time. But what if we proclaim that we can own land on the moon, and then China comes along and claims all the natural resources on the moon by landing there, just because we didn't get there fast enough? What if they claim all the ice? What if they claim the South Pole or the North Pole? What happens then? You've permanently shut off lunar exploration because you can't use the moon as a staging area. Dangerous precedent to play. Narco-capitalism has a good shot of organizing lunar colonies, in my opinion. Companies can set up colonies and buy services and products as needed. The government isn't needed on frontiers, especially if there's no Native Americans. That's... I'm not gonna lie, that is an awful way of looking at that. Like, awful. You should probably go read what you just typed. The Mars update Falcon got postponed till after Flight 9. Okay, but why? To say that the government has no use in pushing the forefront of exploration except to capitalize on indigenous people is that's a terrible way of looking at that. Like objectively terrible. Like pretty much in every, like, those are the words that just came out of your mouth. Like, bro, what? Did you even think before you typed that, dude? Come on now. Like they would follow any agreement anyways. Yeah, that's also the precedent that we're playing here. That's the dangerous game ending. I think claiming a reasonable amount of land on a planet is fine, but claiming the entirety of celestial body would be incredibly stupid and wouldn't last long. The only territory that's not yours is the territory you can't defend. Now, have you got the patch 60% gone? Nah, Ward, I don't buy the patches. I would feel awful if I bought a patch for the flight and somebody didn't get one that's a huge NSF fan. I don't buy the patches, man. I don't buy them. I would rather you guys have them, to be 100% honest. Now, as that argument a little bit more refined, yeah, sure. But what allowed in the American West, what allowed these companies to prosper? The government procuring the territory and declaring open season, for sure. Their own determination. Well, that's the argument that I'm trying to make here, dude. But you got to remember, you're playing. If we had done that without, like, the Louisiana Purchase and eventually procuring the West Coast from the Spanish, right, and fighting a war with Mexico, we haven't done any of that stuff. It doesn't pave the way correctly, which is why I think it's a good idea in theory, but to understand the circumstances in which we allowed capitalism to tame the West that's not a direct analogy here. So when Star Wars starts, what colors will your lightsaber be? That's a funny way of saying DL-44 pistol. Sure, but there's no Spaniards or French on the moon. It's all fair game. Until it's not. When China gets there. Could we jump on it? Yes, sure. But doing that would open up an incredibly dangerous precedent with other nations that also have the dexterity to get to the moon. Dude, guys, like I said, we're at it's a very precarious position to be in, because if we go and claim the moon for ourselves, we're not necessarily the only ones that can get there. There are other people that will have something to say about that. You're opening up world tension by doing something like that, and you're also reneging on the Outer Space Treaty, which prevents offensive weaponry, standoff weaponry, from being in space. You want to renege on the whole treaty by doing that? Could be dangerous. This is what I mean. You got to think about this stuff. Do you have any plans for games later? No. It's Starship launch day, dude. Of course I don't. Why would I play games today, dude? We got to talk about Starship, baby. Thanks, Ron. Do you think the moon space colonization will lead to an Earth federated governing body? Maybe eventually, Dean. I don't know. Blasters, so uncivilized. Hokey religions and ancient weaponry are no match for a good blaster at your side, chat. You play the new Dune when it comes out? I don't know, man. I'm not really... Dude, I'm not really into Dune like other people are. Like, I don't look at Dune like with the same reverence that I do as like Star Trek or Star Wars for some reason. So what you're saying is melee weapons are okay? CubeSat BattleBots World War III. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Sigourney. Trey, you're on the beach at SPI. Best launch viewing weather for Starship I've seen. Can see the stack from the beach. Yep. Make sure you look back and wave at the Margaritaville Hotel, dude. If I could trigger a good movie quote from EJ, I'm happy. Tank Farm is alive. All right, let's see what we got.
Oh, this is Space.
Love
I'm in
it.
space.
Gifted 2 subs. Thank you very much. How goes the restoration project? I need to go buy more welding gas. I wanted to do it over the weekend, but the welding place was closed. The welding gas place was closed the entire weekend. I wanted to do it yesterday, and it was closed because it was Memorial Day, which is fine. I don't think it's wise treating Memorial Day as an inconvenience. So there's in house. There's been no progression. I'm gonna go tomorrow morning. I'll go down to the welding place and get the gas that I need, and then I gotta buy more plate steel not plate steel. I gotta buy more 16 gauge sheet. For instance, in my opinion, a Mars colony would be better served as a sovereign company town rather than controlled by DC on the other side of the solar system. Yes, I disagree. I don't think that's the best way to do that. I think the best way to do that would be for NASA to have the same capability as SpaceX. I think NASA should have parity. Everything that SpaceX can do, NASA should be able to do as well. For instance, if SpaceX can put somebody on the moon, NASA should be able to as well with their own in-house systems. Sure, but IMO, that's a pipe dream. You just talked about anarcho-capitalist Martian colonies, and then you're saying what I said is a pipe dream? It's not a pipe dream. We just think it's a pipe dream. It's fixable. Everything is fixable. And I would contend to say that not fixing it at this point is an easy way out. That's an easy solution to all your problems. Nothing comes easy in spaceflight. Nothing. Nothing. Check Discord. I sent you a picture from the beach. All right. Yeah, nice view, dude. That's definitely SPI. Good stuff. Admire your optimism about government. I find your cynicism about it disturbing. Failure comes very easily. That's right. I agree. However, NASA needs an overhaul to do that. Less fiddling by people who want things in their state. Something like that. Look, man, it's really easy to point out problems and say it's a pipe dream trying to fix that problem. That's real easy to do. I think we do too much of that. We do too much talking. Fix the fucking thing. Fucking fix it. Or shut the fuck up. How about that? You're not going to get that on an NSF stream, dude. I got to time myself out. That was 3. So 3 5-second timeouts.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Got a job offer for $70,000 as a gas design engineer. First job out of college. Hope to use this job to gain experience before transitioning to the aerospace industry.
Hey, all right. There you go, man. 70K start. Good for you. Look at you. That's awesome. Peter, you don't like angry EJ? Sorry, I just refuse to be deterred by this stuff, man. There was a time where I let it bother me. All right, so it's a simple solution. It's a simple solution. The second you say that NASA is some unfixable entity is the second you've failed NASA. Is the second that NASA has failed as an entity. That's it. Getting rid of your faith in that organization to do anything useful is the second you've abandoned it. All right? And abandoning it is the easy thing to do. That's the easy thing to do. Relying incessantly on commercial. That's the easy thing to do. This is the easy way out. Not for NASA, or not for SpaceX. Or SpaceX bears the brunt of all the risk here, right? But you got to remember that in the incessant drive for commercialization of NASA, especially in the wake of canceling Constellation, was there as an easy solution to all your problems to make up for the fact that NASA is inherently flawed with its current program architecture. Yeah, that's not fixing anything. You're sidestepping the problem. Sidestepping the problem has repercussions. Once again, because nothing comes easy in spaceflight. No, we need to up the timeout penalty. Hey, I time out people for 5 seconds for swearing, AirJ. I'm not above my own chat rules. Yeah, but the F-bomb. I will refrain from swearing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nick, the most epic. It's launch day, baby. That's right. Sorry, I swear to warrant exclamation to prove a point. I don't. If every other verb and noun out of your mouth is a swear word, then you take the venom out of those words. I use that to get people's attention, AirJ. Because, like I said, that's the solution. If you're gonna sit here and you say NASA is bad, we should the hell with NASA. NASA should become the FAA for space. Or that is sidestepping the problem. Sidestepping problems has repercussions. Every hard problem with spaceflight is difficult to solve. Getting NASA back on the right track is probably one of the most difficult, but the dividends that it will pay in the future will provide a more sustainable spaceflight over the course of the next 100 years, at the very least. We're at a huge crossroads here. Do we want to let the solar system just be explored by private companies, and deal with the repercussions of that? Or do we want NASA and SpaceX to both exploring the solar system? Who knows what we'll figure out doing something like that. That, I will tell you this right now, that is the most sustainable way forward. Having NASA achieve parity with SpaceX, having them do work on technological research on other planets and build outposts on other planets, and having SpaceX resupply them, but having NASA delivering the thing there in the first place, that is the most sustainable way forward by a long shot. It's not the cheapest way forward. But sometimes if you want to ensure long-term viability of an endeavor, spending more money is inevitable. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, man. How many fails can Elon afford? They could blow up 3 more, BPAT. I don't think it would be an issue. And by I don't think, I mean it won't. Starlink is funding Starship development indefinitely. Redundant to similar architecture. People can try to fly NASA. I hope they can truly, but I'm not holding my breath. I'm much more optimistic about the commercial sector. I believe the last markets open up once the way is proven. Yeah. How's that redundant, dissimilar architecture between commercial entities working with the commercial crew program? How's that working? Oh, wait, it's not. I would argue that SpaceX is the anomaly in this regard. Incessant drive of commercializing everything will be NASA's undoing. The only way this works is if a company is ideologically motivated like SpaceX, because it's very clear that it doesn't work in any other regard. If a company is for-profit, commercialization work is arguably worse. Pretty good. Glad we didn't put all the chips on Boeing. But you see, agreeing with me there is proving your point incorrect. Do you understand that, right?
Discovery.
Redundant dissimilar architecture across commercial architectures has failed. That has not worked. I don't give a frick what anybody says. It was touted as this genius idea. Yeah, how's that working out? Passionate EJ is why I'm here. Thank you, Pat. 9-month resub. Thank you very much. Yeah, there you go, Dan. Some days you like NSF. Some days I like NSFW. Oh, gosh. T-minus 3 hours, baby. Why don't we just build a city off of the ISS? Isn't it easier to build something on an existing structure? The gyroscopes on the ISS eventually will get saturated from the modules having so much moment of inertia over it, Booty. It's not designed to really have much more added to it, to be honest with you. Yeah, your control moment gyros will start to have some serious problems. Last piece of the puzzle. These guys are set for defense missions now. They have their own buses acquired by Mynaric for laser communications, and now they have GOST, which is a major EOIR sensor. What is that? Oh, Rocket Lab. Cool. Nice. The alternative is no redundancy. If we put all hope in Boeing, we'd still be dependent on the Russians. This is an example of redundant kicking in and working, no? Yes, you're not. I don't know if you're deliberately being obtuse here or not, so I'll just pretend like you're not. So, yeah, that's right. SpaceX, if we'd put all of our chips into the Boeing basket, we would have not been going very far. But the point that I'm trying to make is that that redundant dissimilar architecture was a good idea because SpaceX can pick up the slack. But that's the exact point I'm trying to make. SpaceX has picked up all the slack. Not just a little, all of it. To the point where they're taking Starliner trained crews and putting them on Dragon. Now we're back to one way of getting to the space station. So was redundant dissimilar architecture worth it? Well, don't you think it would have been better if we'd kept going with the Constellation program and had Ares 1 along with Dragon instead? I think that would have been a better idea. Orion has flown more than Starliner. Well, asterisk that. It's kind of yes and no, but you get the idea. I don't think that redundant dissimilar architecture between corporations is the right move. We could still do it as long as that's wholly redundant dissimilar architecture to NASA. That's the most sustainable way forward. Over and under the launch getting scrubbed today. I got a good feeling about today, Dagazin. I think she'll do it. Will you stream the Mars update? Absolutely, Falcon, of course. Or is that just a bad bet on Boeing? Look at the CRS-2 contract. The CRS-2 contract for commercial resupply. What spacecraft has been resupplying the space station the most? Well, that's uncrewed Dragon, which came back from over the weekend from the ISS on the 32nd resupply mission. Cygnus launches sometimes. Cygnus is supposed to launch on Antares 230 Plus, a rocket that doesn't fly anymore because it was a Ukrainian core stage with Russian engines. Oops. And then uncrewed Dream Chaser is supposed to launch at some point. When that happens, I have no idea. What rocket that's going to happen on, I have no idea. Maybe Vulcan, probably Vulcan. I was under the impression that privatization would make a lot more room for companies getting into the space program, but I'm clearly not up to speed here. I'll get down to brass tacks. Being reliant on a single government rocket is just as bad. I agree. I am agreeing with you. Yes, that's correct. We saw the fruits of that labor with the space shuttle. I agree. Yes. So what's the one thing we haven't tried? We've tried redundant to similar architecture between companies. That works, but in certain regards. I'll talk more about that later. We've tried only government. That's not sustainable. That doesn't get us anywhere because some bonehead politician can pull the plug on the thing because they don't like somebody. Nixon, I'm looking at you. So, what's the best way forward? The best way forward is to have redundant dissimilar between commercial and government. That's the one way we haven't tried. And I think that I'm convinced that that's the most sustainable way forward. It takes all the best parts of sustainability with a government space program and a privatized space program and basically conjoins them at the hip. So you're saying there's supply chain issues. Yes. Do you see what I'm saying, man? NASA needs to put the thing into space. They need to find a way to put the thing into space. They need to be doing their own scientific exploration space program. Okay? They need to build the rocket that builds the space station or build the rocket that builds the moon base. And then SpaceX resupplies it. Right? Now, I know what the next thing you're coming out of your mouth is. I know what the next thing coming out. Well, why doesn't SpaceX just build all of it? Good. Do it. Do it, please. Do both of those things. We can do both of those things. We should do both of those things. Also, the ABC headline really riled you up. ABC doesn't know crap. Either they're deliberately being obtuse or they're just not doing their job correctly. I would really, really love it if I could just say false stuff all day and have nobody call me out on it. That would be really good. Unfortunately, I chose the actual journalism job. You know, one where peer accountability is a thing. Yeah. Even better if you got paid to say false stuff. Yes. Get hired by the mainstream media. I wouldn't last because I actually like doing factual-based journalism and opinion pieces. I don't think that flies with them very well. But once again, guys, how long are we just going to sit here and be like, the legacy media sucks, the legacy media sucks, the legacy media sucks? All right, you want them to go away? Ignore them. Ignore them. That's a good way to do that. We could sit here and beat the, legacy media space news. It ain't 2016 anymore, okay? It's not 2016. It's not. It's not 2016. It's 2025, okay? It's 2025. How long are we going to sit here and tell, hey, did you see what ABC News said? Look, they said this stupid thing. And then 1,000 other people go and look at it and they get all the clicks. And that reinforces their crappy behavior. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop. And let me point. Because I am the cream. And just like that, the cream rises to the top. Nobody does it better. Hey, Space Pope, 100 bits. What's going on, man? Is that a God dang it, Bobby? What are you doing with your emotes in my damn chat? What about Moonraker? The documentary Moonraker? Hey, it had shuttles in it, Dick Moss. So it was pretty good, man. Oh, God, why? Look at that freaking Bobby. God dang it, Bobby. What about The Dish? The Dish. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go, Flight 9. Yeah, let me tell you basically where I'm at. SpaceX should keep going guns blazing, and they shouldn't be stopped by a government entity. That's stupid. That's stupid to intentionally slow this down out of some form of like equality. The problem is with NASA. NASA needs to pull their head out of their butt. No one wants to solve that problem, so we all sit here and rely on SpaceX. But relying solely on SpaceX could be bad in the future. Look, man, I've watched enough sci-fi to know where just putting all your eggs in the corporate basket is not the best idea. Now, I will say that, like I said, SpaceX is an anomaly in this regard because they're ideologically driven. But Boeing was once ideologically driven. Do not underestimate entropy, okay? Boeing, Lockheed Martin, they were all like that. Chrysler was all like that. Careful. Just because they aren't like that now doesn't mean that it won't be like that in the future. That's what I mean about we're at a crossroads. The best way forward would be for NASA to build the outposts and for commercial companies to resupply them. That is the most sustainable way forward. People may not like that. And that might mean that some NASA centers get shut down. And unfortunately, we can't do that, you know? So if you can't do that, champion them. Use them to make a grandiose space program again. It's not going to cost as much as the Apollo program because the facilities to do it are already there. Somebody give a sub to Polychromatic Zebra. Okay. I agree, but for me, my job is about the first part. I'll let somebody try to deal with the mess of the second part. Yeah, but you weighed in on the second part. So now it's your problem too. Hey, Angie, 100 bits. Guys, I'm sick of being pessimistic. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of this jaded, NASA will never be fixed. SpaceX is going to fail again. If it fails, they're screwed. I'm sick of it. I am so frigging tired of it. It's so bad. And I can't believe I let myself be susceptible to this. And more importantly, I let it alter my judgment. That's bullshit. No way. You cannot be pessimistic and run a space program. It is impossible. It basically seals your fate of failing.
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
Space Pope gifted 6 subs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank ya. Thank you very much. Every single little bit of pessimism that we all contribute to this. Oh, what if it fails? Or what if it... So what? So what if it fails? Who cares? It blows up. They'll put another one on the pad. They'll figure it out. The only thing that's going to impede SpaceX is you sitting there concern trolling about it. That's the only thing that's going to make it worse. I refuse to be deterred. Absolutely not. I had an epiphany when we were talking about this the other day. No, absolutely not. I've allowed myself to get too jaded, especially in the wake of what went down with KSP.
This is Space. I'm in space.
I've allowed myself to be jaded. I will not. No, absolutely not. I'm not doing that. No. Oh, hi, I gifted a sub to pessimism. I'm going to be optimistic and look at that gets more people watching the stream. Boom, roasted. You weren't expecting that. No. Too much. There's too much negativity. Too much negativity. Negativity basically seals your fate to failure. Because that's what I mean. Something will happen. Something will fail again. Something will blow up. It's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows all the way to the surface of the moon. Unless you made an exact copy of the Saturn V, in which case you're only improving your odds of of success.
This is Space.
You're not ensuring it. Right? Antari's 69-month resub. All right, nice.
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
Edith has gifted a sub to Optimism. That's what I'm talking about. Sarah with 5 subs. I refuse. I'm not doing that anymore. No, hell no. Dude, it hit me like a ton of bricks like last week when we were talking about this. It hit me like a ton of bricks, man. Mankind in his quest for knowledge cannot be deterred. The exploration of space will continue whether we choose to be a part of it or not. No, that's right. That's right. I know, people like hearing the funny Northeast voice. That's right. That's correct. I am annoyed that I allowed myself to be swayed. That's bullcrap. No. I also swore I'll time myself out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, we're good. Laglander, 13-month resub. Yeah, Gumbo, exactly. Yeah, you criticize NASA, you criticize Elon, blah blah. Everybody, any person. I was about to say simpleton, but that's getting a little too rowdy. That's not right. Any person can point out a problem. The problems that NASA has are glaring. You don't entirely need to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. Okay? It's easy to point out a problem. It's hard to fix it. Remember that. So fix things. And let me point to Hulk Hogan and say that I am be the cream, chat. Just like that, the cream rises to the top. Be like the Macho Man and have a Slim Jim. Sorry. The real meta question is what should be done if a private company's capabilities vastly exceed the government? For example, if a colony develops artificial superintelligence, do you think it should be nationalized or remain an extremely powerful private company? I don't know. The name of the Space Pope, 1,000 bits. Oh, yeah. So, the name of the game here is what's the name of the game with spaceflight in terms of human exploration? Do not put yourself in a failure mode, right? Don't intentionally do that. That's the same thing with flying, right? Same exact mentality with flying an airliner or flying any plane, a Cessna, an SR-22, an F-18. It doesn't matter. What's the best way to ensure your mandatory landing goes well? What's the best way to do that? Best way to do that is to never put yourself in that failure mode. If you're doing a pre-flight check on a Cessna 152 and you tap the fuel and you see water in the fuel, are you going to send it? Hell no, you're not going to. You fix the problem and then you fly. So you don't hydrolock your engine at 10,000 feet and crash. Right? Right? I'm not ripping this shirt. But, you know, like, I'm not ripping this shirt. No, I like this shirt. Right? So my answer to that is that the best way forward is for NASA to have parity with SpaceX so we don't have to worry about this problem. That's what I mean about we're at a crossroads for the sustainability of spaceflight. Not only spaceflight, but for how we explore the stars. We're at a crossroads for it right now. It's at our door. Pointing out the problem is not going to fix anything now. NASA needs to be fixed. If they don't get fixed, we got a big problem. Because then you're going to be forced to start answering questions like that. If we allow exploring the stars to grow in a sustainable method that has a symbiotic balance between government and private space programs, it's easier to address that problem. Just saying. Yes, I've thought about this. Yes, but this is all I think about, guys. I think about this every frigging day. It freaking plagues me. You were merely adopted into the spaceflight madness. I was born into it. Molded by it. Sorry. You know what I mean. Do you think Rook can start steering NASA in the right direction? David, I'll be 100% honest with you. I think that Rook is leaning too much into, from what I've seen, this opinion is subject to change. I think Rook is okay. I think he's a good dude. I'm not trying to grind a political axe here. I think he's leaning a little too much into commercial for my taste, based off of what I think about space flight happening. Now, guys, here's the thing. S-Master might be right. In fact, that's probably what's going to happen. Like, it could be right. You know, guys, I'll be honest. If SpaceX can only get to the moon, SpaceX gets us to Mars, so be it. That's not the best way to do it, but it happened. I'll be honest with you. I've said the best way to do it, or at least the best way that I've thought about it. Surely people are going to disagree with me. That's fine. That's totally cool. Look, man, if Elon does it and he does everything that SpaceX wants to do and SpaceX builds a city on Mars, so be it. If that's the way it's got to go down, that's the way it's got to go down. I'm sick of not exploring the stars. I'm sick of it. My precious optimism. We got a new tweet from SpaceX. Counting down to SpaceX's 9th flight test. 60-minute launch window opens at 6:30 p.m. Central Time with coverage starting about 30 minutes before liftoff. Yeah, baby. Ariel, what's that? Oh, Timmy. Did you see the new Rocket Lab acquisition? Yeah, somebody just linked that, David. That's pretty good. Oh, Timmy talked to Elon again. Cool.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Everyone has issues with SpaceX's fast process and the amount of launch. There will be issues. SpaceX allows us to see all of them. Give SpaceX credit for just how much they've done for spaceflight. Exactly, Roadrunner. Just because that's it, man. Just because people get confused. Hey, yes, thanks, man. Thanks. Good conversation. Thanks for gifting 10. I appreciate you, buddy. Remember, no bull crap, dude. Eyes on the prize. I mean it. We'll talk later. Roadrunners, I agree. I don't want anybody to think that just because I think NASA needs to be fixed to achieve parity with SpaceX, that SpaceX should slow down. Absolutely not. Because once again, guys, I think SpaceX is the anomaly in commercial suppliers. What other commercial supplier has... Okay, all right, here, let me say this. This is going to sound a little screwed up. And I didn't really think about this before I sent it, but I'm going to send it anyway. What other commercial provider has achieved what they intended to do in terms of resupply services? Starliner, way behind schedule. Cygnus doesn't have a rocket to launch yet, maybe in the future. Dream Chaser, I don't know when that's going. No idea. What other company has followed through? What does the pipe work in the upper left part of the camera? That is a commodity line. What you're looking at is the Pope vent over there. With that initial vent, that initial vaporizer, that indicates the start. That's the starter motor for the tank farm. Kickning. What other rocket company has landed over 400 rockets and reused them? Bingo. SpaceX is an anomaly in the commercial provider in that sense. It's important to remember that incessant commercialization is not your end-all be-all solution here. And that to no means, and like I said, people think I'm some kind of crazy NASA should be doing everything fanboy, right? No. No. SpaceX should be going and they should be firing in all cylinders, and they are, and it's awesome. They should not be impeded, especially to let a government organization to catch up to them. That's stupid. Did I hear someone talking crap about Cygnus in here? Sorry. Brains, nice. Neo was the anomaly. That's what I'm saying. The incessant drive for commercialization could be our undoing. You could end up with an actual monopoly in space. Then what happens? Why do you think I'm such a big champion for SLS? Because as long as SLS exists, and NASA can at least maybe sometime in the future achieve parity with SpaceX, that's what allows SpaceX to do what they do. Why is it called the Pope vent? Because it looks like the Pope vent at the Vatican. Did they move up the launch time? No. I think that we're lucky to have both NASA and SpaceX. Of course, in-house. Yeah. That's why I never talk bad about any launch provider. I do kind of trash it, ESA, though. Sorry, man. I do. But I think it's out of love, to be honest with you. It's like what I was saying about Ariane 6 a little bit earlier. Ariane 6 is a fantastic launch vehicle. If it's 2014. It's a fantastic launch vehicle. 10 years ago. Well, 11, but you get the idea. Yeah, you could make that argument, S, but we haven't really seen the fruits of that labor yet. And I don't think it's wise to let the forefront of scientific exploration in space be beholden to a capitalistic venture. And I'm very, very pro-capitalism, you know what I mean? Like, in that regard. Like, yeah, you should let these private companies do their thing. but you should always have an anchor point as a backup to hedge your bets against subjecting our space program to the winds of capitalism. Yeah, we saw it, Creeper. Yeah, it was just linked a second ago. Tim talked to Elon. That's awesome, man. I'm glad that Elon's getting back into the nuts and bolts, dude. That makes me so happy. And that's why I really think that there's a good chance of success here. I really hope. Do you think we'll see Susie actually get built down the line, or will it be another Hermes? Conan, I have no faith in the ESA doing anything, in ESA doing anything that they say to do. In that regard. I have no faith. I'm sorry. But that's not because I'm a hater by any means. What should tell me that ESA should be doing that? Like, it would be awesome. Susie's such a good idea, and they might be working on it in the background, and maybe they haven't told us about it. That would be great. Susie is is ESA's like reusable upper stage. It's cool. It's a great idea, and it's supposed to go in conjunction with Ariane 6, but the track record is pretty telling here. Is the Pope vent on? Yes, it is. Tank farm spooling up. T-minus 2 hours, 35 minutes. There it is. My personal opinion that ESA exists purely so that European leaders can say they have one, not particularly because they have any use for one. I think it's there to launch spy satellites into space, and that's about it. So launch is in 2.5 hours. Yep, well, that's when the window opens, Linux, and they will target the top of the window, pending any posts from them. Do they use actual popes to start up the tank farm? Well, the Pope is American nowadays, Nader, so, I mean, yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but it was funny. Did I get a smirk, at least? A little bit? So does that make it the new American vent now? I mean, it does look new, to be honest. Like, no popes were harmed in the fueling of this rocket. Yeah, that's important to say. We don't, we're not getting sued. Everyday Astronaut talked to Elon on his Twitter. Yeah. We were just talking about that, Henris. Yeah. Super cool, right? Yeah. That's good stuff, man. Henris, I said this once, I'll say it again. I cannot tell you how happy I am to see Elon at Starbase talking about Starship. Okay? Like, the time that he hasn't been here over the past 6 months has been a little bit dry in terms of space news. That's good. It's a good thing. There's an integrated hot staging ring in the back of the video that Timmy posted. Cool. You saw Tim this morning and Mr. Hamburger too. Nice. Good stuff. Hey, there's a shop that you can buy merch at. You can buy patches there too. That's pretty cool. I think they might have messed up the cameras a little bit. Oh, okay. There we go. Burger, the burgers. Give me 1 second, guys. I got a message. Might be important. Hamburger, please. Ah, very nice. Forwarded emails. Very nice. Message from Taito. He demands stream presence. Oh, he's down in the house. I should probably go check on him. I can't have Starship going and him barking like crazy though, man. I mean, we could, but what the dog doing? Bjork. He definitely will start Bjorking. Where's Brimo? She's out. It's hard trying to engage in most of the live streams you're going to go. Tag me, Outer Space. If you want to talk to me, tag me. If you don't tag me, I'm going to assume you're not talking to me, dude. You tag at EJSA. I will try my best. Talk to me. I'm right here. Let's go. Oh, that is how I need to get your attention. Yeah, if you guys don't, I haven't said that in a good while. Yeah, tag me. And if you don't tag me, I assume you're not talking to me. Will the salami lid fit on this launch? The hot staging lid will fit on this launch. Yep, it is going to fit like that. SpaceX is making F1 cars. Blue is making Indy cars. NASA is making soapbox derby cars. Is it even possible for NASA to take the lead in anything in this point? Well, from that perspective, no. But if you think SLS is akin to a soapbox derby car, Lord Gugu, I would say your perception of NASA is entirely flawed. SLS is no spring chicken. It's a pretty damn good rocket. It needs a better upper stage. Do I have your attention now? Of course. We just need to tag EJ in every message. That's basically what happened after I said that, Dean. But yeah. The Pope vent is choosing. Yep. The integrated hot stage, presumably for Booster 18, is barely visible in Tim's video. Reposting because I forgot to tag. I actually saw what you said, Kate. Yeah, right on. Kevin, I think your scenes might be messed up, dude. I think your scene might be messed up. Ruh-roh, Raggy. There we go. You know what? Maybe I should go tell them. Yeah, I should. They're they're having a little bit of trouble here. They're having they're having a giggle, mate. They're having a little bit of trouble here. Let me just tell them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna let them know. They said they know. Give me one sec. Yeah, they're working on it right now, dudes. It should. They're fixing it right now. Man, they're doing some stuff. SpaceX hovercraft just left the area heading towards SBI. Yep, SPI. Got it. No new info during the 10-minute talk. Can you put up Tim's video so people don't have to leave the stream? Tim doesn't want his stuff being reshown, Black. I've talked to him about this. I've talked to him about showing stuff. Clips and stuff are good, but Tim doesn't want me to show full content, dude, and I respect that. So, yeah, that's why I haven't been doing it. Check it out, though. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, like, I'm not unfortunately, it's Tim's content. It's an interview with Elon. Go check it out on his channel. I don't care about plugging other people's channels. That doesn't bother me. Most content creators are cool with it. I don't care if people reuse my stuff. I really don't. But I asked him about it. He said don't do it. So I'm not going to. Tiny Victory says hi. Hello, Tiny Victory. Hello. We did get a peek at an integrated hot staging ring. I know you guys keep talking about it. I can't see it. I can't look at it. Damn it. Here, timestamp. Kind of sad but understandable. Hey man, I respect him too much to not listen to him, dude. He's awesome. He's such a good dude. Like yeah, I respect that guy too much to not adhere to that kind of stuff. With that being said, somebody link. You know what? I'll just go to. Let's see. Here, let me just. Somebody timestamp me. Do you know if there will be any planes around NASA Starbase? I think the WB-57 is dispatched, but I'm not sure.
Flight.
Okay, all right. I'll look. I sent you a picture. Oh, merci beaucoup. Oh. One minute 56 seconds in. All right, right. We can look at a still. Holy balls, that's a lot of nose cones. Wow. What did you say? 1 minute 56?
Like, what do we need?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, that's right. I'm pausing the damn video. Oh, yeah, I see it over there. I see it. We can show stills. Stills are fine. Nice. Yeah. Integrated hot staging ring, baby. Must inspect every pixel. Like that. It's like that scene in SpongeBob where they're like, we're not going to look at the map. We're going to look at, and then their eyes like start, oh, we're going to look at the map. You know, just one little peek. It'll be fine. Just one little peek. You know, this scene. You know what I mean? Well, I'm back. Interview went well. Interviewer admitted I was making it really tough. Oh, well, that's good. We're just touching the map. Oh, look, it opened. Tank watchers when he, you know, Tim posts a new video inside Starbase. Yeah, probably
Discovery,
Nova.
go at throttle up.
On YouTube, though, it'd be fine. Maybe not. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Yeah, so Elevator Kate got us a picture here. There we go. Integrated hot staging ring. That looks like a... That looks a lot like... when new Starship pictures drop. That looks a lot. Yep. It does, doesn't it? Yep. Integrated hot staging ring, yeah. I swear if it ends up looking like this, I'm gonna be... I don't know. I mean, I guess old tricks are the best tricks, eh? I mean, all right. It wasn't those struts that caused the N1 to fail, just saying. That, you know, that's a very good point. Now, what do you mean you've seen this? It's brand new. I saw it on a rerun. What's a rerun? You'll find out. Just add more struts. Surely Jebediah Kerman was not wrong in this regard. Hey, look at it roll! Now we can watch Starship while we eat. I've seen this. This is the one where Tim Dodd dresses up like a man from space. Wouldn't be surprised if we see better views of the hardware during the live presentation. I'm not yawning, I swear. Oh my god. Oh god, I'm yawning. I'm sorry if I made you yawn. That's my bad. Better get used to them bars, kid. Strut this way. I want to rock it with struts like this! And like this! Not like this! These are not the struts of a billionaire, Richard. Jazz hands. Alright, fellas, I think I'm actually going to go get another cup of coffee. I'm going to get another cup of coffee. I'm going to check on the dog. Enjoy the sweet and sultry sounds of Starbase Live. I will be right back. I'm going to move the be right back, like right here. See, so it's like, hey, what's up? Just in case, you know, somebody. All right. I'll be right back. Burb.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Guess who? Jessica Simpson. Sing the chorus. Bree just came home. So I officially pawned off dog duty to her. Not actual dog duty, but custody of the Taito pupper. This conversation did not go as planned. She has the dog now. That's not EJ. EJ went out for milk and smokes. Anyway, the WB-57 is not airborne yet. There are only 2 NASA planes on the West Coast right now. One has been in the air for 5.5 hours. Noted. You're my favorite human. You're my favorite human. Duty to care of dog duty. Now I will mention, Cyborg, that the dog duty that I did had to do with that duty of dogs. Titan went to the bathroom because he's been cooped up inside all day, and then we played fetch for a little while. If you really want to know. Duty! He didn't go duty in the pool, don't worry. We didn't leave down a giant fudge dragon for everyone to see in the pool. Call of Duty, Modern Dogfare 3. Any update on the poopy neighbor? Nah, Barry, I was upset about it for a second, and then I just kind of carried on, going on with my life. They clearly don't want people in the woods behind their house, so whatever, man. Karen's gonna Karen, dude. I don't care. I don't care enough, dude. I could call the assessor. I could be a jerk about it. That takes too much effort, man. I'm good. I'm good. Spalding! Turds! EJ has a pool? No, my neighbor does, though. Okay, we're inside of 2 hours here. OLM vent. OLM vent. I don't want to get DMCA'd, but there's a OLM vent. I could silver, but I'm not going to. That's the Pope vent. Oh, it's behind the OLM. I was going to say, that's a little bit early, but hey, whatever. Yeah. Did you save it? No.
No at throttle up.
No, I gaslit all this facial hair off. I didn't shave, though. I was going to say, we were out of time for the OLM vent. And that's a shame, because I was saving the open OLM vent style thing for a little while. I had that one teed up, and I deployed it too early. It's called premature emulation. It's, you should talk to your doctor about it. Not the OLM vent. That is behind. Yes, we've established this. Yeah, you're right. Oh, no. It happens to the best of us, dude. Sorry, I came back and caught a glimpse of it real quick. I was like, wait, what? Wait, what's going on here? Lock's load starts at 51:37. That's right. A professional would have the timeline in front of them. I love clicking on this channel and random rocket launches are happening. Yeah. How long is the launch window? It's an hour launch window. Yep. You're getting anxious, Flavian? Oh, I'm not getting anxious. I'm getting fired up, man. Back, live from the beach. Wind is picking up out here. Gust up to 17. That's fine. I miss these streams. It's awesome that you're back doing it on Twitch. Yeah. Put those skills into practice and make some good graphics for your stream. Oh. Yeah. Here you go. So, here's the here, I got you. Any like here's the rocket right there, and then you got your flaps that are like up here now, you know, and then yeah, 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 and then this side is, and then you got the that looks good coming out of the back of its neck there, It's a rocket door. The Entrenator. Burninating the tile side. Burninating the stainless. Burninating all the payload in the payload bay. You forgot the chiaroscuro shading. Oh, I've really improved upon your methods. I've added some chiaroscuro shading. I'll improve upon your methods. Here I go once again with the questions. Into outer space. Anxious, excited, tired, almost midnight down here and everything in between. Dude, I feel good about this, man. The drug door strikes again. Casindor. The Entrenator. Yeah, yes. That looks good, coming out of the back of its neck there. You know what? A lot of people got that reference, and that makes me very happy. Two games. Characters. Download. Star. Homestar. Yep, no. All right, cool. Someone's feeling better today. Yeah, it's because I may or may not have drank too much coffee. If this fails again, I'm still blaming you. No, it can't, dude. It can't. I got the shirt. I got the shirt this time. Look. We have the Dragon 1 shirt, dude. I have the original Dragon shirt. I wore this shirt when SpaceX first landed a rocket booster. I was there. I was at Orbcomm 2. I saw the damn thing land. I wore this during the first Falcon Heavy test flight. With both the boosters landing. Double sonic booms. We have it on video. Look. Here. You know what? We do have it on video. Hold on. Shut up, Sea Kraken. We have it on video. I have evidence. I brought the receipts. I brought the receipts. Hold on. I gotta find the receipts. The helicopter's coming back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We gotta go way into the archive here. We're going into the archive. Get a new shot. Get a shot, for the archives. All right, helicopter, you're ruining my joke. Look, see? There I am. There's Das. There's Pat. Come on. See? There, see? Same shirt. This was not recent. Yeah, see? Oh, yeah, see? Same shirt, dude. I got the receipts. Do the push-ups? Huh? Actually, same glasses, too. Is that the same hat? No, but I have that hat in the house. Yep. Same shirt, same glasses, dude. You need to put that hat on? Which hat is that? Is that the trucker hat? That's trucker NASA. Hold on. I have it. It's a little worse for the wear, but I have it. There we go. It's a little worse for the wear. It's been hanging in my shop on a toolbox for a little while. It's a little dusty, but it works. Yeah. See, there you go. That was a good day. Hopefully we're going to see another good day today. What a dork. Yeah. And that's one of my mods. That's Big D. Oh, that was a good day.
What? Stick it! Stick to landings. Double-sided boost, baby!
That's me screaming, by the way. Yeah, that's your boy.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Stick it! I told him get out or find your own way. I told him stick it. The Rocketeer to stay. No, we could get DMCA'd for that. It probably won't. Okay. All right, so this is the exact... Hey, Popsky's there, too. See Popsky chilling back there? I remember that day. That day was nuts. Yeah, that's me. Dude, same hat, same glasses. Do you have the special SpaceX shirt on? Yes, Hermie. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's the same hat, same glasses, and same shirt as the Falcon Heavy test flight. I can't say if it's the same hat, same glasses, and same shirt as Orbcom 2. I don't think so. Also, Baby DOS. Yes. Mm-hmm. Same hairstyle. Yeah, I probably had more hair back then, to be honest. The beard is wrong? No, it's good, man. No, we good. It's good. It's fine. So we have the shirt. We have the shirt, and that's how we know it's gonna work. Okay? Anyway, let's get back over to that live shot. Helicopter's still refueling. Hurry up and grow some facial hair. No, I don't wanna. It's too hot. Too hot for that, man. Why, the kilt look? What do you mean kilt look? They just got shorts on, man. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Dude for Dale. Thanks for watching, Dude for Dale. We will freaking see you later. Dude, he did pretty good in the ARCA race, man. Just saying. Cool. Why is there a Coast Guard there? So, Flykin, that's not a Coast Guard helicopter. It's kind of painted similar. That is SpaceX's security. That's the basically the range, but it's not a government spaceport, right? So SpaceX has to have their own range. So that's not a Coast Guard helicopter. That helicopter is patrolling the perimeter. That helicopter is patrolling the perimeter. I heard someone say you look like Kit, the scam center buster. Yeah, Kit Boga. Yeah. You said you get that a lot. It was just right. Yeah. Why the Kit look? Oh, I thought, dude, I couldn't see it through the glass. I thought you said kilt. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? The Kit look? Dude, can't see me. If you go, somewhere out there on the internet is a VOD of EJ streams from like 2013, maybe. I was aviatoring it before Kit was. All right. Now, don't get me wrong. He appropriated that because I stopped doing it. Because a lot of people started doing it. He appropriated that pretty hard. So it's Kit's look. It was EJ's look, okay? To be fair, it was EJ's look. Yeah, C_score DMs for really early days. Oh yeah, that's right, Hokey. That's an bit tier 38213 sub. How does the wildlife get treated if it's too close? It gets treated to some canned heat, Brains. I was racing in Forza with a 70 Coronet, and even at Daytona it handled like a boat. Yeah, Enzo, well, there's a really, really good reason why B-body Chryslers don't handle very well. There's a reason why they handle like a boat, and the reason is because it is a boat. Yeah, that's the reason. That's the reason. It is a boat. Do we have the WB-57 in the air yet? No, Arturo, not yet. Actually, you reminded me, dude. Let me get ADSB up. The only plane that's really in the vicinity, guys, is, it looks like, what do we got? So, okay, all right, get off the screen. So we have Echo Juliet Alpha 745. It's a sign, bro. 2022 Bombardier BD 100 Challenger 350. All right, let's go. Which took off from Brownsville and went to the top of South Padre Island and then turned around. Okay. All right, please. I'm going to go to FlightAware. 5 more minutes of this, I'm going to get mad. Now, my fault this is happening. And then a 77 Cessna P337. Whoa! Spicy. All right, that's not something you see every day. Cool. Which he's descending into the Rio Grande Valley here. I wonder if we get prop load on time this flight. Yep. There's only one WB-57 that's flight worthy right now. And then it's weird because the helicopter should be right here. That's highway. It should be popping up on ADSB right here. See that right there? Highway is the NSF place. This camera is right here somewhere. I saw an L-39 flying over Newport yesterday. Cool. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, dude, a P377, right, Rares? That's like... I've never seen one in the wild, to be honest with you. Here, I'll show you, a P337. That is a very, Yeah, here, look. That's what that is, dude. You don't see those very often. It's got backwards and forward facing propellers. Look. That's a cool plane, man. It's like a Cessna 152 found a P-38, and when a Cessna 152 loves a P-38, they make this. It's a Cessna Skymaster. That's what it is. I had to look that up. I'll admit I didn't know that off the top of my head. Yeah, dude. Pusher and a puller. The Presidencia. Yeah, what do you mean, ew? That's cool. That's super rare, dude. You don't see those very often. That's why I saw it. I'm like, wait, what? What is those still fly? Where's that guy coming from? He came from up here. McCampbell? Came from up here. Did a little loop-de-loo and then ascended out over the Cape. Yes, or out over the Bocas. Very nice. What happens if they both pull? Science? But why? Well, you see, when a Cessna 152 loves a P-38, anyway, moving on. So the helicopter's still there. Boca Chica Bow Wow. Wings Wednesday tomorrow. Build that, please. Wings Wednesday? Tomorrow? You want Wings Wednesday tomorrow? You want $500? Top left screen fixed when? No. Almost. There we are. Well done. Hi, everyone. SLS. No problem. Driving my Tesla. I love you. Wow. Live Streamer X live. Newtopia with the $10 super chat. Hi, everyone. Elon Musk. EJ, it has the nickname of the Sky Disaster. Yeah, pusher and puller props are, Dan, something overheating, something pusher prop, something laminar flow, something engine catches on fire. What is wrong with you? I don't know, man. I'm hyped, dude. Officer Murtaugh, look at the hardware. It's over. Riggs is gone. Did you see this? Oh, Starship's gonna launch again, man. I'm freaking hype. I love this stuff, man. I love this stuff. How much jet fuel do you think that heli is wasting just idling? About 350. Explain the other days. So the helicopter's still idling. Prop load should begin in about 30 minutes, guys. About 350. Yep. About 350, Jordan. Yep. Weren't you supposed to turn the engine off, idle, while you're fueling? Have you driven a Ford lately? Yeah. I drove a Ford. Actually, if you really want to know, the last Ford that I drove had a Gage! Gage! Stop it! I'm writing an angry letter. There we go. Anyway. Pad is now clear per La Padre. I believe lab, sure. You know, that's pretty cool. Helicopters are pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty neat. None of us have been the same since Terminal 64. What did I drive most recently? Sorry. It was a Ford truck, but it had a Chevy motor in it. Yeah. That's the 37 that I'm working on. No, it's pretty cool. It's got a, so get this, fellas. All right, hold on. Real quick car tangent while the helicopter's doing its thing. We should be approaching fueling here in about 24 minutes and change. So, real quick, fellas. So this truck has a small block Chevy in it, and get this. The block casting code indicates 283, small block Chevy. The heads indicates 327. And I know that you can swap them, right? But my question is, what are the benefits of using 327 Corvette heads on a 280? You know what? I just answered my own question. Yeah, they're 60cc heads on a 283. Nice. How much compression ratio do you want? All of it. I just answered my own question. Helicopters don't actually fly. They vibrate so badly, Earth rejects their presence. See, I'd believe that. Yeah. Can that helicopter fit inside Starship's payload bay? Almost, Trapo, yes. You'd have to cut the tail off. Yes, welcome to the light, Chevy for the win. Yeah. It goes, Lord Gugu. Yeah, I got that motor dialed in. Now, the 37's a side project. I haven't been streaming it. It's a side project for a neighbor who insists on paying me for some reason, even though I just like doing this stuff, which is fair. Whatever. Hey, whatever. Hey, more money for the Coronet. That's fine with me. And I did buy the new leaf spring parts. And because I worked on this project, I actually bought the gas tank cross member and the gas tank straps. The gas tank paraphernalia. So, it funded it. Whatever. Anyway, you got 5.3 heads on your 6.0. Nice. I think I have to downjet the carb article. It's got a 650 CFM carb on it. I downjetted it a little bit, but I think we got to go down even more. I might swap to a 450, but it's my neighbor's car, so if anything, I'll just swap to a 450, keep the 650, and then I'll refund him the difference. Anyway, anywho's. That car goes fast. I've never driven a car from the 30s. Oh my gosh, that is a new type of sketch. What jets does she have now? I forget what I put in. I'd have to go look. My 61 had a 283 with 327 heads. Dude, it boogies. That thing boogies. But all the rockers were super freaking loose on this thing, and it was chattering like a typewriter. And I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, it's got a flat tappet. And yeah, nobody ever tightened down. And I know because of flat tappet, Cam, you don't tighten it down too much. You have to find top dead center to set zero lash. When the lifter is, I understand. I get it. I did that. And yeah, it got all the chattering out of it, dude. The thing runs smooth as butter now. but the water pump's going, so the water pump bearing is shot, so it sounds like a mortar and pestle at the front of the engine, but that's another story. The roadblock is moving. I see it. So, question for you. I'm flying from Salt Lake City to Detroit here in about an hour. Any chance I get a glimpse from 30,000 of Starship's launch? Oh, it'd be way far off on the horizon, Spoon, but if you were sitting right side of the plane, sure. So, I tuned up the engine. I verified timing, verified that the cap and distributor, it's got an MSD Pro billet, right? I verified that everything is, good. I tuned the carb a little bit, and dude, the thing freaking boogies. That engine, so a 283 with 327 heads in a 37 Ford, which doesn't weigh anything. It's this little tiny freaking truck. It's like the size of a K truck, guys. Oh man, that's a different kind of sketch, bang shifting that thing. I was like, in a controlled environment. I'm like, whoa, oh my goodness. Dude, it was mint. It was mint. So yeah, that was the last vehicle I drove. In game, in Minecraft, of course. Yep. I spent $50 to sit right side just in case. Really holding out to hope I can win. Yep. We got a tower vent. I don't see any tower vent. Oh, yes, we do. Hold up. Look, right here. Right there. See it? It's just going to squish it. Power shifting in Minecraft. Yeah, that's right. Maybe a 130. We got to downjet it even more, Goalie. I basically have to choke out that 650 to get it to work. But damn, dude. When it was running Pig Rich, holy balls, man, did that thing boogie. I'm telling you, driving around a car from the 30s is a whole different type of sketch. Do you guys remember that Beam, when I played Beam a little while back, and we tried to make that the 32, the Deuce Coupe, go like 200 miles an hour, and it was sketchy? Dude, I got up to 60 in the truck, legally, going the speed limit. I got up to 60, and the thing was like, I'm like, okay. It was like in summer car. I'm like, wait, this needs to stop. This needs to stop now. All right, I'm going to wimp out. I wimped out. It takes a lot of redstones and pistons to power shift like that. Yeah, exactly. We need a lot of lapis lazuli in Minecraft, right? Right? Am I right? Oh. Did Jared ever get confirmed? First week of June. We got another week. Dude, manual steering, monoleaf suspension, front and rear. Actually, no, 2 leaf springs in the back, 1 monoleaf, transverse monoleaf in the front with torsion shock absorbers. It was a little sketch, and it's running bias ply tires that are about this wide. What's your top speed record in Mexico? Which car? Because in the 37, I only got up to about 60 before I wimped out. You can call me whatever you want, dude. I don't need to wrap a customer's car around a tree in Minecraft. You know what I mean? With that being said, the fastest speed that I've gone in Mexico in a car is legally down a track legally about a $120. Gone 120 in a car before, in a legal, safe environment. That actually was on a drag strip, so. Yeah, 120 was a little bit suspect. That was a little, actually, the Mustang went pretty fast. Like, that was my 2008 Mustang. I thought going that fast in a controlled environment, oh, we got a puff right there. OLM vents on. I see it. Going that fast is, it just seems like you're hitting fast forward. It seems like everything's just coming at you a little bit faster because, spoiler alert, it is. Yeah, it's weird. 190 lava. Man, you were booking. Yep, OLM vents on, guys. That is a good sign. So we got tower vent. We got OLM vent. We are trending in the right direction for launch here. 120, I call that your commute. Yeah, but I was doing it legally in a controlled environment in Mexico in Minecraft. Which year was the one we hated the most? 2018? Something like that. What do you think
Discovery.
will happen to Pad A? Vasia, I think they'll retrofit Pad A when Pad B is ready to go. Stavlin, hey, what's up? 69-month resub, very nice. I've done 95 knots in a friend's 40-footer before. Dude, in a 95 knots in a boat? That is not safe. Like, dude, that's crazy. 138, some of you guys. I did 46 on a real racetrack in the crane. Yeah, that makes sense. Is fueling a little early? No, this is the chill down, guys. So what are they doing here? Why are these turning on? What is this all doing? So, all right, we have the Pope vent. The Pope vent indicates that the vaporizers are going on the pad. So what does that mean? That means that basically, so, okay, think about this. Think about it like this, but add the difficulty modifier of rocket science on top of it. So it's what I'm about to tell you times rocket science equals factor of difficulty here. All right, so what they're doing is fueling is going to begin in about 15 minutes, give or take, okay? It's going to begin in about 15 minutes. So you can't just turn the pump on and be good to go, right? Think about it if you have a hose, like a garden hose hooked up to a spigot, right? And you have that hose attached to a sprinkler. You're going to turn the spigot on, right? And it's going to take a second for the water to flow through the pipe and get to the sprinkler. It's not going to immediately get to the sprinkler, right? It's going to take a second, right? You don't want that with cryogenic propellants, all right? It's for the same reason why if you let the garden hose sit outside with water in it and you go to start it, the water that comes out of that garden hose is going to be super hot and then it'll turn cold, right? Because if you try to flow the cryogenic propellants through these lines at high speed when they're not at the right temperature, you're going to do exactly what you did to the water in your garden, in the garden hose analogy, right? It's going to heat it up. If you heat up cryogenic propellants out of phase, they'll evaporate. They'll turn to gas, which is exactly what you're seeing happen right here. SpaceX knows this, so they start doing what's called a slow feed fueling procedure. All right, it's not fueling anything technically. This is preparation for moving the commodities around. Okay, so this sucker right here, what they're doing is they're starting to slowly pump liquid oxygen and liquid methane into the ship quick disconnect here and the OLM vent over there, which is this thing, the booster quick disconnect, this thing, basically the fuel and oxidizer line for the booster and the fuel and oxidizer line for the stage. They got to make sure that they're at the right temperature. If they're not, you run the risk of putting gaseous methane and gaseous oxygen into your tanks. And if you do that, well, SN4 happens. If it was methane, it'd be igniting the flare, right? Remember that? Remember that whole thing? If you're an old school tank watcher, that's what happens. You do not want to do that. Also, when you're moving around liquid oxygen, if you don't chill the line successfully, the liquid oxygen inside can evaporate and turn to gaseous oxygen, and you can hydropneumatically pressurize your line, and this breaks things. Basically, it turns the fuel lines or your oxidizer lines into a balloon. Yeah, that's not good for them. Their fuel and oxidizer lines designed to move liquid around. If they pressurize with gas, it turns into a big shock absorber, and you can get geysering. Basically, yeah, the pipe turns into a balloon. I don't think I need to explain why that's a bad thing. So what SpaceX is doing here with ship quick disconnect and the booster quick disconnect, the OLM vent and the tower vent, is they're slow feeding the line full of liquid oxygen and liquid methane. They're slow feeding them. And what they do is close to the highest point right here, you have a bleed line. All right. So obviously they're pumping liquid oxygen into it to try and lower the temperature. That liquid oxygen is cold. It hits a hot pipe that's been sitting in the Texas sun all day. It's going to evaporate. So they start pushing this stuff through, but they make sure to have a pressure head vent right here and right there. This basically primes the fuel lines to the vehicle, right? To make sure that when the fueling procedure starts in about 12 minutes, right? It's actually T-minus 57. So it's a little over 12. They fueled just inside of an hour. That makes it so when they go to fuel, right? You don't You don't turn your fuel lines into a balloon. You don't want that. So this vent is there to make sure that your pipeline gets to the right temperature. All right. If you start trickling the propellants through, the pipe will cool down, but you got to cool it down slowly. If you do it too fast, it'll balloon. It'll pop. It's called geysering. That's absolutely a problem. You do not want that to happen. So they're chilling down all the propellants right now. Why don't they chill with liquid nitrogen, which is a lot cheaper? So, okay. The liquid oxygen exists as a liquid. It enters the liquid phase at a very different point than liquid nitrogen. The temperatures are different. And liquid methane is even colder. It's good to chill down the line with what you're pumping, right? And that just requires a slow fill. Like, you're not going to use more liquid oxygen doing that. With that being said, they could and they do purge out these lines when Starship goes to launch. You do not want fuel inside of this thing, because when the rocket goes up, it's going to convect so much heat that you could auto combust something. You don't want to do that. So, Lord Gugu, they're not going to chill them down with that, because you don't want contamination in the pipe. You don't want to accidentally put some gaseous nitrogen or liquid nitrogen into your fuel or oxidizer tanks. So this time they're going to use gaseous. They use gaseous oxygen and gaseous methane, basically. You don't want to do that when you go to fuel, because you could put the wrong thing. You could inadvertently mix nitrogen in with fuel and oxidizer. And we saw the fruits of that labor during SN9, not Flight 9, this is Flight 9. During SN9, where the motors ingested ullage propellants and they exploded, and then the thing crashed into the ground. Yeah, you don't want to do that. That would be bad. We don't want to do that whole crash into the ground thing. We do want to do that soft land in the ocean thing, though. Am I right, or am I right? So these vents are there to basically make sure the lines get down to temperature. They do the same thing on the rocket. That's what, like, if you've watched a Falcon 9 launch with me before, or with NSF or whomever, right? They say, like, oh, stage 1 engines are chilling, or stage 2 Merlin vacuum is chilling. That's what they're doing. They're chilling down the engines, because if you prime it and it's not, if you go to fire the engine and your fuel and oxidizer lines aren't primed and down to the right operating temperature, stuff explodes, to say the least. If you really want a nerd explanation of what happens, so basically shock hitting the turbine impeller, your liquid oxygen impeller with, liquid oxygen when there's gas inside of there. So, like, basically if they just turn the engine on and it siphoned the fuel right through, you'd get cavitation inside of your impeller. Cavitation in the impeller makes physics very angry. It makes things explode. I can give you an example of this. Rocket Factory Augsburg at their Saxavord spaceport unfortunately had this exact problem. Now, keep in mind it was for a different reason. But yeah, that's what happens. The whole thing basically just catches on fire. Dude, Yellow Dragon Hawaiian shirt. Hell yeah, I love that shirt. So, yeah, chilling down the lines is super important. It has to be at the right operating temperature, because you're risking contamination into those tanks. You do not want your liquid fuel engine to ingest gas. That's like the equivalent of, like, trying to breathe and drink water at the same time. You ever wrong piped yourself like that before? Yeah, your lungs don't appreciate that. The rocket engine doesn't appreciate the reverse of that. It's bad for it. Nice daily offer. That's pretty good. Yeah, cavitation is bad. That you don't want cavitation on your LOX impeller. That makes explosions. That's a surefire way to turn your rocket engine, your multi-million-dollar rocket engine, into a very expensive firework. Now that I've had my coffee, I'm ready to watch fueling. Yeah, don't cross the streams. Good safety tip, Egon. Yes. I understood nothing. Please do it again in turbo encabulator speak. Well, every seventh conductor is connected to a non-reversible trummy pipe on the differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. The turbo encabulator has now reached a high level of development and is successfully being used in the operation of no for trunnions. Moreover, when a fluorescent score motion is required, it can also be conjoined and drawn with a reciprocating dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it. Nay, 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 no. So, once they complete chill down, which should take another couple of minutes here, we should start to see frost happening on the lines that go into the ship, and then frost accumulating on the ship. They slow fill, and I say slow fill. SpaceX slow fills the rocket, but they don't. They actually go faster than anybody ever. Like, Starship is almost as fast as Falcon 9, despite carrying like 6 times the propellant or some absurd statistic, right? Once we get to the top of, so launch in -1 hour, they will start fueling. And they'll start with a slow fill initially, and then they'll move to fast fill. It's funny because their slow fill is faster than pretty much everybody else fuels their rocket. Last please question. Is there any rocket propellant that's like 1-to-1? I'm sure something exists with some inorganic chemistry, Flykin, but I'm not sure. Hey, goalie. Hey. Nice crane. Now tell us how a plumbus works. Well, everyone has a plumbus in their home. First, they take the dingle bop and they smooth it out with a bunch of schleem. The schleem is then repurposed for later batches. They take the dingle bop and push it through the grumbo, where the fleeb is rubbed against it. It's important that the fleeb is rubbed because the fleeb has all of the fleeb juice. Then a schlami rolls up and rubs it and then spits on it. And then they cut the fleeb. There's several hizzards in the way. The flamps rub against the chumbles, and plubus and grumbo are shaved away. That leaves you with a regular old plumbus. I always wondered how plumbuses got made. All right, hold up. All right. You know, crazy jokes and quantum carburetors aside. SpaceX is reporting that Starship is go for hamsters. Go for hamsters. Go for gerbil. No, they are good for propellant load. Excellent. Stop rubbing the fleeb. Well, it's important that the fleeb is rubbed. Okay? To dumb it down for fun about cavitating blades, go see when fluids flow. When no fluids, the blades go boom. Yeah, like a ship screw. On like a submarine or a ship or a boat. Yeah, if you spin it too fast, it's going to start tearing the water apart, and this makes the boat very angry. There will be no vigorous fleeb rubbing in my stream, thank you. Only delicate fleeb rub. You know what? That was one of those things I wish I could just take back. But hey, you know, it's the internet. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. Oh, thanks, Cyborg. Yeah. What is the mission goal? Are you asking or are you declaring what the mission goal is? EJ is so screwed. Ariel, my job has required me to constantly be on the internet for the last 15 years. Okay? That's a lot of internet. Look at the pain and sadness in these eyes. The pain in these eyes. That's a lot. That is a lot of brain rot, man. Welcome to the internet. Have a look around. Anything your brain can think of can be found. We got mountains of content. Some better, some worse. Jarvis, open this man's brain rot folder. You do not want to. Not even Papa Franco made it as long as you. What time will it be for when the ship splashes down? 45 minutes, Dean, give or take, from launch. So call you back in 2 hours. Please no, now that song is stuck in your head. Oh, I got you. Ready? Ready? There you go. What's with the Weezer memes? They're not funny. They're not funny. What's with the Weezer memes? They're not funny. Yeah, Havix.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Flyboy gifted a sub to Ariel 04. Thank you very much. That was for Karina. It's also plus 108 from launch. Yeah, okay, so I'll call you back in 2 hours. None of it is interesting to you. You'd be the first. Bum, bum, bum. That's such a good song, dude. Hit the nail on the head. What's with the Weezer memes? They not funny. They not funny. Inside's awesome, dude. That was very, yeah. Very good stuff. I love Bo Burnham. Yeah. Yep. If Titan needs something, we may or may not gaslight the dog. When he needs something, like he's like, the ball is stuck underneath the couch. So Bree and I start singing, it's so hard to be a pupper. It's hard to be a pupper. Tiny. All right, you get it. All right, cool. Have SpaceX said why they aren't catching the booster today? So Lava Eagle, we're inside of 1 hour. There we go. We should start getting fueling here momentarily. So has SpaceX said why they aren't catching the booster? Yes, they have, Lava Eagle. The gist of it is that they want to test engine out capability during landing and don't want to risk the pad. That's the last part. Not risking the pad is kind of speculation on my part. SpaceX said they will expend the booster. They're going to expend booster 14, which does suck. I actually saw that booster land. It's fine. And what they want to do is during the landing, they want to intentionally shut off one of the 3 center engines for the booster to try and get a booster on the inner ring of 10 Raptors to relight and compensate. So they're testing basically abort contingencies and failure mode contingencies for a booster landing to get some good data on it. And also they're going to get some good data on obviously reusing Booster 14. Booster 14 is using 29 of its original 33 engines that flew with it on Flight 7, which is pretty cool, man. That thing is pretty dang reused. So, yeah, and I've always said, like, it's the next iterative step, all right? The next iterative step, right, in making a rapidly reusable vehicle, okay, so first they verified that you could get to engine cutoff, right, and separation. And then they verified that you could soft land it, right? And then they verified that you can actually land it. Now the next step would be to verify that a reused booster can ascend again. And then a secondary objective, because if you're using it to ascend, you might as well use it to test if it can land again. But the safe bet, because you only have 1 operable Starship pad, soon to be 2, soon to be 3 actually with the Cape, the safe bet, right, is to just test that out over the ocean. It's pretty much landing exactly where Booster 13 landed. It's pretty damn close. Where are the 4 new engines, center or outside? They never said, Mutter. The 29 is confirmed by SpaceX, yes. We don't know where the 4 new engines are from. So, when SpaceX starts fueling, guys, you're going to see the bleed lines, you're going to see them close. If they close, that means we're fueling. And you'll start to see frost occur on the booster and the ship. What's a super heavy 0 to 60 time in a quarter mile? Yes. Couldn't it also be a mix of engines from 12, 14, and 15? Yeah. It's possible. It's possible if you want to think about it like that. The way I read that SpaceX update, the wording might be, you know, open to kind of interpretation, but the way they worded it made it sound like 29 of the engines are 29 engines that flew on booster 14 previously. At least that's how I interpreted it. I don't know. Everybody interprets something different. I could say I like bananas and someone would be like, "What? You don't like strawberries?" I'd be like, "Nah, I didn't say that. I'm talking about the shaft fruit, not the strawberry shaped fruit." You know, like, the way they made it sound, dude, like, taking it at face value, sounds like those engines flew on booster 14 previously. Jarvis, get me some bananas, please. Righto, sir. You don't like strawberries? I'm unfollowing. Yes. No, I do like strawberries. Strawberries are awesome. I'm growing strawberries in my backyard. I'm not growing bananas. Because tropical climate. Ship 36 already has the engines and will roll out either tonight or tomorrow morning. Booster 15 is being prepped in the high bay. Work continues on the OLM. Yeah, Outdoorsman, it's really hard to know. How long is the launch window? It's an hour, Drummer? So you hate bananas? Nope. I love hand bananas. Wait. No. It's got to be your banana. No. Your strawberry. Your towel. Okay, it looks like the vent line's pulling down a little bit here. Isn't it 90 minutes? You know what? Let's just iron this one out right now. Window will open at 6:30. Huh. It's 60 minutes. Look at the recent SpaceX tweet. SpaceX. S-P. Ace. Yeah, there we go. There it is. Right from the south. Will Booster 14 get destroyed after hard splashdown? So, and lost. So what's going to happen here is the booster is not going to do a soft landing. It's going to do this engine out thing a good distance off the water, and then it's going to fall into the ocean at a pretty high rate of speed, from what I understand. SpaceX talked about that in their update, actually. Hold on. Here, check it out. Finally, unique engine configurations will be demonstrated during Super Heavy's landing burn. One of the 3 center engines used for the final phase of landing will be intentionally disabled to gather data on the ability for a backup engine in the middle ring to complete a landing burn. The booster will then transition to only 2 center engines for the end of the landing burn, with shutdown occurring while still above the Gulf and the vehicle expected to make a hard splashdown. So, once again, interpreting this at face value tells me that this thing is going to do this a good deal up from the deck, from the water, and it's going to fall into the ocean. Status of launch, please. Fueling should begin very soon. The vents are still open. Too risky to catch? No, it's not too risky to catch. I think that the next step here is to onwards and upwards, guys. We saw in Tim's teaser video with Elon that they got you got to move away from the jettisonable hot ring. You need the integrated hot ring. These versions of the boosters are not long for this world. They're long for the bottom of the ocean, unfortunately. But stupid is, stupid does. No, that's not the right way to say that, but you get the idea. Mark, it was nice to see you being the responsible to on Flame Trench the other day. I was hosting. Yeah, Mark, I don't get to weigh in as much. I don't get to weigh in as much when I'm hosting because I'm concentrating on hosting the thing and giving you good content and pacing the entire Flame Trench. So you don't get my spicy takes as much when I'm doing it. But yeah, if all of the hosts are going to, or all of the people that are on Flame Trench are going to all agree with each other, I will throw a monkey wrench in it, dude. I will throw a monkey wrench in it. In fact, there's no reason. I like doing things like that.
I'm in space.
Hey, Tan, what's going on? And Copybearer had a 94-month resub. You're an integrated hot ring. Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You do a better job keeping it on the rails. I don't like being the one that has to be the one that keeps it on the rails. That's very annoying because I'm known for, you know, doing the opposite of that. But hey, it is what it is. Zen's 15-month resub. Thanks, EJ and Jeff, for the content and the vibes. Yes. Yes. Event should shut down in about 10 minutes. Yeah, it seems like they're... I don't think we've gone into fueling yet, dudes. After this, do you think they'll be post-certified human rated? No. No, I do not, Flakin. Yeah. Sometimes you got to throw a monkey in the wrenches. I mean... Yeah. Yeah. I don't condone violence against animals. Except, like, if you're hunting, then it's okay. But I don't think throwing monkeys into wrenches is hunting. So, you know, like, maybe don't do that. Like, you want Chris and Thomas on the SpaceX broadcast, though? Well, you can wish in one hand and crap in the other and see which one fills up first. There's an increased chance of damage to the backup engine being damaged without flowing prop through it, right? I mean, Element, I think they're gonna free spin the turbo pump, which, I mean, that's the only way I can think of, like, an immediate restart of the engine, right? Because when Super Heavy goes to land, it fires up 3 engines and then 13 and then back down to 3 and then lands, right? So in that momentary transition from 13 engines down to 3, you're going to have to relight one of those engines. There is no way the turbo pump stopped spinning in that amount of time. Unless they have some type of rotor brake in there. So yeah, they have to kind of freewheel the pumps, which is... If it was any other engine, this would cause some problems, but we did see SpaceX test this exact thing on the test stand a little while ago. They did that. They free spinned a turbo pump. They like, think anti-lag, but for a rocket engine. Dude, that's what they did. We saw it happen on McGregor with that Raptor engine that they fired, shut off, fired, shut off, fired, shut off in like 15 seconds. So I think, yeah, there's a very high potential of that causing a big problem, Element, but we've seen that they've tested it on the test stand, but if it's one thing we learned from Flight 7 and Flight 8, that testing it on the test stand might not be your end-all be-all tell of if it's going to work or not. Does the lock sled started countdown said it'd be around T-minus 51? I think we're going to see a new T0 here. A little bit. They're a little bit behind and lost it because the vents are still open. The OLM vent is still open and the tower vent is still open. They should be closed by now. I don't think it's possible that I think they are pushing the T0. How does that not hammer an engine? Goalie, that's quite actually getting into physics that I just do not understand. I don't know how that happens, but we know that it can do it. They, like I said, we saw them test a Raptor engine at McGregor, I don't know, a year ago maybe, and they fired it up, they stopped it. 5 seconds later, they fired it back up again, stopped it, and then fired it back up again and stopped it. That's not, that is a really good way to break things. But we know it can be done. Do you remember that rocket engine that they fired like 15 times in like a minute? You guys remember that? It was like on, off, on, off, on, off. It was like playing Kerbal and hitting ZX, ZX, ZX. In real life, if you tried to full throttle, no throttle a rocket engine that quickly, not in real life. With most rocket engines, if you tried to do that, it would probably explode. Yeah, because you're a hydraulic hammering you're hammering the turbine machinery with propellant. Every time you shut it off, it's like a hammer hitting the impeller, but a hydraulic hammer, right? Like how Raptor is able to do that and not blow up. I mean, well, it's very clear that Raptor can explode. Like, just saying. It's also pretty clear at this point that Raptor is also susceptible to leaks. But how it can seemingly do that without breaking things is pretty cool. Oh, ship SQD. So ship quick disconnect line. This is the gas line, fuel and oxidizer, because you have to bring your oxygen with you. This is the fuel and oxidizer line that goes into the ship. It is chilled down a little bit, and it looks like the tower vent is closed. We are in for prop load. Just a little bit behind schedule. Hey, Ellisers, what's up, man? 11-month resub. What company was it where we saw them testing the engine going from 20% throttle to 100 to 40 to 20? I think that was Stoke, but I'm not sure. What is the NSF lore behind Ship 26? Some people love it, some people hate it. It's just kind of become a funny thing that we argue about for no reason. It's the spaceflight equivalent of is a hot dog a sandwich? No, do not argue it. Nope. Hey, look. The keys. Look, Starship's fueling. Look, see? Hey, yeah, did I reel you back in? Yeah, cool. They're fueling it. So what are the odds % chance that this flight will be unsuccessful? With this type of vehicle, George, every flight carries risk. I would hope that SpaceX would put this thing out on the pad trying to retire as much of that risk as possible. Basically, trying to minimize the chances of explosions. But you never know. It's a dice roll when you're dealing with something as complicated as this, right? I would say 75-30 at this point. Math. 75-25. Yeah, I can do math, I swear. That's why I don't make rockets. Because strimmer brain. I'd say they wouldn't put it out there unless they were sure, dude. Unless they were sure they were putting their best foot forward. I really don't think they would. With that being said, it could explode, man. That's the gamble. It could. It's possible it blows up. It might. Remember, this is a reused booster. We're in uncharted territory here. Look on the right flap. It looks like some of that TPS on the leeward side of the flap is peeling off. Propellant of Starship's upper stage is now underway. Confirmed from SpaceX at 46 past. Ooh, magic keys make Oog feel better. Jingle, jangle, jangle. No, board! No, just kidding. Can't see it. I'm just having it off the side of the screen because I don't want to miss this. I want the eagle-eyed tank watcher seeing this, dude. Yeah, see how the lines are all chilled down? We can tell because the frost coming off. You can tell because it's cold because of the way it is. So we should they should start chilling down these lines, and then the plumbing, and then we should see them move to fast fill. No, that's pretty neat, Flacken. About the fast engine startup, it's free spinning the power pack using helium when there's no prop flowing. Hydrostatic bearing heritage from the integrated powerhead demo confirmed the ability to do that from the Air Force Research Lab in the 1990s. BE-4 can do that too, but it's not tested. I wasn't sure what their manner of actuation is to keep turbo, to keep their the RPMs high on their pumps, Baron. But yeah, it's like an anti-lag system on a turbo. Very similar.
Discovery.
We got
go
frost.
throttle up.
Do we have frost? Hold on. Yep. That could be just the reflection. Frost should start to accumulate up here, guys. Actually missed the normal launch streams. Love you on NSF2, don't get me wrong, but there's something about it this way. Yeah, well, what's the chance to meet Vulcans today? Well, Zephyr Cochrane hasn't built the ship yet, so probably low, Squirby. Sorry if you already answered it. The last two failures was the same issue. No, Dennis, it wasn't. SpaceX said in their update the other day that Flight 8 had a different problem. They said Flight 8 had a hardware failure. From what they described, it very much sounded like somebody didn't tighten down one of the engine mount bolts for Raptor, and a Raptor broke the bolt and jettisoned itself. That's what that sounds like. I think Chris G is going to be on again. Yeah, maybe. CO2 tanks getting filled right now. Yeah, Sputnik, I saw a little bit of it. I'm not going to show it on stream because Tim doesn't like his content being shared that way. I did show a snapshot of it. The big thing from that Elon interview is the integrated hot staging ring. Press X to doubt. Guys, I don't think SpaceX would say... I don't think SpaceX would run cover for themselves just to be like, oh no, it was the same issue and we didn't solve it. Why would they make that stuff up? I think that somebody just didn't tighten a bolt down or something, or there was some material analysis that wasn't analyzed correctly. Yeah, that's a word I just made up. I don't care. All right, SpaceX is live. We're popping off from Starbase Live, and we are switching over. I will keep SBL up there, and we will go over to Starship coverage from SpaceX. Where'd you go? I don't care. I mean, well, the Red Sox are playing the Brewers at 11:40. Jeez. Hey, how about you win a game for a change? There we go. That's what I want. There we go. Yeah. All right. And away we go. Boop. I'm wondering with all the new GSE if prop load is going to be faster. It might be. Miscommunication of bolt torque spec or bad bolt would be your guess. I mean, dude, this stuff happens. It happened. That, like, last night, right? Like, this, dude, it could be that. Like, it's clearly, like I said, they wouldn't try to obfuscate that it's the same thing. They would say, like, oh, this problem is really getting us. We'll figure it out, though. But they made it an explicit thing in the update to say that this was a different problem than the harmonic problem encountered during Flight 7. They explicitly said that. I don't think they would lie about that, dude, to be honest with you. I really don't. Like, why? Why would you say that? "4K stream, let's go." Oh, no way, dude. Yo! That's right, Jazzos. How about the Rockies win a game for once? Bro, dude, you know how many games the Red Sox have lost by like one run? It's ridiculous. Wait, EJ, how did you lose the beard? I've never seen you any different. Well, it ablated. I was testing my thermal protection system. Yeah. So the beard is actually an ablative regenerative heat shield. and we went through re-entry, so it all ablated up. No, dude, it's too hot. It's we've hit summer. We've hit summertime. Having a great big bushy beard is just an excuse for sweat to just kind of sit on your face, and it feels disgusting. So that's what happened to your hair too. Yeah. The problem is that I don't think the ablative hair heat shield I don't think it's regenerative. I think it just ablated. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure it's just ablating away, and I think it might be Pica X based or something, because it's not coming back. it's not. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that's not coming back, dude. Like, I'm pretty sure it's Avcoat or something. Maybe blocked Avcoat that charred off or something. This analogy is working, right? We're having fun. Like, maybe it's honeycomb injected Avcoat that took a long time to grow, but, you know, like, it's not charring, but it's... No, too real? Okay. It can come back. You just need to plant seeds. I don't think that's how you refurbish heat shields. I agree, it's too damn hot. You're a Cleveland fan. Ooh, gross. All right, anyway, I'm shutting up. Let's do this. Time for the vibes. Slap the bass.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ghost Rider.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nick at Night. Thanks for all the space streams. I got you. My hair is Orion. Yes. Oh, that's so freaking cool, dude. That's what we need to see today, baby. That's what we need to see. Maybe that too. Not that, though. We see that, we got some problems today. Slap it the back. Slap the back.
Good afternoon, Space Fam,
What's up,
and
Snap?
welcome to Starbase. I'm Jesse Anderson,
Hey, I've been there.
Production Engineering Manager.
We
at
got Jesse!
SpaceX.
And I'm Dan Hewitt with
Jesse!
SpaceX Communications.
And Dan! Oh, it's a
Awesome to
good
have you
omen.
with us here in Texas, Jesse. Welcome to Starbase. First time, right?
Thank you so much, Dan.
Oh,
yeah,
crap.
my first time here, and it is mind-blowing. I went out to the pad this morning, and the scale of the vehicle is just insane.
Dwarfs everything.
And for those
Dan
of you
Hewitt.
watching at home, in case you missed the news, Starbase is no longer just a cool name. It is now officially an incorporated city in Texas, and we'll have more on that a little bit later today.
So it's
Right
not
now,
just
though,
a clever
we are counting
name.
down to Starship's 9th flight test, currently targeting the very start of our window at
Bomax says
6:30
what's
p.m.
up.
Central Time. Good news right
Hello.
up front, not tracking any issues with the vehicle. Weather is gorgeous out there right
I went to
now.
Starbase
Rain this
before
morning,
Jesse
little
did?
bit of wind, nothing now, nothing to worry about. Looking good for a launch.
Starship development is moving quickly here at Starbase. So fast, in fact, that we already are reflying the Super Heavy booster today, which last flew on Flight 7.
Knew
The
you
primary
are.
objectives for
Nice.
today are very similar to our last two attempts, except for the booster, which, in addition to flying for the second time, has an exciting return journey planned for its return back to Earth.
That's right. It's going to be getting some serious rigor. And pretty important, we are not going to be attempting to catch the booster today. We're going to use this launch to kind of further accelerate the development. We're putting Super Heavy kind of through the ringer.
Yeah, of course,
some
Bear.
serious rigor. We're going to go through all of that in just a couple of minutes. We're also hoping to get Ship into space, and it's got a couple of objectives like deploying simulated Starlink satellites and then a range of experiments during its
43
re-entry.
seconds
We're really
behind.
trying to test the limits, the capability.
Okay, all right. We gotta give it a refresco.
Load on this
There we
flight,
go.
once again, as always, is data.
It's definitely a very big
Data.
day for both stages. There's always a chance we don't reach every objective that we set for ourselves, but success comes from what we learn on days like today. And of course, whatever happens, excitement is guaranteed.
There are dummy
Yeah,
sats on board,
Discovery,
Flecken.
go
Yep.
Progress is not measured by single flight tests. It's whatever that timeline overall
Nice,
is,
Avatar.
and getting us closer to establishing self-sustaining civilization on Mars, making life multiplanetary. Every
Where's
time
DJ?
we're
Who's
learning
this guy?
something from
I
these
am
flights that will get us there,
DJ.
that is progress.
Exactly.
The guy.
Starship is
I'm
the
guy.
first orbital launch vehicle engineered to be fully reusable and built for frequent flight and
Would
heavy
you just
payloads,
look at it?
just like today's commercial airliners.
It's
Yeah.
the product of
Oh, would you look
years
at this?
of rapid development, testing, iteration. We're trying to fly as frequently as possible, fix problems as they appear, and then fly again.
Yeah, just
It
whoa,
all started
whoa.
here at
Would you just
Starbase
look at it?
with Starhopper. It was a small single Raptor prototype. Kind of looked like a water tower. We turned it into a water tower eventually. It made its first low altitude hop back in 2019 here at Starbase. You could tell the pad, that's the pad that we were just looking at. It looks dramatically different now, 2 towers. But Starhopper delivered. It was able to prove that we could use that Raptor engine for controlled takeoff and landing.
And that is so wild to see that there on your screen was just 6
That
years
actually
ago.
happened.
And now we're here today with a full-size vehicle. So from there, we moved to full-size test articles with increasingly complex test flights that reach
actually happened.
progressively higher altitudes. And each test shaped the Starship that we see today on the pad, a stronger, taller, and more refined vehicle.
That's right. All right. Now, let's go out there and meet it. Starship is made up of 2 parts. First, on the bottom, the Super Heavy
Shmammeron.
booster, powered by 33 Raptor engines. Both Super Heavy and Ship are running on liquid
See the
methane
frost
and
lines?
liquid oxygen. That second stage, the Starship upper stage, is
That's
powered
right,
by
Baron.
6 of those Raptor engines. 3 of them are optimized to sea level performance, 3 for vacuum, so operating while they're in space. And here's a quick look under the hood at all of those Raptors. On the left, that's a view from underneath the
That's
launch
a new
mount.
camera.
That's 33
Well,
Raptor engines
new.
on the first stage, on the booster. And on the right, that's a view inside of the ship. So you're looking
that's
down at the top of the
nice.
booster at 6 Raptor engines inside the ship. Those are what's going to power it to orbit. Now,
That's
that second
nice.
stage is also what will one day
We need that
carry
camera
cargo,
during separation.
payloads, people, everything that's going to space. It's also going to be responsible for in-space propellant transfer. That's where we're going to take 2 starships, meet them up in orbit. One will be able to transfer propellant to the other. That's a really critical
like that.
capability for Starship to do all of these missions beyond low
Engine
Earth
1,
orbit.
Dean.
That also unlocks our ability to send huge amounts of cargo, tremendous amounts of people to destinations far beyond Earth.
What's up,
Yeah,
Yarn?
the Super Heavy booster is designed to launch,
Right,
separate,
Jazzas? For
flip,
sure,
and
man, for
return
sure.
to the launch site where it can be caught by the chopsticks on the launch tower. Though, as we mentioned earlier, we are not attempting a
Go
booster
and
catch
drive up.
today on Flight 9.
Trojan?
Starship re-enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of its mission, steering itself to a vertical landing or catch. And both stages are designed to return to Earth and fly again, making this the first rocket in history that will be fully reusable.
And then just in between the 2 vehicles is what's known as the hot stage ring. That's a steel structure that really takes the brunt of those ship engines as they ignite, protecting the booster while the ship's still attached to it. That enables us to do hot staging. It's faster, more efficient, and kind of shutting everything down and then reigniting. Right now, that hot stage is...
Guys, I'm just going to mute Dan for a second. I just want to point out that there's 30 minutes to launch, and this thing isn't even like a quarter of the way... Well, actually, it's probably about a quarter of the way fueled. That's a lot of liquid to move that fast, let alone cryogenic propellants. That's why there's that huge smoke cloud, because you gotta keep everything cool. You're moving cool propellants. The pipe that it moves through also has to be cold. If it's not, your propellants will evaporate. That's why there's that huge vape cloud coming off of the tank farm, because they are moving. Oop, they're talking about this.
Has officially been installed. That's starting to come together. Just like Pad 1, Pad 2 has a launch mount. That's where you're going to put Super Heavy on top. We also have a launch tower with arms, a little bit shorter on that one. That's going to be used to stack the Starship on top, put the booster on top, catch the booster, catch the Starship. We did put the orbital launch mount on there. That's responsible for routing all of the propellant to the booster ahead of flight. Underneath it, you've got flame deflectors, the water deluge system to just disperse all of those forces. The single piece we just lifted in weighs about 1,060 metric tons, which, if you're keeping score at home, that's the same weight as about 10 Millennium Falcons. It's heavy.
That's a lot of Millennium Falcons,
So
Dan.
many.
Any unit but the metric system.
We're also currently in work on Starship's brand new pad at
Thanks,
Kennedy
Dan.
Space Center's Launch Complex 39A, and we're hoping to bring that online later this year as well. Tons of progress with Starship so far in 2025, and lots of incredible milestones still coming up. And we are still on track to lift off tonight at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. And right now, it's time to say hi to Chris, who's over there repping the West Coast Ops today. How's it going, Chris?
Hey, Jesse and Dan, and welcome everyone to West Coast and Hawthorne, California. As you can see behind me, the crowd is gathering outside of our mission control room here in Hawthorne, and the excitement is really palpable as we continue to count down towards Starship's 9th
Looks
flight
pretty
test.
exciting.
Now, our mission control room here in Hawthorne usually serves as the mission control room for our Falcon and Dragon missions once they launch from Florida and California. Now, with Starship, all countdown and mission control operations actually use the same flight control team from the same location at Starbase, which you can see on your screen now. But
See that's where that guy needs to be. In this chair. That's where you need to be. Stay there. Don't move.
And that's what we use the mission
Just stay
control
there.
room here in Hawthorne for during Starship flight tests like today's. The folks in mission control, which you see now on your screen, are the responsible engineers for Starship's various systems. This includes things
Don't
like
move.
booster
Sit
systems,
there.
stage propellant,
Please.
our ground stations, flight software, the loads, and the vehicle structures as well. And having this support gives the flight teams in Starbase immediate access to our engineers' knowledge, which is really, really important when we're making informed decisions very quickly in a test program like this.
Yeah, baby.
This setup has been great for Starship flight tests so far.
I don't think so. They're in the
things like
offices,
propellant
Dean.
temperature differences, as well as day of launch winds that can affect the loads placed on Starship.
Saying that your
structures
chief
during
engineer
launch
should
and
be there when
particularly
your
during the
rocket
descent of
launches, that he's the
super
chief
heavy booster
engineer of, is
backburn.
not a political,
So having all of
controversial
these
thing to say,
responsible
Taco.
engineers ready to support
So why
is
don't you do me a
crucial
favor
during
and
Starship
shut your mouth?
testing, where we place hardware in flight conditions
Whammy.
quickly to iterate and make the best and most reliable rocket that we can. So it's
I don't know,
definitely
Deke.
a full house, a growing full house here in Hawthorne for our 9th flight of Starship today. Every flight brings us a step closer to a future where Starship is flying multiple times a day, and I'm sure you all feel the same way down there in Texas, Dan and Jesse, but I can't wait to see Starship's launch today. How about you?
I'm ready.
Yeah, can't wait to see it, Chris. As you can
My
see, prop
aviators are
floating on
ready,
the vehicle
Chris.
is just a little under 2 miles away from us, and we're really excited. Looking back real quick, so back in March, Starship's 8th flight test saw us
I feel
catch the
kinda
Super Heavy
weird just
booster
being in
for
front
the
of
3rd
Jesse.
time
Can I,
ever.
like,
Another
be in
big
front
step
of
on
Dan
that path to
instead?
full and rapid reusability. Unfortunately, the Starship upper stage did experience what we call a rapid, unscheduled disassembly before it finished its climb to space, which meant we didn't reach all of
Got it,
those
Baron.
additional mission objectives that we had set.
About 5.5 minutes into ship's ascent burn, a hardware failure in one of its sea-level Raptor engines took out that engine, the 2 remaining sea-level engines, and
Hi,
a
Tiny
Raptor
Victory.
vacuum engine. That's 4 of the 6 engines that ship has. This was a different failure than we saw on Flight 7, and the fixes that we put in place did work as expected, so
called
this
that.
was a
Boom!
new issue on Flight 8. So welcome to iterative engineering.
That's right. Losing hardware is a potential outcome of any test program. That's why we're always prepared with safety measures in place and also ready to have boots on the ground to assist with anything like debris cleanup. We can coordinate with all the necessary
couldn't help
parties,
myself.
organizations, administrations for safety in advance and in an ongoing basis during our test campaigns
Jack,
to
what's going
plan
on?
for as many possible outcomes. Definitely do want to say thank you
No,
though,
but
to
there's
the
emphasis
people of
when
the
they said it.
Bahamas,
I had
the
this-
government of the Bahamas who worked with us so closely since Flight 8.
We took full responsibility for the cleanup, and in doing so, we had
You
people
were
on
here
the
when I
ground
read
in the
it, Sea
Bahamas
Kraken.
within 12 hours to help with debris recovery. So all that said, we're moving forward in our development cycle with safety at the top of mind, and we fly again today to get this current iteration of ship to space and back.
That's right. Putting hardware in a flight environment as frequently as possible so you're seeing how things behave all together in the real world, then you're solving problems as they pop up. That's how SpaceX developed their very first rocket, Falcon 1. Same philosophy was used to develop Falcon 9.
Today, we're looking to get our first re-entry with the latest iteration of ship while intentionally stressing the super heavy vehicle during its return to get data on its boundaries. And by stressing, we mean that we'll be pushing the flight envelope of super heavy as we fly at a higher angle of attack during descent towards the Gulf. Angle of attack in this case means that super heavy is pitched up to maximize drag and slow return. Because of this test, we will not be attempting to catch and recover Super Heavy, which again is flying for its 2nd time today. So for a brief moment, this booster will hold the title as the Super Heavy flight leader.
That's right.
Aha! All right.
Still ahead for today. Let's get into it real quick.
What's the plan
with
for the
this
upper stage?
Overview. As always,
Watch.
everything starts with a liftoff. 33 Raptor engines igniting. Super
you,
Heavy
Pat.
pushing itself and Starship into ascent over the Gulf. It's going to continue for about 2.5
Cool,
minutes
Methane.
before we get to hot staging. Ship will ignite its engines, booster will do its boost back burn and begin its flight experiments back for a hard splashdown in the Gulf of America. Meanwhile, ship continues its burn into space.
And ship will remain
Well, it's gonna
suborbital.
go
We will be
around the
deploying
world,
8 Starlink
around
simulator
the
satellites
world.
and then head towards re-entry. We'll relight a Raptor engine as well as test experiments during re-entry, such as missing tiles, metallic tiles, loading the vehicle's flaps, and then ship will
Chat, it's the Gulf of Amexida. Thank you very much.
test with a soft water splashdown
Discovery,
in
go
the
at throttle
Indian
up.
Ocean. So that's what we have on the menu for Flight 9 today.
Whole lot.
Flight 8's RUD taught us new lessons about Starship hardware, specifically the Raptor engines. And as we touched on earlier, the root cause was traced to a hardware failure in one of Starship's 3 center Raptor engines.
Yeah, just since that flight, we've done more than 100 long-duration Raptor tests at our facility in McGregor. Huge shout-out to that team for really putting in the work to better understand what happened. As a result, the engines that are on Starship's upper stage on the pad right behind us have a few changes. One of the key ones we did was additional preload on some of the joints, essentially some additional torquing. A new nitrogen purge system.
Additional
for the engines
torquing.
themselves, and made some improvements
Boom.
to the propellant drain system.
After our first
Told
ever
you.
super heavy refurb campaign, we static fired with all 33 Raptor engines. This was a chance to see all
Man,
of the
I'm
hardware
tired of being
operating
right.
together. And for this flight, our teams had an opportunity to make adjustments or hardware replacements for this first ever reflight of the super heavy booster.
And then it was ship's turn. We took it through several
It probably
static
wasn't
dryers.
that, guys, but also.
First, we did this short duration single engine burn to simulate an in-space reignition of Raptor using those header tanks, those smaller tanks up in the nose cone. We also completed a longer duration 60-second burn with all 6 engines. So where you're really putting the entire propulsion system that's going to be used for the ship's ascent into space through the paces, making sure everything's working together before we go stack it on the pad.
And in the end, these changes represent the core of our test program. And reflying a booster for the first time is a major milestone, especially so early in the flight test program. Now, Falcon did it in just over 30 flights.
And Starship's doing it today on just its
additional
9th
twerking.
flight.
You got to make sure that
Not
it
wild
moves
just
around.
because
The
of how
rocket
much
engine needs to
faster that
wiggle
is,
or
but
to
just
steer.
how much bigger Starship is. Falcon
Right.
9 can lift about 23 metric tons into orbit. Starship is designed to lift 200.
That is so exciting. And on
Please.
top of that, we're also reflying Engine 314 for its 3rd flight, which you might recall is the engine with a pie on the nozzle.
Wait, you're getting rid of
And
the
you can
pie
see
engine, Jesse?
That engine
Jesse!
there. It is a milestone, most definitely, but we do remain focused on getting to the point where no refurbishment is needed between any of the flights.
Yeah, that means we want to launch it, bring it back.
Can't just show that? Yeah, I
look
know,
at
right?
it, reload propellants, go again. That is really what's key. That is what full and
Third
rapid
flight.
reusability
Wait a
will
minute.
look like.
Okay, pie jokes aside, did they say that that was the 3rd flight for that engine? So the pie engine was taken off Booster 12. Holy balls, dude, that's
The
cool.
Super Heavy booster is the first stage of the Starship launch vehicle stack. It's the largest
Dude,
stage
that's
ever
nuts.
developed for any rocket ever. Having the largest rocket ever is a very cool engineering feat, but the thing that really makes a difference is the ability to rapidly reuse that rocket to launch many other missions.
Ugh.
Reflying
Damn,
Booster
that's so
14 is
cool.
an important first milestone in that we have proven that we can
Swat!
recover a vehicle, turn it around, and fly it a second time. But it's not a victory.
Yeah,
yet.
yeah,
From
Overlord,
an
well, you
operational
have to.
perspective, an ideal state looks like a vehicle where very few things have to happen on it in order to take back off again. So we catch the vehicle, put it back onto the
3rd
launch
flight,
mount,
man.
put a new ship back on top with its payload, refuel, and take back off. And that same booster will come back to the launch mount, and we do the same thing all over again. Falcon is, reusing at a pretty high rate, and we get to go look at them and say, what did
pretty
we
much
learn?
orange, yeah.
What is good, what is
I'm in
bad,
space.
as we continue
Article,
to build the Starship
gotta
process.
give this up from Hokey.
Zero touch refurbishment really looks like a commercial airliner. The advantage we have on Booster relative to when we developed Falcon 9, for instance, is this was really designed from the outset for rapid reusability.
We're using all of the flight test learnings from our version 1 and version 2 vehicles in our orbital flight test campaign to inform the design of our version 3 vehicle.
The next generation vehicle will be
More or
the
less,
first
Hampus,
time
yeah.
that we've really attempted to make rapidly reusable thermal protection on a rocket. In the next iteration, we'll be able to add in new innovative materials and regenerative cooling that will enable rapid
It is CJ, yep.
zero-touch refurbishment.
rapid reusability, the ability to fly, turn the vehicle around, and refly again immediately is really the key goal of the Starship program.
It is so cool to see our teams working together as
Another
Starship is
7
learning from
minutes,
Falcon
Alucard.
with reusability, and now
Noah,
we're
drop
seeing Starship do the same
Longbow.
thing today. So all eyes on the rocket on the pad,
I didn't see it,
getting ready to
Bistardo. I was
launch
checking
in
chat.
just about 17 minutes from now.
That's right. Looking at our levels real quick, we're a little bit more than halfway full on fuel and locks on the booster, over 80% full on the ship. Still have to fill those header tanks, but everything looking good. We're not
Yeah, Panther, we
tracking
might.
any issues on the range. As a reminder, we watch sea states, air, and land around the launch site here and also over in the Indian Ocean where we're going to be doing our reentry. Not tracking any blockers to launch at the moment. Weather is gorgeous, has not been a concern all day for launch. We've been moving through all of our pre-flight checkouts pretty smoothly so far this morning, getting the ship and the booster ready for prop load, making sure guidance, navigation, and control are aligned. Everything's ready to go. You can see.
I don't know
with the
Seacracken
frost
off the
coming
top of my
we're,
head.
We're getting pretty full. We started
Why
loading.
is fueling so slow?
All of the propellants on board.
Dude, they're loading like... What do you mean slow? They had no fuel in it 30 minutes ago. What do you mean slow? It's the fastest fueling rocket around, dude.
3 minutes before liftoff. We'll close out on the ship first.
Seriously.
And then on the booster. But
Think about the
bottom
volume
line,
of liquids
everything's looking
here that
great.
are being
Not
moved.
tracking any vehicle issues, range issues, weather issues. We're looking really
This is
good
the
right now
fastest
for launch
around,
at the
dude.
top of our window right at 6:30
You're
PM
slow.
Central.
Well, I knew
Seeing
that,
the
but you didn't
propellant
need to
loading
say
is
it out
making
loud.
this getting more and more exciting. Today
10 million
is going
pounds
to
of
be
fuel
a
in
wild
30 minutes.
Ride for Super
Okay.
Heavy. We're putting the booster through several tests to expand the envelope on its capabilities and get flight data to make its return and catch more reliable.
They fill it
Now,
faster
another
than
unique
filling a
change in
Tesla.
today's
We-
flight will be the addition of the first ever directional flip of the booster.
All right,
That's
I'll
right.
allow it.
If you followed previous flights and you kind of wondered to yourself, why does the direction
How much
of the
does it
booster flight
cost?
seem random? Surprise,
Oh,
it's
oh,
because
oh,
it
this
was.
is space. I'm in space.
We've
Decent with 10 subs. I'd say there's probably about 500,000 worth of methane and liquid oxygen here. Yeah, 500,000. Keep in mind, 500,000 is nothing compared to the development of the program, dude. That's like, oh my gosh, hold up. Filling up your car, right? Like, it's not expensive comparatively to the price of the car. I'm
lean
shutting up.
into it, and it'll react. The engines will gimbal, and then it'll continue the flip. That was the
Bruh.
easiest option technically, but you do take some performance hits since you're essentially setting aside propellant to accommodate every single direction for a flip.
Exactly, but if we know which direction we're flipping, then we know how much propellant we will need, and
That's
can
so
instead use
goddamn
more of
cool,
the propellant to burn longer during ascent, adding more velocity to the
dude.
ship and
I
increasing
love
how
this
much
thing,
payload
man.
it can
It's so
ultimately
good.
deliver to space.
Yeah, so today I got my trusty Super Heavy here. We're going to intentionally try to flip straight up. So as you're separating
Super Heavy's
from the
out for
ship,
Dan.
we want to get to here as you're doing that boost back burn. The fastest way is to just flip straight up and go into it. That's roughly what we did on Flight 5. It's the most direct way to get into that orientation
I'm there
for the
with
boost
him.
back burn. What you don't want to do is when you flip all the way down like that, we did that on Flight 7, it takes you in a big loop.
Do it for
uses
Dan.
The most amount of prop. Not efficient. We're at the point where we want to start kind of tuning it in and getting some extra performance out of the booster.
Yeah, exactly. That's called optimization.
That's right.
To accomplish this, we made some changes to the hot stage adapter, welding
Optimization.
reinforced panels over the vents in the direction that we want the booster to go. So when the ship engines ignite, the thrust will push against the blocked vents, which means that the nudge will be in the direction that we planned for. And then when we go to the next generation of ship and booster, we plan to control the flip direction by fine-tuning the engine startup sequence on the ship.
Yeah, that's not the only
Yes,
flight
Rarest.
experiment that
He
we had
did.
planned for the booster today. We're not attempting a catch, so we're going to try and gather additional data that's going to improve performance on future boosters. We're also going to try and see how resilient we are to things like losing an engine during the landing burn. By sending the booster out to sea, we're able to do these higher risk tests without risking the launch pad.
Discovery, no
As you might have
drop.
heard earlier, we're going to be doing what's called a higher angle of attack. Basically, instead of coming straight down, we're going to tilt
it
up
for
a
Starman.
little bit. That gets you more drag on the booster. You're able to use just aerodynamic forces to slow you down. The slower you're going at the start of that landing burn, the less propellant you need.
Maverick Mike.
Because
Easy
really
go.
you're just focused on slowing down as much as humanly possible when you fire that up. So by already going a little bit slower, we'll get some benefits to our performance and our reliability on those burns.
Yeah, exactly. And there's definite uncertainty in how well the booster's grid fins and structure will be able to control its flight when we get into higher angles.
Yes,
so don't be
Ivan.
surprised if it
Still
isn't a
V2s.
smooth descent for the booster down to its splashdown point today.
Kate and Dan, I think, are in the office building, in which case their world is about to be rocked when that thing goes off. That is extremely close for a rocket that big. Like, judging by the highway, Boca Chica Village is like right over there. Yeah, it's the building's gonna shake pretty hard.
Failures at the most critical times.
Yeah, we're going to
Jesse,
intentionally
not Kate.
disable one of those 3 center engines and instead use an engine from the middle ring that's kind of right behind it.
Dan
Those
said closer than
center
2 miles.
engines
Dude, they are
what we
wicked.
nominally
That's
use at the very last part of a
That's
landing.
really, really close, dude.
Fine-tuning the booster's path into those waiting chopstick arms.
Thank you,
This is
Penta.
going to
I'll check
act
it later.
as a
A little
real-world
busy right now, dude.
simulation of a pretty scary situation where engines are not starting at the probably the worst possible time, but we're going to do this
No, they're
without
closer
risking
than the
pad.
control room, young food.
And then at the very end of the landing burn, we're going to cut one more engine off and go down to only those 2 center engines. The burn is going to end while Super Heavy is still several
Get the space
hundred feet
tech.
above
Get
the
the
Gulf.
get the ship
So
engine
we
cut
expect
off.
it to
That's
make
the
a
big
pretty hot
objective for the day.
splashdown. So, in all, pretty eventful day for the booster.
Okay, guys, here's the thing. We're at T-minus 11 minutes and 16 seconds. Couple of things here. So 1, if you have to use the restroom, do it now. 2, on the Twitch side of things, I don't really have much control over when pre-roll and post-roll and whatever type of roll ads, egg roll ads hit or something. So, well, I mean, I kind of do, but if I run a pre-roll ad right now at T-minus 10 minutes, that should clear everybody from ads during ascent. So that's what I'm going to do. We're going to run ads now. I hate ads. I don't like doing this. If I had it my way, I would earn your subscription and wouldn't force you to watch anything except for my stupid mug. So I'm going to do an ad run on Twitch because we have some control over that. Not a lot of control, but we're going to run them now. So I'll see you on the other side. Just let me know when they're good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Or you could just block them. I don't condone that, though.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know, like, you could do that or not. You know, fight apathy or don't.
Commercial space
Or Twitch Turbo. Yeah, that'll work too.
Earlier this year, which became the first human spaceflight mission ever to explore
Arturo, let's
Earth's
go.
polar
Let's get it,
regions.
man.
We've flown a total of 66 crew in those 5 years, and we are expecting that number to grow
66
significantly
people.
in the coming years. Now, most recently on our From 2 mission, the crew offered unique glimpses into the orbital spaceflight experience. And this was honestly just so cool to see. Thank you to our
I don't know
Starlink
what
teams
you're
for
talking about,
making
Contra.
everying with the From 2 crew shared possible.
You love how
honestly made me feel
sophisticated
like
this
I was
stream is.
right there with them in Dragon. They were living, they were working, they were relaxing, they were doing their experiments.
They were
while
throwing
also
food
having
at people.
fun. Basically, just being people and inviting us along for the ride. And that was really meaningful. Being invited up there really showed how these are just the early days on the road to making life multiplanetary. And the vehicle that's going to make all of that happen
Nice.
is Starship. And Dan and Jesse, I don't know about you, but that is definitely a future I have wanted since I was a little kid, and I cannot wait to see us make it a reality.
Yeah,
There, Sea Kraken.
right there with you, Chris. It's the fact that we're getting close to that being reality, that the vehicle that's going to go is sitting on the pad right there. Like, that's endlessly exciting. All of that's going to include sending humans, all of the infrastructure for a permanent presence on Mars. And we're looking ahead to sending the very first Starships to Mars as early as next year.
Yeah, this will help prove that
Almost
we can
full.
actually get to Mars with a focus on learning as much as possible while demonstrating what will be needed for Mars transit and landing. But before we can make life multiplanetary, we have to build the starships that will make this all possible.
That's right. And that's happening right here, Starbase, Texas.
That's
the
right.
gateway
It
to
goes in
Mars.
the, it
This
goes
is
in the
where we're
OLM hole.
soon going to be launching up to 25 Starship launches per year from here at Starbase. And the place is changing
We do,
every single
JW.
day. We've grown quite a bit just in the last couple of years. There's a couple hundred employees, their families living amongst actual rockets. We're in the process of expanding
Did you say
production and
amongst
integration. We've got a
us?
target of 1,000 Starships a year we're going to try to hit. And recently, we did become a city of our own. We're the first city in Cameron County in 30 years. And that's just going to help us scale more quickly, try to build out the best community possible for all the people that are building the future of humanity's place in space. Starbase, pretty easily one of the most inspiring, exciting, unique places
There's
to
more,
live and
Dean,
work
but I
on the
will.
planet.
I refuse to speculate.
As usual, shameless plug. We're always hiring. Come help us build the gateway to Mars. Visit SpaceX.com/careers. You can see all of our openings.
And this is my first time in Starbase, and Dan,
So you
the
boys
Star
like
Factory
Mexico? 'Cause
is
that's
a
Mexico.
manufacturing engineer's dream to be able to.
Actually, yeah, that it's see over here, like right over here, that's Mexico, like right behind Jesse. That the Mexican border is
Just
quite
visiting.
close.
Chris is hanging out right where I call home base. So let's check back in with Chris in Hawthorne.
Yeah,
Thank-
it's a beast. Hi, Chris.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, everything here in Hawthorne is looking good. The crowd is gathered, really excited to watch the hard work of all of their colleagues come to fruition here for Starship on its
Baron.
9th flight test. Not tracking any issues. We are excited to watch Starship do its thing today,
not gonna
make it halfway around the
watch
world,
Eric
and test a lot of those critical
right now. I'm
in-space
kinda busy.
maneuvers and operations that will be
I'm
vital
sure you
for
understand.
the program's continued operation. So, Dan and Jesse, we can't wait for liftoff. Let's have a good flight today.
Thanks, Chris. Now, if you're just now joining us, where have you been? But we're glad that you're joining us now. We are at T
I've been
minus
right
just
here,
under
Jesse.
6
Where have you
minutes
been?
until liftoff of the 9th Starship test flight. So far, the range is looking good. All the airspace and trajectory area that we are going to be
Subsavoid just saying, hey,
launching
Dish, thanks for the
through
116,
is
man.
looking good for our test flight today.
She's been
Weather
building
has
rockets.
been great. It was a little rainy and windy this morning, but it cleared up. It looks beautiful
out.
here in
Hi, Pi.
Starbase, and propellant loading continues on both stages.
All right, yeah, it is continuing. We're a little over 90%.
Mexico's over there.
full
So see that land right
on
there?
our
That's
booster.
Mexico.
We are pretty much full in the main tanks on ship, filling up
That
those
land
header tanks.
right there.
We're
Not
gonna
here
continue
or
loading
here
prop
so
for
much.
about 2 more minutes.
But in the background.
Once we're done
That's
with that,
on the other side of that
just
water
under
right there.
11
That's
million
Mexico.
pounds
That's
of
how
liquid
close they are.
propellant spread across those 2
Source.
stages.
Been there.
After
Source.
we get through
Seen
all
Mexico.
of that prop load, our
From
stage 0 will
America.
get ready. The ground systems will go through pushbacks, clearing all of those fluid feed lines back to the propellant farm, getting ready for...
What's the 2 ominous buildings? That is Mega Bay 1 and Mega Bay 2. That is where they build first stages and starships. And then that's the office building. The very end of the office building over here, that's where Jesse and Dan
Going
are.
throttle up.
Right there. NSF Highway Cam is right there.
40 seconds. That's a point built
Bram
into the
demands.
countdown where we can pause to wait for any final
Already got the
checkouts,
ads done, Grab
pressurizations,
Shark. We're good.
anything that we need to complete. We can
Saludos
hold. We
desde
will
Mexico.
only hold there
Sí.
if we're tracking an
Me
issue. We're not
gusta
currently tracking
queso.
anything that will hold us at T minus 40 seconds. But if you've seen a Starship launch before, they can happen. We can push through them and then launch that day still.
All right.
Exactly.
Inside of
So we
5
do
minutes,
pass
notifier
through
is off.
T minus 40 seconds. A number of events will occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition
Bueno.
systems come up to flight pressure.
Yeah,
Ship
sí.
goes
Mucho
to
huevos,
internal power,
eggs,
and then
yes.
after that, the quick disconnect or QD. Arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction.
Looks like prop
just
load took
shortly
less
after
time
T
than
minus 0.
again.
And
Yep.
once we pass T minus 40 seconds, we
Guys, they've been upgrading the pads. They've been upgrading the GSE pretty hard. This took less time. They didn't start fueling at 57. They started fueling at like 44, and she's good to go now. That took 40 minutes to fill that thing, which is that's absurd. Yeah, that's absurd.
One will be if the water starts flowing for that deflector system that's underneath the launch mount. That happens right at around T minus 10
Western Conference
seconds.
final today.
For
I'm
flowing
rooting for
water,
Edmonton,
we can't
Christian.
turn it off after it starts, and if we hit a hold, we're
It should be
stuck for
caught
the
up,
day.
Cajun, yeah.
We need to
Can't
refill
really fast
those water
forward.
tanks. We would also, at that point, need to refill all of the propellant tanks, as 11 million pounds of propellant.
11 million pounds in 40 minutes. Okay, great, cool. I'm going to give this a quick refresh, dudes, just to make sure we're all caught up.
Try again tomorrow. But we are coming up on 3 minutes away from liftoff.
Here we go. Flight
We
9,
should
baby.
be
Let's get it.
hearing that we're
Getting
closed
fired
out
up.
of prop load on the ship at this point. Booster coming up shortly.
And wow,
I think
the
it'll make it, goalie.
weather just looks amazing there with Starship on the launch pad.
You're nervous?
Just about 2 minutes and 45 seconds from T0 with a lot of objectives for today.
Ascended, let's go.
The booster, the Super
I'm ready,
Heavy booster
dude.
flying today, will be flying for its second time.
It'll hold.
Last flight
We'll
was
make
on
it.
flight 7 and just turned around in 2 flights, which is pretty incredible. I'm super excited to see that booster fly again.
All right, we did just hear we are going to hold at T-minus 40 seconds. So we'll pass along some more information once we hear that reason. But again, that's not the end of the day. We can hold it.
So fun fact, see, you think all those pipes down there are painted white? No, that's frost on the heat exchangers in the down there. That's all ice accumulating on the lines.
If we've held too long, we have to stand down for the day. So we are expecting a hold at T-minus 40 seconds. Sounds like we're going to be doing some additional checkouts on the booster Raptor.
This is a V2 ship, Ivan.
T-minus
Yep.
40-second mark.
The 40-second hold is the built-in
We will
hold.
expect to see the clock pause at T-minus 40.
Lick the pipes. Do not
Again,
do
we've got
not
a
lick
couple
the
of minutes.
pipes.
They can work
No,
through the issues.
don't
If
do
we're
that.
able to clear them, we can still launch today. If it's something that we can't, we can always stand down, turn around, recycle, fly again tomorrow.
So, fellas, you want to see
Again,
something
that's
cool?
really
You
important.
can see
This
right
is what
there.
terminal
That's
count
the
is
original
exactly
prop loading
for, is to
paraphernalia
be
down here.
checking the
So,
vehicle,
like for
monitoring
methane and
the
liquid
vehicle
oxygen.
systems as
You
it
know,
makes
you got
its
an
way
array
down
of
to
pumps there, an array of
T0.
pumps there.
And
See all
again,
this stuff
gives
over
us the
here?
ability to
That's
catch
the new stuff.
anything and be able to hold,
There's a
as
lot.
Glenn has
See,
to
there's a
say,
lot more.
and recycle
pumps.
if we need to.
See all of them?
Or
There's a lot
pause
more
so
of
that we
them.
can
So
work through
that
those
explains the
issues and
faster
see if it's
fueling.
something that we need to stand down
There's
for.
a lot of those. See those two arrays
As
right there
Dan
and right there.
mentioned, we will be holding at T-minus 40 seconds.
11
in about
million
20 seconds
pounds
from now.
of fuel
Yeah, so we'll
in
hold
oxidizer
there,
in 40
and
minutes.
They'll work through these final checkouts on.
Yeah, they-
sounds like
they
just one of those
expanded
Raptors
capacity a
on
little
the-
bit.
on the first stage on Super
Just-
Heavy.
just a little bit.
Which, as you said, we're reflying it for the first time. 29 of those 33 engines have already
Here we
been
go. We're in the
used
hold
a
gate.
launch. One of which has already launched
Twice, and
twice
we'll go for
and
its
is getting ready for its
third
third. All right,
time.
and you just heard our flight director for the day, Joe Sliker. He just shared that we are going to hold at this T-minus 40 second mark. Keep an eye on one of those Raptor engines on booster.
All right, we're in a hold. That's planned. How many semi-trucks? Hundreds. Where's the gas coming from? The gas is coming from the vaporizer system, which keeps everything nice and cool. Because if you're moving cold propellants around, you need some type of heat exchanger to keep everything nice and cool, or else your propellants evaporate because they're super cold. And it's
if you're,
not cold
if
in
you're
Texas.
just now jumping in, we are holding still at T-minus 40 seconds.
Diamond hands, chat.
Watching one engine, waiting for temperatures to kind of
Diamond hands!
zone that we want them to on one of the engines on the booster, on the Super Heavy booster, getting ready for its second ever flight.
To the moon and Mars. And Mars.
We'll just continue to hold. Again, we can hang out here for several minutes. We held for a while on the first attempt last time and then cleared it, and then we triggered a different issue on the ground side.
But again, this is exactly what it's for. This gives us the
To the
best
moon,
chances at
Mars,
success.
and beyond.
And the clock is rolling.
Oh, here we go!
All right. T-minus
By the
30.
dip! Wait, no.
Let's listen in.
30 seconds.
Watch that first flight proven Super Heavy. Get ready to take off.
FD
from
reports
Stardust.
go. Let's do this. What a shot. $15.
T-minus. Delta 1. Hit hold.
Hold. Diamond hands. Diamond hands.
We did have a hold.
Diamond hands.
And looks like the clock jumped back to T-minus 40 seconds.
Okay, so they proverbially tried to run Starship.exe launch, Starship launch.exe, and the computer came back and said, nah, I'm not ready. Why don't you ask me later, Crabsy? No, seriously, something isn't up to temperature. An engine fuel line isn't pressurized correctly. The rocket basically when you release the hold and you run this thing, it's going to do a health check, and it did a health check on all the systems, and it found something it didn't like. Now, the object for the flight controllers, this is why flight controllers do this. They got to figure out what went wrong and figure out if it's okay to launch. It could be something as simple as a bad sensor. If it's a bad sensor, you should be good to go, but you got to verify that that's right.
Still not scrubbed for the day. Give them a couple of minutes to work through this. Again, we can hang out at T-minus
We don't know if
40
it's
for several
ground side.
minutes. Eventually, we start looking at
London, if I had to guess if it happened inside of the 40-minute hold gate, that's most likely vehicle-oriented, if I had to guess.
super heavy in Starship, and so you don't have essentially forever to hang out before things start to warm up. And
There's
you do
only
wanna
so
make
much
sure your
propellant on the
temperature's
pad.
in a really stable range for a healthy startup on Raptor engines. So they're going to work through this issue. We can continue to hold here for a couple of minutes.
They said GSE? Okay,
What's
cool.
launch without a little extra added excitement?
Okay, I said it was unlikely that it could be GSE. What is GSE? Ground servicing equipment. So that's anything that's involved with launching the rocket that's not the actual rocket. So the launch pad. Launch pads are very temperamental, guys. Doesn't matter the rocket. They're very temperamental. They're whiny and annoying. It's like that kid in the back seat. I want cocoa. I gotta go poopy. You pee in a cup and you like it. Yeah, ground. Sorry, bad memories. Launch pads can get temperamental, guys. It happens.
Work through, or if it would cause us to have to stand down. So we're continuing to hang out with them, holding at T-minus 40.
Use the shoebox. Sorry. Sorry, but the box is full. Oh, well.
If you're just joining us, we did initially hold at T-minus 40 seconds. We continued the count, but recycled before we got to T-minus 10 seconds.
Oh, it's going to be a ride.
So we're back at a hold at T-minus 40 seconds, waiting for more information. The team is checking out to see if we can continue today.
Send it. Well, you can't send it Space Brew unless you're absolutely sure, man.
40 seconds. We've been holding for just about 5 minutes now.
Never gonna hold again.
As the teams evaluate if we can continue to T0 for Flight 9.
Ship 35, I believe in you!
All right, so it sounds like we're coming to a resolution.
Good news, everyone! Did you try turning it off and turning it back on again? That happens sometimes with rockets, dudes. We've seen other launch providers actually do that. They're like, okay, just turn it on and turn it back off, buddy. He's like, okay, we've turned it off. It's working now.
So
okay, send it.
We are getting to a resolution. We're going to reset everything.
Yeah, Phil, I mean, it happens. I can't swallow that. Good news.
All right, so we're going to see the clock. It is now rolling.
Oh, 35, here we go.
We essentially, saw an issue with that quick disconnect to the ship. There is a chance that automation will kick us out again if we encounter the same issue.
SQD disconnect should be happening now.
Rolling. We'll see if we pass around that T-minus 10-second mark.
Oh, Nelly. Let's see if the launch pad wants to play nice today. It's still going. It's still going. It's still going. The sound suppressor's on. We have ignition, 33. And liftoff. We're clear. We're flying today. Let's go.
T plus
Booster and
40
ship,
seconds.
avionics
It's
power,
one
telemetry
hell of a
nominal.
sight from here. We see it arcing right over top of us. We see 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on Super Heavy as it starts to ascend skyward.
Oh, I love this.
Coming up on maximum aerodynamic pressure, then only about a minute and a half.
The
until
windows
we
are
get
shaking.
into
I
hot
told you.
staging.
Yeah.
Wow, Dan, that was incredible.
Yeah, dude, I told you to build it. Dude, they're in for a ride being that close,
we could
man.
Feel the building shaking here. Feel the vehicle's power. Now we're just about a minute away from shutting down those engines on the booster.
90 seconds in,
this
everything looks
booster
good.
is flying for its second time today.
All right, so hot staging coming up a little under a minute.
Yeah, they got us Falcon 9 UI here.
We're going to see all but the 3 center engines turn off on the booster. So our version of Miko, most engines cut off. And then just a few seconds later,
look
we
at that
see
thing,
6
man.
engines ignite
Look
on
at
ship.
what the hell?
To push it away.
How is that? Oh, man, that's cool. That's some sci-fi stuff right there, man. Whoa.
All right, hot staging, about 30 seconds.
Oh, roll orientation. We didn't see that before. That's probably to get the booster to go in the right direction. They rolled the ship 90 degrees. Okay.
And definitely keep an eye on which
second
way the
stage
booster
thermal
flips.
conditioning.
First ever directional flip we're going for today. Should flip straight up.
Okay, vehicles aligned with prograde velocity vector. Yes, that I didn't just make that up. That's actually a thing.
Engines powering down.
Most engine cut off.
Engine cut off.
Down to 3. Hot staging.
Ship ignition.
Go, baby, go! That's 6 good engines on the ship. Booster flip. Confirmed.
Incredible.
13 engines relit. Let's
booster.
roll.
You can see those 6 engines, those 3
Oh,
engines
that was
on the ship
terrific.
ignited.
Yes! It was perfect.
6 healthy Raptors
Oh!
on the ship on its way to space.
Oh,
Peek that engine
look
view.
at this, the
Booster.
booster. There's the booster right there.
Chris, how's it looking over there in Hawthorne, man?
That's awesome, dude. Yes.
It is looking absolutely incredible.
Fly,
here in
baby,
Hawthorne. As
fly.
I said, 6 healthy engines on ship. We've got 13 out of 13 engines on the booster. Now down to those 3, which is what we expect in the
that's
final
sick.
moments of the boost back burn.
A little bit
As
later,
reminder,
Kuro.
we are not recovering the super heavy booster today. We are instead going to
So
do
they're-
some.
Shut down.
And there we had a good
That was your
shutdown
shutout
of
and
the
purge
boost
right
back
there? That's what
burn.
that puff was?
Next up will be the jettison of that hot stage
Ship
ring.
avionics power and telemetry nominal.
Great call out there that everything looking nominal aboard the super heavy vehicle, which is returning to Earth, and we're going to be doing some experiments with it, including a higher angle of attack.
Bob, it's
from
probably
entry,
the suppressor
as
system.
well as some engine tests as it gets closer to the Gulf. We are, again, because of these tests not recovering it, we are
Watch
sending it
right
to the
here,
Gulf
guys.
on
Got to make
purpose
sure that
to do
you
those
don't
tests.
see any
But
of these
again,
go
you see
out.
the booster on the left-hand
Come
side
on,
of your
ship.
screen. You see ship with 6 healthy engines continuing its ascent to its planned suborbital trajectory. Everything going very well so far for Starship's 9th flight.
No,
Now,
Yard.
4
They're
minutes, 15
still doing the
seconds in.
98% of the way to orbit.
Great
Yeah.
views from inside.
That's
of
the
aft
suppression
engine
system, guys.
area of ship.
It's
They're
not
looking
fire.
at those,
That's
3
what
sea
we
level
want.
And 3 Raptor engines on the right-hand side of your screen.
Come on, baby.
The booster doing
Come
its
on, baby.
LOX dump, that liquid oxygen dump. So because we don't need some of that liquid oxygen propellant in its tanks, we vent that propellant out.
I don't know why
to
they're not
lessen
showing
the booster's
velocity
mass
here,
as it
guys, but
comes
yeah.
in for its landing. Just absolutely gorgeous views watching these 2 vehicles do their respective things in the skies over Texas here today.
It's not-
And Dan,
it
we're
may be a
approaching
little
the
bit barren,
5-minute
but
mark
that's-
into
it's
the flight.
being-
Super
it's being
Heavy is
snuffed out.
descending rapidly. What can we expect here in the next few
What was
minutes?
that ring?
as it
It's a hot
does
staging
its
ring, jettison.
tests?
Yeah, now as we had talked about, Super Heavy might not have a very
Hold on.
smooth ride down. We're going to be putting it through this higher angle of attack. So we're kind of pitching it up a tiny bit, increasing drag. We've done this in
boy.
wind tunnels. We've done this in computer modeling. It shows that sometimes the control isn't great, but only one way to really prove it out, and that's to get
Yeah,
real-world data.
the
So here comes
fire
Super
suppressor
Heavy.
is not...
It should be igniting for its landing burn in
I don't know, man.
just about
It looks like
40
it snuffed it.
seconds from now.
We'll see. Come on, baby.
And we are going to relight 13 engines, then
She's
bring
on
that
fire,
down
yo.
to 3 engines.
That's
as we
normal.
talked about earlier, we will be intentionally shutting down. We will be shutting down one of those 3 center engines intentionally to push the limits of the Super Heavy booster.
Ship Raptor, chamber pressure is nominal.
And
Got a good
continuing
call
to see
on
6 healthy engines
flight dynamics
on
for the ship.
3 sea level and 3 vacuum engines still ignited as the Super Heavy
Just
booster
watch.
is
You got to
making its
watch
way
right
back down
here.
to Earth.
These.
See those
This
Griffins
all
doing
needs
some
to stay.
heavy work.
Oh.
Booster landing startup.
Ignited for our
Are
landing
you
burn.
sure about that? You sure about that? I don't think that it did that.
It may have ended with that landing burn.
Yeah, I don't
Does
think
look
that
like we lost telemetry.
I don't think
from the booster once
think
we
that
started into that landing burn. Did you hear confirmation that the booster did demise?
Yeah, I don't think that was the landing burn.
So
I
the
think it
booster's flight
popped.
ending before it was able to get through landing burn, but again, we are not bringing that back. We're expecting it to make a hard splashdown in the Gulf.
Yeah. So, like
We're
I said,
getting-
guys, they were testing that failure mode to test engine out capability on the booster. I'm really kind of happy that they didn't do that, because right now, Pad A would be a crater if that was the case.
First free flight of booster in the books.
15,000.
All right,
Okay. Over there, guys, the magic number is around 27,000. Around it. Remember, they're not making it all the way into space. So 26, 27, somewhere around there. This is the part in the past where stuff has started to go on awry here. So we'll see. We got to make it to here. If they make it to Seco, big milestone. Seco is second stage engine cutoff. We got to make it so it gets to its intended suborbital trajectory.
As always, the Starship avionics team, the techs.
Come on, baby. You're almost there.
I think we just
Come on, just a
heard
little more, 35. We just need
booster. But all right,
I see it. I see it. The nozzle's hot. I know.
Into this burn. All eyes definitely on ship.
They were testing
As we get
failure
through
modes in the
final
booster,
stages
Woozy, and
into its ascent. We're expecting
it failed.
To start
They were
to
pushing
cut
the
those
limits of it
engines off.
to see if it could land on with a
About
weird engine
45
configuration, and they found a way to not land the booster. Fun fact. Yeah, there's a little bit of glow. Little bit of glow. We're almost there, guys. Almost there. Come on, baby.
All right, just
She
about
gonna make
30
it.
seconds
She gonna
to
make
go.
it. I can feel it. She gonna make it.
We're in terminal guidance.
She gonna make it. Hold together, baby.
Ascent burn. We did see shutdown of the Raptor engines.
That's Vector shutdown.
We do
That's
stagger
normal.
These, so we do the Raptors first. Those 3 have shut down successfully. Sea levels still running.
Come on. Almost there. Almost there.
Ship engine cutoff.
Yes! Yes! Yeah! That's what I'm talking about! Frick your fires! Let's go!
Ship engine cut off. The 3 most beautiful words.
Let's
in the
go,
English
baby! Let's
language.
go!
Great call out that we had nominal insertion.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. I knew it was gonna make it! Have some faith next time! Woo!
An incredible flight test so far today.
Oh,
We reflew
that's
a
vent down right
super
there.
heavy booster for the very first time in 9 test flights. Ship is in its orbital trajectory.
It's because we have the shirt and the
Again,
hat.
it's going to
I'm never
remain
taking this shirt off
suborbital
again.
For its
It's the
mission
shirt.
today. But it ignited all.
That's right, Matt. You ain't kidding.
It
It's
ignited
'cause I
all
wasn't
6
there.
of its
Why-
engines
Pa.
and made it all the way through sea.
Pa, chat, why you gotta make me feel bad? Oh. Sorry, I'm having fun. There is an induced rate, or no, I don't know if it's necessarily an induced rate on the vehicle.
What a moment.
But so basically it's spinning, and I'm not sure if it's spinning because it's a good trick or if it's spinning because it's out of control. You know, listing lazily to the left and spinning is in fact a good trick and a good maneuver. ETA to mock Starlink deploy. Probably about 10 minutes.
I think the elation and the excitement and the happiness at what we just saw achieved carried through across all of our sites. What An incredible view to see Starship back orbiting
Oh.
the Earth.
Gosh darn, does that make me happy. Look at that frickin' thing. We're going to get to see Ship 35 re-enter today, baby. Why is it spinning? I am not 100% sure. I'm not sure if it's supposed to do that. We'll find out.
Starbase, 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on the Super Heavy. All 6 engines.
You got to see the others re-enter too. Not like that. Not
trajectory
not
around
like that.
Earth. But as Dan said, we've got a lot still coming
play Blue
up in
Danube
our
for a
flight
vibe.
sequence.
Yeah.
So coming up at about T plus 18 minutes, 26 seconds, we'll have the first deployment of simulated Starlink satellites planned from Starship. That will be followed at about T plus 30.
That rate is getting a little worse, guys. I'm not sure if that's on purpose or not.
Orbit burn for future Starship missions that will go orbital. And then, of course,
The purge
one of the
lasts
biggest
longer?
tests yet
I'm not
to
sure,
come
dude.
is the new heat shield modifications to
Cut the feed,
Starship.
go to commercial.
And that'll
Hell
start
no.
With
Starlink.
re-entry into Earth's atmosphere at about the T plus 45 minute mark, which should take about 16, 18 minutes.
It could be
to
a leak,
complete.
Shaw. It's possible.
Now, today's re-entry is going to test that heat shield like we said. Specifically, how Starship will hold up to 100 missing heat shield.
I'm not sure if we've seen that before. I'm not sure if we've seen that before, bro.
What might
It is ice. Where it's coming from is my question, Chupon.
To lose the primary heat shield tile over Starship. So very critical test coming up. And then after that, we'll have the final descent where we will again be pushing Starship to its limits. We
It looks like it's ironing out the rates,
today
dude.
to gather data, and we're going to be doing the exact same thing on that ship, seeing how the ship handles various flight conditions that we will need it to fly in as we look to one day soon bring ships back to Starbase for catch
Bro,
and reuse.
look at this shot, man.
Now, while there are payload simulators on Starship for deployment today, as we will see in a few minutes, the primary data and the primary payload for today is the data.
It's slowing
And
down
today,
because it's
just
coasting
like
to
the
apogee,
Starship's
dudes.
previous
That's
test
normal.
flights, that data is coming to us courtesy of our Starlink network. In fact, it is from Starlink that you are seeing these wonderful views of ship in space right now. So, and I can't wait to
I'll be honest, guys. The rate of vent looks... It looks like it's been different every once in a while. Oh, put up the powered by Starlink. Put that up. Put that up.
Dan and Jesse, it's been an exciting day so far. There's more to come as we get ready for Starship's first ever payload deploy.
Guys, this could be a vent down. It could be a vent down in Purge. It could be a leak. It could be the Fire X systems just going until they're empty. We know that Starship can control its attitude, and it looks like it's ironed out that rate, that roll rate that it had, or the yaw rate. These cameras
will deploy
make it seem like
8
it
Starlink
looks
simulators,
okay.
similar in size to our next generation.
It looks like it
Starlink
evened out.
satellites. The Starlink simulators will be on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship, meaning they will passively re-enter the atmosphere.
Yeah,
just
Gary,
like Starship.
it's the engines. They were
With
getting
tests
hot.
like these, we can see how Starship's payload deploy
Look at, hey,
systems
20
work
euros.
in flight while ensuring
Thanks,
that
man.
these simulator satellites pose no safety risk to people on Earth or for other satellites in orbit. Now, this also ensures that any parts of these simulator Starlink satellites that do survive re-entry splash down harmlessly in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
And then before we get there, though, we're going to have to open up that payload deploy.
Sean, it looks like they ironed. That's the rates
so
that I'm
we've only
talking
ever
about.
done that
It
one
looks like they
time
ironed it
before.
out, dude.
Pretty sure it was Flight 3. Someone on the internet, please check me. But that was the only time we ever
Dan's
opened
talking
it.
to
And
you,
we've had
chat.
Starlink simulators on the last 2 flights, but we haven't gotten to this moment yet. Where
Yeah,
we're able
and I
to
guess so. I guess
open
I'm
up
not. I guess I'm
payload
barred
door
from
and start
Starbase
deploying
permanently.
this. It's going to be pretty cool. We've got
Hey,
them
bio.
stacked inside of the Starship payload bay, and we'll have potentially a couple of views. You saw one.
Oh, payload bay cam. Oh, that's sick.
Payload bay of Starship. You can see them stacked down in the middle of your view. There's kind of 4 on either side, so they're sandwiched on top of each other.
What
stacked
the
4
heck,
behind each other.
man?
And then we're going to pop
Oh,
the door
that's
open.
terrific.
It's on the right side of your screen. So
Yeah,
you'll see that
the
open
letterbox
up,
dispenser
and then
will
start
open up right
firing
here.
Those Starlink simulators out into
Dude, send
space.
it. Let's go.
We are expecting the payload door to open in a little over a minute from now.
Have you ever had the payload bay doors open? The last time they tried to open it, it cracked. The last time they tried to open it, it crack and teched out, Yarg, and it broke. Shut up.
Starlink similars.
That's
What a
view
great
right
view.
at the bottom of the stack. So should be able to see them kind of firing out from right there. So really cool. And eventually these are going to carry dozens of the next generation of Starlink satellite into space, and those are going to enable some truly insane
payload bay
things
cam.
in terms of speeds from space.
Holy
And
shnikes!
what we're able to do. Starlink's been really great for Starship, obviously.
Guys, you want to see
getting
something
live video-
super interesting? Look, so all the dust and ice that's stuck in the payload bay is actually swirling around. That indicates that there is some residual pressure inside of that payload bay. Stuff wouldn't be swirling around like this unless that was the case. It would just kind of be going to one side or the other. So there is trace gas inside of that payload bay, which is cool. Watch, when they go to open up the letterbox during deploy, it'll all get sucked out. Fancy Hope, 6 months, and LR Moto with the 42-month reset. Bio at 100 bits, you heck yeah.
You saw a couple of those as we have.
Any stowaways?
essentially
I don't know. Where's the
360
banana?
Degrees. Oop. Open the pod bay door, Hal.
My guy. I knew I loved Dan. Dan's the man. I'm sorry, Dan. I'm afraid I can't do that. So the last time they tried to do this, it bound up and got stuck. It's a Starlink deployment test. Yep. So watch right around here, dudes.
Now we are expecting the payload door to open any moment now. So we're watching out for that.
So there's your header tank
And you're
lines
looking
over
at
there.
the
So this is
inside of Starship.
So guys, this is the top of Starship over here, and this side is the side with the tiles. This is the left side of the ship, and that's the right side over there.
Well, we heard the door open was in progress. It was unable to actuate all the way open, so
sure
they
about that?
are going to close it back up. Hal told me no. He said, "I'm sorry, Dan.
I
Can't
told you.
do that. Looks like we won't get the door open today." But that's okay. This is
why we
obviously
test.
a test we want to be able to do before we're deploying
Damn, Daniel.
full-on Starlinks. But the real focus for this, now that we are in space, is getting to that reentry.
Yeah, the last time they went to open up that door, that's exactly what happened. It bound up. It got stuck. Opening stuff up in space is a little weird. Shameless plug for the shuttle payload bay doors, which never had a problem opening and closing in 133 flights, or 134 flights, excuse me.
Deploy Starlinks today, but we should have pretty frequent views from Starship. They might cut in and out.
I may have.
Every once in a while, but should be pretty regular. We are in darkness right now, so might be a
Hello,
lot of black.
darkness,
But
my old
the
friend.
cool part is when we get to reentry,
I've come to
it's going to be
copy
daytime.
strike you again.
Yes, and we did that on purpose so that we can get some live
Look
daytime
at all
views
those people
as ship is returning back to
waving.
Earth.
All right, so we are going to take a break. Enjoy these views as we get them.
Well, that's a shame that the door bound up, but it happens. Does this count as a point-to-point cargo test now? Yes. Yes. I want this camera during re-entry. Can somebody, can we call Elon? I forgot to grease the door hinges. Dang it, Bio! Hey, boss man! Good stuff, man. Hell yeah, it's good stuff, dude. It's a lot of dust moving to the right. The reason why it's moving to the right is because they got the door to partially open and it vented the payload bay. As expected, there was some residual pressure inside of it. Yeah. So when they opened up the door, everything moved towards the door because it did leak a little bit. It didn't completely seal, but it also didn't completely open either. So they're saying we're stuck in this can. Yep. Think this dumbling extra mass will skew re-entry data, center of mass balance issues? Unlikely. Nah, Cody, I don't think so. Maybe a little bit, but the flaps should be able to compensate for the added moment of payload during re-entry. What Cody just asked in rocket science terms is if keeping the payload inside is going to make a difference during re-entry. I'm not going to say that it should be a negligent amount. It shouldn't make that big of a deal, but also at the same time, it's something to take into account. I don't think it's going to make the vehicle uncontrollable during re-entry. How do doors work in space? That's the thing, Panda. You can't rely on gravity to open the door for you, right? And you can't rely on gravity to stop the door for you either. But does it mean more heat? No. No, Shrizek, it's a negligible mass, dude. Those dumbling satellites maybe weigh a ton total. That's not a lot of final mass comparatively to the entirety of the vehicle. The vehicle's... How much mass is a Starship, guys? 100 tons? I don't think it's that big of a deal. Once again, we're talking about negligible amounts of mass. Is the pressure making the door not open? That's my guess, Beltfed. Yeah, that would be my guess. Yes. So, even the space shuttle had residual vents. If you look at the side of a shuttle, there is like an elliptical shaped hole. There's 2 of them on either side. That is the pressure vents to alleviate positive pressure when you open up the payload bay door so you don't get a shock depressurization breaking things. Like your doors, for instance. Well, you don't weigh 100 tons, Bio. Your mom does. Hi. Who's waving? People? Pressure and unforeseen flexing. That's my guess, George. Need a red shirt Optimus engineer on board. Agreed. Star Trek reference acknowledged. With the residual atmosphere, it kept the door closed. Dean, that's my guess, dude. Yeah. Someone call 911. How much does Hubble weigh? That'd be a good test. That would be a non-negligible mass. But you guys got to think about it like this. If Starship is going to go up and down and bring people down, I mean, how much is a crew, like if they put a crew compartment on Starship, how much is that going to weigh? 10 tons? 20 tons? If Starship is going to bring payload back down with it, how much does that weigh? How much mass? Well, not weight. Weight has nothing to do with it. How much mass is that? You'd think if Starship can move, their stakeholder expectation is to get Starship to move 200 tons into orbit, right? It's to move 200 tons up there. You'd think that you would have that they would design the re-entry control systems and attitude control systems for entry, descent, and landing to be able to withstand that. I think that's the reason why you still have the fins on the vehicle at all. To take into account the differential center of gravity induced from landing with payload. The flapper arms need to overcome the moment of inertia induced from the moved center of gravity landing with extra payload. I think that's why the arms are there in the first place. If that made no sense, SpaceX probably took into account that Starship would be bringing some big things back down from space. That's the right way to say that. The control systems on Starship are good enough for that. That's where I'd start engineering it from, to be 100% honest with you. When you're building a fully reusable launch vehicle, or even a vehicle that comes back down from space, it could be a capsule that's only a one-time use, like the Apollo capsule or a Gemini capsule. What's the first thing you test? First thing you test is if it can land. You saw this with the space shuttle, the approach and landing tests. You saw this with parachute tests and abort tests with the Apollo Command Service Module. You saw it with Starship with the suborbital hopping tests. First thing you test is if it can land, because if you're building something reusable, it can't land. It ain't reusable. They got another word for that. The rocket scientists have another word for that. It's called braking. It's called explosion. Right? That's what that's called. So the first thing that you test with your fully reusable launch vehicle is whether it can land. Right? So there's no way SpaceX didn't start taking that kind of stuff into account when they were doing their landing tests. They probably did. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that if Starship can move 200 tons to space, it could probably take at the very, very, very least, and this is a very conservative estimate on my part, I would guess at least 50 tons of down mass capability. At the very least. At the very least. 50 tons down mass. That, I would say that yeah, that's a pretty conservative estimate. That is based off of me doing streamer math, which is known to be not exactly right in the past. Sorry about that. Yeah, but you get the idea. And if it can move 50 tons of mass down, if we're playing off that speculation on my part, 1,000 kilos or 2,200 pounds of Dumbling satellites is not going to make that big of a difference, dude. They're waving at us. Hello? Somebody give the double thumbs up if you're watching the stream. Give me the double thumbs up. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. They might be on a delay. What is this? Nope. No takers. Oh well. I think that man is playing Galaga. No, EJ fans. It's okay. It happens. Knowing my stream, the people that watch this stream, knowing you guys, the people that are watching the stream that work for SpaceX are probably working right now. Watch one of the flight controllers respond. I don't see any double thumbs up. Do you? I just see look at all these kids on their phones. What's going on with the ship? It's coasting right now. Is it rolling? No, that could just... I really hope that's an interrupt in the signal. Uh-oh. I really hope that's just a break in the signal, guys. That telemetry is live. So that is, I'm gonna say at this moment in time with the information presented, that is what it's doing. The numbers are updating, guys. The dude in the second row put both of his hands on his head when it started spinning. That's not great. We got a live shot back. Signal is very intermittent, guys. All right, the signal's intermittent. That might just be the graphic based off of what I just saw, dudes. Hold on. It's hard to... That doesn't look like what the ship is doing. That was a sentence of all time.
All right, if you're just tuning in,
Dan,
we are about 30 minutes in.
Dan, tell me everything's going to be okay.
And the ship is on its suborbital trajectory. As you can see in some of the views and from some of the telemetry, we are in a little bit of a spin. We did spring a leak in some of the fuel tank systems inside of Starship, which a lot of those are used for your attitude control. And so at this point, we've essentially lost our attitude control with Starship. We are still on a path toward re-entry. We are suborbital, so no matter what, we are going to enter. However, this lowers the
is going to get
chances for
spicy.
it to be a controlled re-entry. So if you think back to Flight 3, when we had something similar happen, just the end symptom of a loss of attitude control, we were in a roll by the time we hit re-entry. So we are going to re-enter. We should hopefully still have views. The Starlink satellites are pretty robust to still maintaining contact. We've got 4 of those terminals on the vehicle, and they're pretty robust to maintaining contact, even when we are in a spin, essentially.
Guys, it's very possible that if Starship survives getting to a certain point during re-entry where the atmosphere is enough to cause a perturbing force to overpower the moment of that fuel leak, that it could make it, albeit off trajectory. It's possible. We'll see. It does not look like it's boding very well. It looks like the ship is flying like this.
Our on-orbit objectives for today, where we were hoping to do the PES deploy and relight an engine, and then really importantly get into that controlled entry to really put the heat shield through the ringer. Nonetheless, Starship marching forward towards that re-entry over the Indian Ocean, so we'll continue to hang with it and give you any updates as things continue to change.
Gonna take heat long enough to get there. Yep. I mean, the other thing you got to think about is the fuel's eventually gonna run out if you're leaking. Yeah, it was leaking, dudes. Yeah, it absolutely was. Didn't catch on fire though, so that definitely bodes well for Block 2. What's with the color? That's I think that's all the fuel leaking out. I think it leaked a bunch of fuel, and it's just that cloud is just going with the ship, guys. Don't worry, by the time the sun comes up and once we get it hard into entry, descent, and landing, it will, it'll burn off. Could the leak be coming from the header tank? Judging by what we saw on the interior payload bay cameras, I don't think so. It's definitely down the bottom of the vehicle. Danzu! Stop! Yeah, I know. Somebody just time warped so it stops. Hit F9! This is making you dizzy. LS, look right there. Just focus on this position. Don't try to look at the back. Just focus right there. I saw some red glow just after Seco 1. Yeah, engines get hot. I saw a meme that Block 2 is repeating the history of Block 1. Yeah, it's right. I have a KSP question. I know that you use a joystick. What are your settings? And do you have a problem with SAS where it doesn't work? No, Wartang, I don't usually have problems. I had to custom bind the controls to it, dude. I'm not even sure if Kerbal will understand what it's doing anymore. I've been using the same settings file in Kerbal for a long time. Booster 10 also rutted at landing. Yep. In the future, when this rocket is successfully ejecting those things from the inside, what does that do? Well, those are Starlink satellites. Those are a newer version of Starlink satellites. And that newer version of Starlink satellites are basically Starlink satellites right now are basically providing us with this view. No, it's not the engine, but the ship side. It went red hot. Super Wajo, 40-month resub. That's the outside of the payload bay door that didn't open. That is all the leaked fuel that's flying with the thing, guys. It creates a very trippy thing going on here.
All right, so 36 minutes, 15 seconds into today's flight tests. You're seeing some flat movement here on the ship. If you've been following along, we have essentially lost attitude control on the ship at this point. It is suborbital, so it's still headed to the exact same trajectory as before. We were not able to get that payload door open and deploy those nose cones. We've been dealing with some leaks on the ship. This is also what led to that loss of attitude control. So at this point, we are kind of in a spin, and we are also going to be skipping that Raptor relight. If you've followed through the history of Starship, something similar happened, different cause, but same symptom back on Flight 3, where we weren't able to maintain attitude control in orbit. And so we're going to skip the relight of that Raptor engine while we're in space. We are going to still proceed with entry, but as we are not able to control the attitude of the ship, as we get into entry, it will enter in whatever orientation it is in at the time, which does not bode well for the ship's heat shield, as we're not going to be essentially aligned the way that we want to do for reentry. So it is definitely.
I don't think they
coming
were
down.
leaking fuel into the
It is
payload bay,
definitely heading
David.
to the Indian Ocean.
It would have gotten more spicy
but
in there.
Our chances of making it all the way down are pretty slim. So we'll still get as much data as we can. We're
Come
still
on,
getting
baby.
live
Come on,
telemetry
prove the
on
haters wrong.
ESM
Let's go.
Starlink
Let's
the
get through
entire
reentry.
time. And we'll continue to stick with ship as it continues on. We are about 10 minutes away or so until we start getting.
What's up with the reddish
into
glow?
entry.
That's just all the fuel that it
The
leaked
light
out
will
that's
start to
flying
pick
with
up
it, guys.
as we cross the Indian Ocean, and we'll start to see a little bit more daylight, and we'll, as always, as long as we maintain that comm link, get some plasma on the way in, and
Survive!
bring the Starship back through the
Survive!
atmosphere. So that coming up in about 10 minutes or so.
Hold on, Starship. I believe in you. This is what you mean. I know what you mean. I know that I know what you mean because I said I know what you mean. W. I know. I know. It. That's a vent line, dude. The cuttlefish and the asparagus. Yeah, but do you know what he means? Apparently, I guess not. So guys, it's not, it looks like it's spinning like crazy, dude, but it's, until I can get kind of a clock on the horizon, so to speak here, this is just flying through a cloud of its own fuel. All the stuff that it leaked out, it's not like if you leak the fuel when you're in space that you're going to leave a trail across the sky. No, in space, there's nothing to perturb the vented fuel. Right now, Starship is just in a cloud of its own vented fuel. Yeah, it's just in a big cloud of its own vented fuel. LOX, if I had to guess, judging by the vents that we saw a little bit earlier. I don't think it's necessarily like spinning at the rate that this suggests here. I think it's a slower spin. Yeah, it's in its own fart, correct. Trust me, once we start getting back down into the atmosphere here, which should be happening momentarily, you'll see all this stuff kind of burn off. In fact, you're starting to see it right now. See how the direction of the gas has changed? And here's what I'm saying, guys. The rate of spin that rate that it picked up, that movement that it picked up did not look nearly as bad on the telemetry indicator, and we did know that telemetry was good. It might be enough. The flaps might be enough to compensate. Without RCS, though, this is going to be a little bit difficult to control. But the flaps might be enough. It's close. You could use some other type of vent system to write the rate, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Starship has the systems to do that. You linked the same thing again, W. Thank you. Oh, nice, Dish. You get to enjoy the part seats. Oh, yeah, nice, man. It's basically down to timing, guys, because the things seem to be doing this, right? If it gets entry interface at the right time with the right attitude, it could make it. I ain't giving up hope, but you see, yeah, most of that gas is burning off now in the atmosphere. Last. I'm through doing lasts right now. I would like to see this. You can see the leak at the bottom. Most likely. Come on, baby. Come on, make it. You can do it. You're blocking the attitude counter. Can we get a clock on the horizon here? We're starting to get daylight. Oh boy. Yeah, the way that gas is flowing is not... I need to see what engine this is, because it... Oh my goodness, this is awesome, dude. What a great... Oh.
All right, so we are 42 minutes and change into today's flight test. You're seeing...
Come on, baby.
The light show start as Starship is getting
Come on,
closer
baby.
to its reentry. If you're just tuning in,
that's
we were able to
badass,
successfully
man.
make it to orbit. Run into a couple of issues as we've coasted to our entry point over the Indian Ocean. At this point, we had lost attitude control of the ship and entered into a spin. The team made the call to do what's called passivate the vehicle, so we're essentially venting all of the remaining
there's
propellant
parts of it coming
overboard,
off.
and it's going to make an uncontrolled reentry. Important to note, this is a contingency that is planned for,
Yep.
and we clear the zones in the Indian Ocean where these entries could take place. So we're not going to come down exactly where we would have had nothing happened, but we do clear
numbers are still updating.
Tremendous amount
Keep
of
an eye on the numbers.
space out in the Indian Ocean in the event that we run into this.
Come on, make it, baby.
We understand that there are always risks, essentially.
If it can get through peak heating, you might get to a point where there's enough air where the control surfaces could start controlling flight of the vehicle. As long as these numbers keep going, the vehicle's still intact. And the numbers are still going. Speed is starting to slow down a little bit. Peak heating doesn't necessarily mean peak dynamic pressure. Keep in mind, it's going to get a lot hotter in the upper parts of the atmosphere when it's still going fast. But the atmosphere will conversely slow it down. You're trading your kinetic energy for heat energy here.
Heat shield has never been flown before, history of space flight, and that's something that Starship still has to crack. And so we had a whole range of experiments on this one. At this point, and we just started to lose some of our cameras, so it's very possible that we'll start to lose contact with Starship a lot sooner than we would have if it was a nominal reentry. So we are
70,
expecting
80
it
dyno?
to break up essentially on its reentry over the Indian Ocean. So not able to do a lot of our on-orbit objectives today, but just the fact that we, got it into space was
She's still alive, guys.
A really big moment for a lot of
It's
the
still
team.
alive.
Yeah, and another thing to note is that Super Heavy did fly for its second flight today. It first flew on Flight 7, and it made it all the way
She's still
to
good.
Our shutdown of...
The sporadic telemetry is because the vehicle's doing this, and every once in a while the Starlink antennas get realigned, so you're getting updated telemetry intermittently because the vehicle's spinning.
Plan to
See how it
fly
stopped?
back down
Now
to
it's
Earth
going
at
to
a
go
higher
again.
angle of attack, and we do expect
Or
it
that
to
may have been
stress
it.
the vehicle a lot.
Oh no, there it
more
is!
than what we've seen
Hey,
previously, so
hey,
it's not
hey!
unexpected that we did lose the booster.
Give me the cameras! Come on, guys! Give me the cameras!
So we're gonna continue to hang out and see if we get any updates on ship. It does look like We might be getting some video.
Oh, make it, baby! Come on! Oh, that's so bad. That is so bad.
On the top
Parts of it already came off.
You're looking up
Yeah, that's bad.
The payload.
Dude, how are we still getting video from this thing?
Views are gonna.
How are we still getting
be a
video?
Bit scarce potentially,
on,
as
baby,
again we are in essentially a tumble. We had lost that attitude control. So Starlink, when it's able to connect, able to feed this down. We are at the phase where we would expect entry to start within the next minute or so. So we are entering uncontrolled, but again, we're entering into an airspace and a sea space that is cleared and monitored.
Dude, she's tanking the heat. That's badass, man.
And with the views that we are able to see, you are seeing a lot of that plasma build up. During we do expect the vehicle to see about 1,400 Celsius. And you can see the flap feeling that temperature there, a little bit melting away. But as we expected,
that aft flap was not happy.
Spinning of the vehicle, we are no longer controlling the attitude.
Oh,
of the vehicle.
come on, you can do it.
Now at this point, in
look at deceleration now.
Is expected to see it begin to demise a little bit on its way back.
Numbers are still updating,
and so we'll stick with it.
How can you be so doom and gloom about this? This is awesome.
You reach back from the ship as it starts to make this re-entry.
That may have been it, dudes.
Yeah, so it's re-entering actively right now. And again, we did do what's called passivation. So you
that may have been it.
All of your excess propellant overboard before you hit the atmosphere.
Yep, that was it.
Measure we can take on the
that
ship
was it.
While
She's
you
dead,
still
Jim.
Have contact with it. So that was done. It's now coming down in the predetermined hazard
That's
area
it.
that was cleared ahead of flight. Not controlled, so we're not going to get all of that re-entry data that we're still really looking forward to. This is kind of a new generation of ship. It has different flaps, improved heat shield, a whole lot of things that we're really trying to really put through the ringer.
Became a spicy meatball.
Learn before we get to kind of the next step that we're hoping for, which is going to be that ship going orbital and eventually coming back here for a catch. So getting through one of these fully is going to be really important. It's not going to be today,
open.
But we are just going to stick with the ship, see what else we can learn as it makes its way through the atmosphere and brings an end to
I blame you. What did I do now?
So we'll stick with it.
This mission was a failure in your book. Views iterative prototyping. Ship fails. Calls it a failure. Nice, Baron. Hey, go back to NASA, okay? You washed your hat. I did not wash my hat. Oh, sorry. Move the mouse. Don't tell me what to do. Man, that sucks, dude. But hey, that's... Guys, like I said, new ship, new design. You're basically taking a step back for improvements in the future. So what? Figure out what failed. Launch it again. Needed to play the Pokemon theme song. That was the true problem here. It got further with the SpaceX shirt, dude. One Flight 10...
If you're just now joining us, we did have an on-time liftoff from Starbase Texas at 6:30 p.m. Central Time of the Flight 9 vehicle. We did have some incredibly stressing objectives today. The Super Heavy booster flew for its second flight. It first flew on Flight 9 and made its way to take ship all the way up to stage separation, doing its second flight ever, which is pretty incredible. We did lose the booster on the way back down, as we did fly it back down at a higher angle of attack. So as expected, we did have it demise on the way back down.
Yeah, we were able to get all the way to that landing burn, though. So we made it through that higher angle of attack. So a lot of great data that's going to help us improve those future booster flights.
Yeah, we did do the directional flip, and it worked.
Yep.
It was actually
Flipped
a great
right
view
direction.
that we saw. And then ship continued, 6 healthy Raptor engines. In the
Yeah, Baron, way to move the damn goalpost. Well, it didn't do this, and it didn't do this, and it didn't do this. An hour ago, it was, if it makes it into Seco, it's a success. Don't give me that horse crap, dude. It's iterative design. It's a new ship. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, we ran into a couple of issues once ship got
Come
there,
on,
but
man.
I can tell
There's
you
a fuel
it
leak,
was
there's
a
a fuel leak,
pretty
there's a fuel leak.
crazy
They'll figure it
moment
out,
for a
dude.
lot of the people that were standing
Damn.
here for ship to make it there. It's been a couple of flights, but it was really exciting to see. Ran into some issues on orbit. We weren't able to deploy
Dang
the
it, Nova.
Starlinks. We eventually lost attitude control, dealing with some propellant links inside of the ship. And we did lose attitude control. And just to confirm, we did lose contact with the ship officially a couple of minutes ago. So that brings an end to the 9th flight test. So still a lot of work to do, but really big moment. Chris, how's everybody doing over there in Hawthorne? What's the vibes, man?
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's a test program, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to learn, and that was definitely the vibe and the atmosphere here at Hawthorne. Would have been great to see ship get all the way through its objectives today, but with all of that data that came down through the Starlink system, we're definitely going to learn, and we're definitely going to fix that and push forward. Also, great to see the responsible engineers here in Mission Control talking with the flight control teams in Starbase. We talked about how it's great having that expert knowledge on console to be able to go to at a moment's notice, and that really helped us make the right decisions in orbit today when we decided to passivate the vehicle. So we will be here looking forward to Flight 10 and some success on future flights.
Yeah, Dish, for real.
All right, well, obviously, congratulations to everybody that poured so much time, effort into
on to
getting
Flight
this
10,
ship,
dude.
This rocket off the pad. The last 2 months have been an absolute gauntlet for a lot of people, and we're continuing to learn more about this ship, about this rocket. We are trying to do something that is impossibly hard, and it's not always you're not going to reach it in a straight line. We've said there's going to be bumps, there's going to be turns, but seeing that ship in space today was a hell of a moment for us. So
yeah,
congratulations to every single person who put time, effort, sweat, anything into that rocket.
Yeah, this is exactly the SpaceX way. We're going to learn, iterate, and iterate over and over again until we figure it out. So thank you to everybody for tuning in. Thank you for the fine people of Cameron County, including the residents of the newest city of Starbase.
Guys, I told you this, all right? They're thanking everybody. It's fine. I told you this. Look, from here on out, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be nothing but difficult. The failures will get more intense. Failures will get harder because you can't stand on the shoulders of giants, because no one's ever tried to land an external tank-sized spacecraft from space. SpaceX has had pluses in the past, all right? They've had positives with, Ship 29, 30, and 31 landing, right? Or whatever flights 4, 5, and 6 were. They've had positives. It's going to be a roller coaster. This change in design is offers a lot of advancement later, dudes. They'll figure it out. If anything, we're seeing a positive trend towards Block 2 actually working on the next flight, because considering it took 3 flights the first time. That's what happens when you redesign the entire freaking ship's propulsion system, right? But making those decisions should pay off in the long run as long as you're persistent. I told you that it could blow up. I said that would happen. So what did I say right after that? So frigging what? So what? Go launch the next one. Figure out what you did wrong. Launch the next one. All right? I'm not going to take this doom and gloom horse shit from anybody. Frick that. Frick that. If you're not here for the engineering, you're not here for the progress, get the fuck out of here. All right? I'm so sick of it, dude. I saw some people say some messed up stuff in chat, and it's annoying, dude. You don't sound hip or edgy. So failure after failure. You sound like an asshole. Stop that. I'm not being pessimistic about this anymore. I'm sick of it. And frankly, you should be too. They'll figure it out. They'll get it. What induced this failure? The leak? Whatever. They'll figure it out. SpaceX has had missions that fail. It happens. Okay? When you're making the most complicated frigging rocket ever, period, full stop, you're going to have more bumps in the road. It happens. All right? Ugh. It's frustrating as hell, dude. This concern trolling, like some of you out there think you know better. You don't know better. You don't know shit. All right? Because I don't know shit. All right? Unless you work there, in which case you wouldn't be talking about it in the first place. We're all on the other side of the fence. They'll figure it out. Have some frigging faith, man. Unbelievable. Sorry, it needed to be said. The amount of crap that I saw from you guys, and some longtime viewers too, is just frankly discouraging. It's disgusting behavior. Stop doing that. Stop it. If you're not here for the engineering, leave. It happens, guys. It's going to blow up. The next one probably will too. It happens. Or it won't. I don't know. Okay, I said my piece. With that being said, yeah, it didn't work. But it got to Seco. That's a plus, man. That's a step in the right direction. They had leaks on Flight 3, guys. The Block 1 ship leaked too. It did. But they figured out ways to mitigate it. And they will once again figure out ways to mitigate it. Nobody at SpaceX is anything to be annoyed about. This happens. How you deal with it is really what separates, the conquests of the Apollo program. And conquest is probably not the right way to say it. How you deal with the differences, right? How you react to this failure and how you deal with getting basically figuratively gut punched by your own design. How you react to it is really what separates the winners from people that have tried and failed. They'll figure it out, man. I know a lot of people that work at that company. They are damn passionate and utmost driven to get this figured out, and they will. They will. I have no doubts. Anyway, we're going to listen to what Elon has to say about it here momentarily. They definitely got this, but they shouldn't. But shouldn't they stay on Block 2 for a bit longer to get more data on the thermal protection system? I told you, Daggerson, the mitigations are in place because a true fix to this problem is coming down the pipe. All right? Why are they not catching the booster with the tower? They tried to do a failure mode, Joshan. They tried to do a failure mode with the booster to see what happens if the engine goes out. All right? They tried. It clearly didn't work. They found a way to not land the booster. I say this mission is a successful failure. Guys, that's the thing. People are treating this like, mission pass, mission fail, etc., etc. All right? Look, it's iterative. And that's not a catch-all excuse. They didn't complete their objectives for sure, but in iterative design, the only failure is the one you don't learn from. And the way I see it, Flight 7 failed for a different reason than Flight 8. Flight 8 failed for a different reason than Flight 9. That sounds like iteration to me. Just saying. That's right, Steve. That's a good way to do it. When do you think Flight 10? When do I think Flight 10? Cope? Really? Nice. I'll take you don't understand how iterative design works for 300. They got new data with this flight, which makes it a partial success. There's no pass or fail, guys, with iterative design. It's did you achieve your objectives? No, they didn't, but you learned something. You got flight data, and flight data is king. I've always said it. They'll get there. I'm not worried. As for when I think the next flight is, I'm going to give it a month at the very least. Probably sometime in July. Mid to late July, maybe, which is about 2 months. But yeah. When is the Dream Chaser demo? I have no idea, dude. I call it a huge success. I got a booster to fly a full second flight with Miko and Sep boost back. How can anybody abjectly look at this and say failure just because it exploded demonstrates fundamental misunderstanding about how SpaceX is going about their systems engineering for this rocket? It's really funny, actually, to me, Goalie. You know, you see a lot of people, you know, SpaceX is saying, well, 2 + 2 = 4. And chat goes, well, you're doing subtraction. You failed. It's like, dude, do you not understand how addition works? That's weird. Why are you weighing in on this if you don't understand how simple math works? That's seriously what people are doing. Like, I'm just putting it out there. All right, we got a new SpaceX tweet. What's up? As if the flight testing was not exciting enough, Starship experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly. Yeah, it did. I wouldn't say it was rapid. It was kind of like more of a slow cook, but hey, whatever. Teams will continue to review data and work towards their next flight test. With a test like this, success comes with what you learn, and today's test will help us improve Starship's reliability as SpaceX seeks to make life multiplanetary. Oh, geez, that sounds like a lot what I just said just a second ago. But Elon said, screw the moon, the president wants to go to Mars. Yeah, and then that budget plan got immediately shot down, so, you know, Crone, 0 for 2 there.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Missed on the cope, missed on the plans. What else you got? What else you got? Fluffy gifted 2 subs, thank you. Guys, it's frustrating. Like, it's frustrating that it didn't make it, but dude, like I said, what you do now, how you react to this situation is very telling, you know? Do you think the thermal protection system team has enough data to be satisfied now? No, Neptune, not enough. Did Pad B do a sim catch like Pad A did? I don't think so, Austin. I'd have to go back and look. I'm just happy it launched. There you go, man. Can't say this enough. Reflown booster. I don't understand. Like, everybody's looking for L's, dude. I don't get it. Perhaps, Havocs, there's no reason we can't have our cake and eat it too. If Blue wants to go gung-ho on the moon with the Artemis program and SpaceX wants to go to Mars, that sounds like 2 space programs for the price of 1. I don't have a problem with that, do you? I don't think the update is happening unless they post another link. Please check the stream. Go to 3 hours and 43 minutes. It's insufferable, dude. That's cool. Some guy got it imaged across the horizon. That's cool. I believe it's for 9 p.m. Yeah, it should be in about 20 minutes. We suffering in here? No, Rocket. I'm trying to explain to people that, look, this is a step in the right direction. You basically had to reset when you switched to Block 2. So we are trending in the positive direction. Flight 7 made it 7 minutes into the flight. Flight 8 made it a little bit further, 8 minutes into the flight. Flight 9 made it to Seco. That is a positive trend, no matter how many people here don't like SpaceX or whatever. It's a positive trend in the iterative direction. And then, once again, for refactoring the whole damn ship, the whole ship is different. The entire thing, they basically re-engineered their thrust structure on the ship halfway through rapid iteration. The fact that the thing even made it to Seco is absurd, considering in 3 flights for an entire thrust structure refactor. If you don't understand that that's damn impressive in itself, along with reusing a booster, you don't really understand iterative design or the engineering chops that SpaceX actually has. That's ridiculous. I'm just sick of people being negative about it. It's really obnoxious. Because guys, you know, for all the things that you, oh, SpaceX, oh, it's failed. The more you talk, the more you make yourself sound stupid because you don't understand what you're talking about. This is a positive trend in the right direction, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it isn't. It leaked. Past flights leaked. It happens. They'll fix it. Well, Zal, the facts, my job is to be a teacher. Sometimes negative reinforcement helps. The Dream Chaser comment earlier got me thinking. If they weren't iterating, we wouldn't have seen a single Starship launch yet. That's right. It's 9 Eastern from what I understand, Dean. Like, it's ridiculous, some of the stuff I was seeing people say. Bro, you don't know more than SpaceX. I don't know more than SpaceX. I can give you an educated guess for entertainment purposes, but I ain't no engineer. But I don't sit here and pretend like I know everything either. Right? I'm a streamer. Look, I'm an idiot. Like, what do you want? At least I admit it. How long until Flight 10? Month and a half, maybe, Royal. It depends. It depends on the severity of the leak and the failure here. The leak was enough to induce an attitude change on the vehicle, so it was pretty high, right? SpaceX needs to understand that leak. That's where you go. You need to understand where it leaked, and I'm sure you could figure it out from the cameras that they had on board. If they had cameras inside of the payload bay, you could be damn sure they had cameras inside of the tanks. I'm pretty sure you could see where it was leaking. Just like when the door jammed, right, and it didn't open, we could absolutely see where the vent was and all the air inside of the payload bay moving from left to right on the screen. You can absolutely see. We could see that with the payload bay. They can absolutely see it with the cameras they have inside of the tanks. There's no doubt in my mind. I think what we're seeing is the impact of negative associations. Yes, Aqualex, yes, I agree. It's negative association. And it's so ridiculously obvious, it's almost laughable. Yeah, it's actually, you know what? It's pretty damn laughable. I could see, we can see anybody that truly is here for the science and technology can see right through that shit. It's pretty obvious. You know, I know because a lot of people that were making comments, I know you. I know you. You guys have been watching the stream. A lot of you have been watching the stream for a long time. I know you weren't always like this. You know, if you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. You weren't always like this. Don't be like that. Not in here. Go do that crap on X. Don't do that here. Don't. Wondering if that's why there's so much debris or solid stuff inside of the payload bay. Ordon, maybe. That's most likely ice accumulating on the autogenous pressurization lines that go into the tank, that go into the methane tank, because they go into the top of the methane tank, which is at the bottom of the payload bay. You can kind of see the booster pop through the clouds. Orion heat shield troubles are a much bigger failure than any Starship test. That glowing RVAC was caused by the leak? It's possible, Badojo, if it was a LOX leak, right? If it was a LOX leak, the RVAC wouldn't get hot like that. If it was a methane leak, it would. You'd get non-uniform heating in your cooling channels on the RVAC. Can you imagine the thermal loads that the ship went through and managed to get like 57 kilometers? Dude, it's pretty good, Green. Yeah, pretty good. They'll figure it out, dudes. They were this close. Do we have a link for Elon's talk tonight? No, but I'll show it if it happens. I don't know. It might be hard. Might be difficult, granted the state of the test. No, goalie, they're not. New post from Rook. What, this one? Pretty incredible to get this kind of footage from the extreme environment of re-entry. Appreciate the transparency in bringing us space enthusiasts along through the highs and lows of a test program. Some may focus on the lows. Yeah. But behind the efforts of Starship and other programs like New Glenn, Neutron, Vulcan, Terran, Stoke, well, yeah, is a massive space economy taking shape, tens of thousands of jobs, billions of private investment, all aimed at truly opening the last great frontier. When these capabilities arrive, they will spearhead a new era of exploration and discovery, and the lows will become a chapter in a much larger story, or much longer story. Nice. Nice. Well said, as always. A lot more eloquent than I am, that's for sure. Confirmation should be the first week of June, good fella, from what I understand. Like you always say, the moment to fail explode is now, so it doesn't happen in important moments. It's amazing to me that people have forgotten that, Ivan. It's very, yeah, it's, I was going to say it's very discouraging, but I refuse to be deterred by that. They'll figure it out. I'm not worried. Are you worried? Don't be deterred by this failure. It happens. Was anybody pissed off that Blue didn't land their first stage on New Glenn's first flight? No, in fact, we were kind of expecting it. They'll figure it out, man. You know, Rook's right. The amount of money being thrown around here, they'll figure it out. Do we have a link on X here? I don't know if he's talking right now. It should be happening here in the next couple of minutes. We found a way not to do things. Yeah, exactly. You just found another way to not land a booster and another way to not launch Starship. It's happened. The stream has been deleted. Yeah. Can't wait for more. Going to be a hard-earned victory when this system is up and running as planned. Yeah, man. This is the link, but the event has been deleted. Let me see, Dag. Yeah, not great. Looks like they got some work to do, man. I feel I need to engineer something. Stand by as I super glue my fingers together. As long as you learn something, Silver, you know, it's good. It was deleted before the launch. Oh, all right, cool. If you build something that you thought would work but doesn't, the sooner you find it blows up, the better. That's what I said, man. Now's the time for it to blow up. But it still shows serious issues that need to be solved on the ship. Definitely not a success on pre-planned objectives. That's your take. You know, Joe, after Flight 7, I said that this is a bad thing. This isn't good. You know, they're taking iterative steps backwards. So, you know, you're trying to fail forward and fail fast, right? And then I said that I went on some thing on the Starship post stream about how that's a bad thing. You know what, dude? When you change your entire damn ship's thrust structure, I'm telling you guys, the interior of Block 2 is a totally new thing. They refactored the entire design. Okay? You have to think about this from that perspective, okay? You redesign the entire thrust structure for your ship. That is a huge critical component. You know, they redid the transfer tubes and the downcomers, whatever you want to call it. The fact that they've been able to get a separation and good ignition on 3 engines from Super Heavy at all is insane in its own regard. Right? Guys, I get it. Like, yeah, it kind of seems like they're not moving forward, like they're kind of treading water. I assure you they're not. They're making very good forward progress with Block 2. Is it the progress that you expected? No, but it's progress nonetheless. And that's the whole point of iterative design. They made Seco booster reflight successful. Absolutely, baby. I'll take a look at it, Andrew. Yeah, sure. One of the guys on the KSA team told me in aeronautics they refer to part heritage in terms of how long each particular component has been going on flights. Anytime you replace one of those, you replace sometimes years of history, testing, and real flight experience. Yeah. Height. How does that speak to refactoring your entire thrust structure? That's absurd. That is an absurd refactor. The fact that the thing even works at all is insane. I don't think people understand this. Yeah, Pop. The pessimism, I can't stand it, dude. I can't stand it. It's so obvious. People with axes to grind, you know. And I don't understand being excited about rooting for failure here. That's just, yeah. I don't want those kind of people in this stream, to be honest with you. Like, I'll be real with you. I don't want that. I don't want to deal with that. But hey, that's the internet, man. You're always going to deal with it. I just love the concept of part heritage and all the provenance it entails. For sure, man, for sure. Yeah, there you go, Perry. That's right. Reflight of a booster is amazing, dude. And they got 13 engine relight. 13 engine relight. It's pretty good, man. Yeah, pretty much, Uncle Lux. That's basically what I said to Joe while you were typing that out. But yeah. You doing anything for after hours? I'm kind of gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and see. I'm gonna wait and see if this meeting actually happens. We'll see. We'll stick around. Rip the pie engine. That's right. I'm never rooting for failure, but not gonna lie, the explosions are cool. Well, of course. Steve, your working theory that could be totally incorrect is that they have made Band-Aid fixes for a platform that has systematic incompatibilities with these engines. That's what I've been saying since Flight 7, dude. Yep. Block 2 Starship is really designed for Raptor 3. And that's what, like, the version 3 of Starship is. Version 3 of Starship is basically going to be Block 2 with Raptor 3. That's my guess. Flight 9 was a step in the right direction. First reflown Super Heavy booster, new systems tested, and the fire suppression tech, Band-Aids, and the attic worked well enough. But let's get down to brass tacks. SpaceX's rapid iteration is starting to resemble a PhD in pyrotechnics with a minor of we'll fix it in post. Keep welding, sure, but V2 Starships weren't designed for Raptor 2 engines, and it shows. 3 vehicles lost to Raptor, and design-related issues is a pattern. Baron, your mind seems made up in this regard, so I'm not even going to try. Your mind seems made up. I think my problem is, what is the fix for this leak? I don't know. Does it just need more material to resist the loads? Is it being caused by some shock loading? Why can't they replicate it on the ground to fix it? How do you know they haven't, Blue Flare? Not rooting for failure, but you can't deny that watching the flap disintegrate was incredibly cool. It's pretty awesome, man. Brandon Sealast. Do you think they need vents on the payload bay like the shuttle had to prevent atmospheric pressure on the door? Yes, I do. Absolutely. Actually, yes. Does all the leaking on booster on version 2 Starship concern you at all? Seems like they've had a lot of leaking in this. The Block 1's leaked as well. Elon did an interview with Eric Berger. Maybe read that. Yeah. Or I don't want to get into that, Mill. I don't want to get into that and then have the meeting pop up, dude. You know? I could go on. I know you're an optimist, forward-thinking person, but there's a point where you need to stop and reassess. Ship 35 underwent 3 static fire campaigns. All failures. NASA's made it clear if Starship doesn't hit critical design review by December 2025, there's no lunar landing in 27 or 28. We don't even know what issues V3 boosters and ships will bring. Flight 10 might be better, but with the FAA requiring investigation, we're looking at midsummer at the earliest. I disagree, Baron. Stopping and reassessing is how NASA got into the situation that it's in. I think that would be more detrimental to the program at this point than not. Harmonics change with all these design changes. This is something that cannot be adequately tested for on the ground. Bingo. The only way to test it is to fly it, Richard. Yeah, methane, right? And you know they'll say that, oh, it's a failure again because they don't understand. Just ban. KSJ, I don't ban people that have dissenting opinions, but I'm not going to sit here and say that it doesn't jar on me a little bit. But I won't ban people for saying something different. As long as it's rooted in technical discussion and conversation, that's all I really care about. You know, saying, oh, it failed, I don't like Elon or some crap like that, don't say that in here. No, I won't stand for that. If we're here to discuss technical stuff. If you can't sit with the technical stuff, get out. Or just sit back and watch. Long March 5. He's the Baron of bad news. Yeah, right. And we did lose Pyraptor, which sucks. As long as there's respect between discussion holders. All this infers that we know better than they do. And Joe speculation as much as the next guy, but I'll never say anything definitive. Yeah, you know better. They know better. They have the data. Yep. Didn't go out of its flight corridor. I was under the impression that if it's in the designated area, then no investigation was required. As long as it's not a threat to public safety, it comes down in the corridor, yeah. I don't think a stronger engine is going to fix the leak problem. I also don't think they'd set such a hard re-entry goal if they could test load. But at this price point, how many fails would you say is fine? As many as you need to get it done right. There's going to be a new Pi Raptor with Raptor 3. That's right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Go at throttle up.
When will they move to Raptor 3? When it's ready? Hey, Kraylon, 46-month resub. I'll turn the alerter back on, dudes. Actually, I think the alerter's already back on. I'm saying just chill and do a total review of your testing and build structures and wait for Raptor 3. It's soon enough to come online. You weren't saying this 6 hours ago, bud. I've seen up into the 500s for Raptor 2, Pokey. Can I just get a TLDR on the loss of attitude? So they had a fuel leak, Jay. There was a fuel, I think it was a fuel leak. I could be wrong, but it looked like a fuel leak. And the engine's getting hot at the later parts of engine cutoff would suggest a fuel leak because the engines lean out. When they lean out, they start glowing because they start getting too hot. Some of the fuel on Raptor is used to tank some of the heat because methane is carbon hydrogen. So 1 carbon, 4 hydrogens, kind of all around it. Hydrogen is a great conductor of heat energy. So some of the fuel is used to absorb the energy. In this case, Raptor uses that absorbed energy to actually make a more violent explosion in the combustion chamber and actually make the engine produce more boom out the bottom. This rapid iteration isn't working for Starship. Leaks and fires persist in the engine bay since the V1 ships. The payload bay door actuator failed. Booster exploded at ignition, and the ship barely reached SECO after it lost control. There's zero re-entry data with the new flap design. Zero data on the new heat shield. Meanwhile, mass creep is so severe that super heavy stage separation happens at half the speed of a Falcon 9 launch because the ship is too heavy. I'm not speaking because I'm trying as hard as I can not to curse you out, Baron. So what? So what? I'm trying not to curse you out, bro. Because you're my boy. You're my boy. I'm trying not to. I want to tell you to go eat a pile of dinosaur crap right now, but I'm not going to. Like the big pile that Jeff Goldblum said, oh, that's one big pile of poop. Like I kind of wish you would be eating that right now. No, I mean, yeah, okay, dude, you could sit there and point out all the failures, sure. So like what's your solution is to stop? To stop. Has history taught you nothing? Give me one good example. One good example. Historically, from our space program, where taking your foot off the gas pedal has ended with a better result. Give me one good example. SpaceX makes it so second stage is more of the work, like Falcon and Starship. Like Falcon, like Starship, I guess. Hamo 6 and CRS 7. But they didn't. They didn't take their foot off the gas pedal when that happened. They were flying 6 months later after CRS 7. I'm saying, for the love of God, just take your time and do quality control for your design. How? How? What, with the test stand that they have? How? How are you going to do it? That's the thing. What you're seeing is test stand. That's what I'm telling you. Update from Elon? That's what I'm trying to say, man. Like, there's no other way to test this. There's no way to test for any of these failures on the ground. You can't do that. There's just, the test stands for this type of thing don't exist. And if we sat there and figured out a way to build the test stands, we'd spend all of our time building test stands instead of actually flying. Here, what's Elon saying? Starship made it to the scheduled ship engine cutoff, so big improvement over the last flight. Also, no significant loss of heat shield tiles during ascent. Good. Leaks caused loss of main tank pressure during the coast and re-entry phase. Got a lot of good data to review. Launch cadence for the next 3 flights will be faster at approximately 1 every 3 to 4 weeks. I'm only speculating. Hopefully it makes sense. Maybe the Raptor 2 engines don't work with this version of the ship and it's designed for 3. Ray, that's my hypothesis, dude. I agree with you. Better testing timeline, better welding QC on your fuel line. Ship 34 was lost because someone didn't torque a Raptor combustion chamber good enough. Don't make me tap the sign. He's like, we're just going to send it. Elon time, though. EJ, that 3 to 4 week cadence can only happen if there's not a mishap investigation, which for now could be still triggered by the FAA. Was there a mishap investigation after Flight 3? The license has changed since Flight 3, so there are new conditions on reentry routes. That's a very good point. I'm by no means an expert at all, but there's people who struggle with making souffle using ingredients, tools in an oven they've had for decades. And then this is literally rocket science. To be where they are in 23 years, I don't see anybody even close. Can't wait to see the new pad get its first launch. Kind of hoping they wait till then to try a double catch. But one can dream. I don't think... dude, that would be cool, but I'm not sure that that's going to happen. You okay? Man, I'm all right, man. I just... dude, I just don't want to be pessimistic about things anymore, man. That's really what it is. I understand the failures, like, I get it. Like, Baron has some good points, but I just... Dude, the second you take a step back like that is the second you start losing momentum. I refuse to think that that's a good idea. It's not. It really isn't. Like, I guess the point with Amos 6 and CRS-7, you could make that argument. But, dude, they were flying. People said after CRS-7 that in order for SpaceX to correctly solve this problem, they would be down for like 2 years before a return to flight. They were flying by the end of the year. I remember. They were flying by the end of the year. Not only did they fly by the end of the year, they landed a booster that year as well. You know? I've seen it, Helsinki. Yeah. I don't think there's going to be an FAA investigation, Aqualex. Every part of the ship came down in the temporary flight restrictions. I mean, if you want, Amos 6 was definitely a screw up, no doubt, but that's the same thing. Amos 6 happened in September. They were flying again in early 2017 with the what mission was it? KoreaSat, I think. KoreaSat 5A, I think, was the mission. There's a big piece of me that completely understands that where Baron is coming from. I genuinely think some of our biggest feats in human history were the direct result of taking a step back. Apollo 1 is probably the best example of such. They didn't take a step back from Apollo 1. They kept going. They stepped back after Challenger, Steve. And I will still, to this day, say that stepping back from Challenger and trying to make the shuttle safer ended up making it more dangerous. There's no that is objectively true. When operational and not a test vehicle. Depends on how much iteration, depends on how much iteration per iteration, I guess. Do we know when Elon is doing the talk? He should have been doing it now, but we'll see. I'm a one step back, two steps forward kind of guy. Yeah, they did take a pause after Apollo 1 to reassess, but they did continue going on. Did Apollo 1 deter Saturn V development at all? No, they re-engineered the entire spacecraft. But not only did they re-engineer the entire spacecraft going to the Block 2 CSM, they still completed their objective on time. Arguably, after Apollo 1, they accelerated. They did not take their foot off the gas. Because they redesigned the entire spaceship based off of results, very unfortunate results, and design decisions that frankly were stupid in the first place. Right? And this could be a case of that. I'm not going to rule that out either. All right? But we ended up getting, they didn't take their foot off the gas. They took their foot off the gas after Challenger. They could have kept flying shuttles. No problem. Elon talked about some new problems they found on Raptor 2 during testing that they never tested for that caused Ship 34's failure. Apparently, the engine literally shakes itself to the extent that the bolts on the combustion chamber fail. Dude, did I call that or what? Not torquing down a bolt. Frickin' called that. Did I call that? I called that. Oh, that's pretty good from your boy, dude. That working with inferior vessel Apollo 1 caused them to go back to the drawing board and create a much more robust spacecraft. One could make the argument, Steve, that that's what the Block 2 is. Shuttle was a computer nightmare of the Atari era. I still love the space shuttle, man. How did post-Challenger changes make the shuttle less safe? Not arguing, genuinely curious to hear your point of view. Part of the post-Challenger changes to the shuttle program were to not fly it as much. They started implementing safety measures like taking apart the engines after every flight, basically negating any positives of reusing them at all. Every engine was taken down and completely refurbished because that's the safest way to do things. You can be absolutely sure that your motor is going to work right if you're building a new one every time. Or is it? No, it's not. It's not. That, in fact, complicates an already complicated engine. An engine that was designed to not be taking it apart. Taking it apart and refurbishing it after every flight objectively introduces way more steps into the refurbishment process. Way more steps in process actually opens up the door for stuff to go wrong, like somebody not torquing down a bolt correctly. That's the safest way to do it. Bill Gerstenmaier, SpaceX VP of Flight Reliability, worked on the shuttle program for a long time. He had an article with Aviation Week a little while back that said that that did not make the shuttle any safer. If anything, it made it more dangerous. And that type of mentality, oh, we're just going to take the thing completely apart and rebuild it every time, is basically like building a new shuttle every time. So now you're not operating your reusable vehicle like a reusable vehicle. You're operating your reusable vehicle like it's an expendable vehicle. That hinders your flight cadence. Hindering your flight cadence doesn't give you as much flight data. Lack of flight data and lack of testing is how Columbia happened. I still maintain to this day that what happened to Columbia is a 1 in a million shot. You could launch 1,000 more shuttles and empirically that wouldn't happen. But at the same time, if the shuttle was supposed to be an airplane that flies into space. So why didn't you test it like an airplane? You tested your airplane like a rocket. And that proved to end up making the program way less safe. What I like to tell people, Chevelle, is that the space shuttle is a semi-truck that drives into space. Picture a long-haul semi-truck, all right? You have your payload bay, which is your trailer, right? And then you don't have a day cab on it, you have a sleeper in the back, right? That's what the space shuttle is. It's a space truck that flies into space. Do you go camping in one of those? Because that's what they did. What happens if you go camping in a semi-truck with a sleeper cab on the back? You're not using that semi-truck very effectively, are you? Is a semi-truck designed to just sit there for long periods of time, like an RV is? Absolutely not. Flying the shuttle less made it more dangerous. I will die on that hill. Absolutely. It made it more dangerous. It directly led to the circumstances, and that lack of flight, that taking your foot off the gas pedal, proverbially, that is exactly what contributed to the laissez-faire attitude and the lax attitude that actually doomed the crew of Columbia. That is the exact reason. Does that make sense, dude? The Challenger disaster had a pretty obvious case that was mainly ignored with all the process changes introduced after. They did fix the O-ring problem, Z-Stern, but what people don't understand, people say, oh, there's a design flaw in the O-ring. What design flaws with the O-ring? What design flaws are you talking about? Don't launch it in the cold? The engineers already could have told you that. The Thiokol engineers could have said, don't launch it in the cold, because that's bad for it, because you're going to blow out the O-rings. It's not designed to launch in the cold, because it's designed to launch from Florida, where it is in fact not cold, most of the time. The Thiokol engineers knew. They knew the failure modes of their own booster because it was a well-designed piece of equipment. Now, could they have engineered the booster clevis a little bit better? Sure, absolutely. You could make that argument that the booster clevis to attach could have been made a little bit better. The way that the 2 O-ring SRB was designed basically put a ton of pressure directly on the O-rings. The flanges, the clevis that hooked the 2 SRBs together, put direct load and strain on the O-rings, which contributed to them to blowing out. But that isn't anything that wasn't known. It turns out, once again, let's go back to cars, right? If you have a Prius, right, and you're trying to go off-road with a Prius, you're not going to get very far. Do you know why it wasn't engineered for that? It wasn't engineered for that. The SRBs were not designed to launch in the cold. The engineers knew this. They tried to say something about it and they got ignored. That's not an engineering problem, nor is that a design flaw. That's a programmatic problem. Way different. They did say that. Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. What's the point of flying V2 Starship with mismatched Raptor 2 engines that require extensive mitigations just to function? So you could test other things like the thermal protection system and Raptor Relight. Well, maybe not Raptor Relight. Thermal protection system and Starlink deploy is really what they're after. These flights haven't provided any meaningful reentry data or in-space burn performance. The LN2 purge system, the entire attic system, and the engine detonation shield will likely be scrapped for V3. With Raptor 3's new turbopump design, I'm bracing for the first test where it blows up, sending shrapnel through the lower bulkhead. What the hell are they teaching you? If everybody had this mentality, no one would ever do anything. Nice hat. Thank you. $9:30 on the SpaceX stream. The tank wall is cracked. May, that's definitely the leak. We definitely saw it. Yeah, it's, if we go back and scrub through the footage during ascent and stuff, we definitely saw, you saw the leak. But the good thing is that the fire suppression systems actually put it out. The leak didn't catch on fire. See that? There's your leak. The Fire X actually put it out. That's what killed Flight 8. Well, not necessarily. That's the resonance causing the leaks catch on fire, the leaks blow stuff up. Leave an employee in the attic torquing the bolts in flight. Give them a fire extinguisher. while they're at it to kill any fire or a Tesla bot. Baron, I just don't understand why you treat this problem, the Raptors leaking, like it's some insurmountable problem. You think Pogo or some variant is still in play? Well, this is coming from the attic, dude, so judging by where that's coming from, guys, I'm going to guess that it's probably the downcomers. Yeah. I think the transfer tubes are struggling a little bit, judging by the location of that leak. Look at that. What a shot, man. There must be super good reason for that transfer tube design. They're sticking with it. It's designed for Raptor 3, Bob. How did the mission go? They made it on orbit, Tetron, but they had a leak, and the leak spun the ship out of control, and it kind of made it a little ways through re-entry, but for the most part didn't. Yeah, it sucks. It's a bummer, but they'll figure it out, man. I've been telling you this. They made it to Seco. Huge improvement, man. And Booster 14 performed excellent. Right until it tried to do its landing burn, and then it didn't perform well at all.
Down to
so,
3
take a look,
engines,
right
as we
here.
talked about earlier. We will be intentionally
Booster
shutting
FPS is
down.
saved.
We will be shutting down one of those 3 center engines intentionally to push the limits of the super heavy booster.
Ship Raptor, chamber pressure is nominal.
We'll keep it for tomorrow, Baron.
And continuing
We'll
to
sleep on
see
it.
6 healthy engines on the ship, 3 sea level and 3 vacuum engines still ignited as the super heavy booster is making its way back down
So
to
let's
Earth.
watch this
See
again.
those grid fins doing some heavy work.
Booster landing startup.
Ignited for our landing burn.
And continuing to see 6 healthy engines on the ship, 3 sea level and 3 vacuum engines still ignited as the super heavy booster is making its way back down to Earth.
We can see those grid fins doing some heavy work.
Booster landing startup.
Ignited for our landing burn.
Nope. Not today.
It may have
And be intentionally
Booster
shutting
FPS is
down.
saved.
We will be shutting down one of those 3 center engines intentionally to push the limits of the super heavy booster.
Ship Raptor, chamber pressure is nominal.
And continuing to see 6 healthy engines on the ship, 3
Dude, I
sea
coulda sworn
level
I saw it
and 3
explode.
vacuum engines still ignited as the super heavy booster is making its way back down to Earth.
We can see those grid fins doing some heavy work.
Booster landing startup.
Ignited for our landing burn. It may have ended with that landing burn.
I could have sworn we saw it pop.
Does look like we lost telemetry from the booster once we started into that landing burn. Did you hear?
They cut it out. They freaking cut it out. Dude, I swear we saw that thing explode. Are you kidding me, guys? Why? See, that's the kind of stuff I don't like, dude. Why? You're all about failing forward and failing publicly. Why cut that out? Why? Yeah, I saw the time. It skips, man, for sure. Here, let's see. Let's flip over to the NSF cast. See, that kind of stuff, I don't like. I really don't like that. You're going to be all about failing rapidly and failing very publicly, and then you're going to cut that? You're going to cut that out? Dude, the thing exploded when it tried to relight its engines. It happens. You were trying something new. Mine's just glitched? Oh, well, I hope so. Here, let's get to it. There's the, yeah, okay. All right, let's see what NSF got. Yours still has it? Okay, so it looks like my browser may have skipped, so that's good. It's not cut out. That's good. I guarantee if I refresh that page, then it pops in. I want to see NSF's footage. So right around here is when it popped. Yep. Yep, there, yep, that didn't, So it looks like they got a relight in there, and then they went to start another motor, and whatever it did, it blew up. Cool. All right, cool. They didn't cut it out. That's just X being weird. So we're waiting on the meeting here, and I have a feeling that it's probably not going to happen. But I don't think I clenched harder than watching Seco. Yeah. Sorry for yelling, guys. I'm just sick of being pessimistic about everything, man. It's so tiresome. I just don't want it. They'll figure it out, man. They will. We've seen this before. This happens. They'll figure it out. The engine at 4 o'clock didn't light. Yeah. Too much coffee? Yeah. You're probably right. Yeah, I just felt that I needed to air that out, Eastern. Like, I'm just, and don't go jumping around like at Baron and stuff. He's bringing up good points, but dude, you can't. This is a very extraordinary rocket, and I don't mean that to blow smoke up SpaceX's tail. It just very, very extraordinarily exploded. You know, like it very much exploded. And I mean extraordinary in a very, very, like, in the very literal term of that sense of that term. There's nothing like this, guys. No one's going to know what the right prescription to the problem is. You can't go applying past knowledge of, like, oh, we got to stop. They got to reassess. They got to do QC. I don't think that's what I don't think that's how SpaceX works. In fact, I think shoehorning SpaceX into that kind of design mentality is going to make more failures. SpaceX at this point can afford, from a technical know-how standpoint and a monetary standpoint, they can afford to brute force this thing. Because, so what would be, like I said, okay, so think about it like this. And if you don't think I'm making a compelling argument here, hear me out. So what would be the right way to do this? Say this was a NASA project at this point, and they decided to take a step back and figure it out. What would be the right way to do it? We want to sit here and we want to build test stands that can take full duration burns of these vehicles. Those in themselves, those test stands, what do those test stands look like? You're not using Stennis for that. The test stands to be able to do full duration burns with Super Heavy, full duration burns with Starship, those test stands don't exist. So what SpaceX is doing is opting to fly these things instead. Because the best test stand is up there anyway. So you might as well. This is what I mean about taking your foot off the gas. No, because the old school kind of heritage way of doing it would be to try to replicate this stuff on the ground and test as you fly, right? That's only going to get you so far. So you're going to spend billions of dollars on a damn test stand. And yeah, that will give you some good data, but for those billions of dollars, you could have just flown more. And that's what SpaceX is opting to do. There's no definite prescription to this problem. But they'll figure it out. At this point, we're way past the time to change your engineering philosophy. You can't iteratively test SLS. I mean, that would be cool, but yes. Can they do full duration burns at Massey's? No, not even close. There's not enough water. There's not enough water nor fuel, I think, to do it, Contra. Plus, most of these problems seem likely that they only occur in a vacuum. That's the other thing, Z-Stern. You're going to make a vacuum testing chamber that's designed to withstand that's designed to accommodate Starship's thrust structure. That's not happening. The best test stand is up there. That's important to understand. That's why. That's the reason. And maybe I cleared my head a little bit by cursing a bunch of people out, and I probably shouldn't have done that. I apologize, but. You have that's important to understand. The way SpaceX is testing, every test flight is just that. It is a test flight. I think about it as the same as putting it on a test stand. Because and I know a lot about systems engineering with rockets and how it should be done. Like the book. I have the book on my desk for a reason. SpaceX is breaking all the rules of this book, but they're doing it on purpose. They're not breaking the rules because like, oh, oops, we should have done that. It's so funny. They're breaking the rules on purpose with how you should go about engineering a rocket. This goes against every NASA design philosophy that has been established over the past 50 years. Now, whether that ends up being a net positive or a net negative, I don't know. I think that's a net positive because 5 years, look at the beginning of the cast, Starhopper, 5 years ago, man. In 5 years, they went from testing a water tower with a rocket engine strapped to the bottom to fully integrated tests where we don't like that it doesn't make it all the way through re-entry. That is an insane pace. And if you can logically extrapolate the rate of iteration correlative with time over the past 5 years, that is a huge upward trend. We're just seeing a little dip in that trend. But if SpaceX took their foot off the gas, you'd see that trend start to flatline and then maybe go up later. But you want the trend to keep going up. In 5 years, imagine where they'll be if they don't take their foot off the gas. In 5 years, you'll have one of the most reliable spaceships ever devised by man. By a long shot. Let them cook. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And that the reason why I raised my voice and I got a little pissed off is because I just can't, for once, like, I can't find the words. The reason why I can't find the words is because, like I said, how Starship is working and how it's engineered, it's not every other rocket. It's not a Falcon 9. It's not Antares. It's not Atlas. It's not Vulcan. It's not even New Glenn. This is in its own thing with its own set of stakeholder expectations and its own design criteria and its own type of systems engineering. You can't treat it like every other rocket. You can't judge it by those standards because if you do, it's an abject failure. And I don't think that the Starship program is a failure. The only way that the Starship program would be a failure is if they stopped, if they took their foot off the gas. Does that make sense? Sorry, it took me a second to kind of put it all together. And this is probably what I should have said just a second ago. Once again, I'm sorry for getting a little hot-headed. I mean, pretty much the people that I cursed out are probably not here anymore, so. Does that... I gotta go. Have a good evening. All right, Oaf. I'll talk to you later. Does that make sense, dudes? I was able to put it better into words after I chilled for a second, but yeah, that's super cool. Hermit, yeah, neat. I think is the thing. The general public expect iterative design improvements to nearly always improve. We saw improvements all the way up to Flight 6. Flight 7 Plus at the V2 reset, that set progress back to a midpoint around Flight 3, and it hasn't bounced back to operational state that Flight 6 saw. Public opinion expected to be ready for Artemis sooner rather than later. That's fair, Deadbringer. That's fair. I generally agree with Baron's points. I'm just a little less jaded. Yeah. I don't like that they keep putting off operational flights to later and later versions instead of getting a version that they can reliably fly on now. Just like Falcon 9 1.0 versus Block 5. Get 1.0 flying now. Start delivering payloads. Get booster and ship recovery working after a few flights. I really do think they've put themselves in a corner with the structural choices along with the architecture, trying to meet the performance goals they have set for themselves. But as you said, they're going off the books with a new design architecture. That's just what I was about to say, Baron. Like, dude, I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. I think you're right. If you judge the Starship program by this handbook, it is a very big failure. But that's the thing. You can't, because it's not. They're not using NASA systems engineering. It's too guys, the methods of design for Starship versus SLS are so incredibly different. You might as well be comparing feet and meters. From a really zoomed out perspective, since nobody's getting hurt, how can anyone be really upset? Feeders, yeah. And this is what I mean, dude. Baron, I understand you, bro. I understand what you're trying to say. It's very hard to shift your mind away from everything that I've learned from spaceships and everything that, anyone out there with an AE degree has learned. It's very difficult. But this is a new thing. And we can't judge it by past engineering criteria because it's not. Aqualex, I would say that the Block 2 Starship is trending in a positive iterative direction. We just stepped back because we compared it to the Block 1 design. I'm serious, dude. Look at the first Block 2. Look at 33. 33 made it 7 minutes in. SpaceX fixed that problem. 34, I'm pretty sure this isn't what happened, but 34 went and a Raptor somehow exploded and liberated itself because someone didn't tighten a bolt down. Easily correctable problem. Easily correctable. Right? But it made it further than Flight 7. And then Flight 9. You made it into SECO, right? And you made it to somewhat of a reentry. A not very good reentry, but they did make it. It wasn't a controlled reentry, but they made it. That's rapid progression. Guys, once again, you got to look at this from a macro perspective. That is insane progression considering you refactored your entire thrust structure. You changed the plumbing to the motors. Do people understand that if they changed the plumbing on SLS at this point right now in the program, we wouldn't see an SLS fly for at least another 5 years? Do we understand this, right? Like, we're on the same page here? Did you read Berger's article yet? They used the wrong color Loctite. I'm telling you, it's possible. I'm really sorry for the noob question. The last 3 ships are Block 2 ships, correct? Yeah, the first one flew on Flight 7, Dr. Gnome. Yeah. How far did Flight 3 get before we lost telemetry by comparison? Believe it or not, about the same place, Rams. Yeah. SpaceX is trending upward, dude. It's trending forward. We just had to reset our expectations because we're not used to taking a backstep like that from refactoring the entire thrust structure. It should have been more clear to me earlier, but sorry, forgive me for not having the hindsight. So far, the V2 progression is remarkably like the V1 progression. Very different problems, but still, Starship V2 wasn't meant to be a thing. I think the overarching problem here, Captain Failure, is that Raptor 3, for all of its benefits, is taking a little bit of time to get that right. So SpaceX is flying with Block 2, with Raptor 2s in the meantime, and those Raptor 2s are notorious for leaking. I think Barron was right in that regard. If Pad A was turned around in the next 24 hours and Ship 35 failed, would people still say it's all a failure? I don't know, man. Maybe. Go to page 20. What do you want? Yeah, Aqualex, I'd say we're trending forward, dude. I like your composed words. Why? What did I say here? What did you clip? Years. They went from testing a water tower with a rocket engine strapped to the bottom to fully integrated tests where we don't like that it doesn't make it all the way through re-entry. That is an insane pace. It is. It's pretty damn good, man. I hate hearing the sound of my voice for what it's worth. SpaceX should have developed it for a given purpose, develop a rocket for a given mass, etc. Since you typically start with headroom and mass creep approaches, what your allowable mass is over time. Starship has blown that out of the water and has essentially said we can radically redesign each time we hit shortfalls in capacity. So, Baron, what are you going to be saying when, like, you know, in like a year, when we're watching the stream and Starship doesn't have these apparent mass problems that you're talking about? What are you going to say then? What's going to be the paper that you can allude to that's saying that that's a problem? Insane pace, streets 112. Hey Martin, what's going on? Do you think similar progression could happen with V3? I think V3 is going to fix most of these problems, Ethan, to be 100% honest with you. Thanks for the stream. I had a killer fever today, but the flight test made it a little bit better. I'm happy I can make your day better, Cheeseburger. You think my voice is great? Thanks, operator. It's just one of those things. I hate hearing the sound of my voice, man. I never sound like me when I hear myself. Dude, that's it, man. I don't... What you're hearing is not what I hear, which is weird. But that's... like, I hear it, I'm like, who is that? That's not me, but it kind of is. It kind of sounds like what I hear. You know? I'll stop yapping about Starship if it equals 2019 numbers, or at least gets close to it. Baron, like, that's the thing, man. The point is that, like, the problems that we are saying that were happening with Starship like a year ago aren't even close to the problems that are happening now. It's not even close. Singing in a band, you get used to it. It's 100% weird. Yeah, right? I get the same effect when I hear my own voice in videos. Flight 10 will be like Flight 4 or 5. I have faith that SpaceX... Dude, that's what I mean. And this is what I said even at the start of this VOD. This is what I said before the thing even started, guys. These are hard problems to fix. Guys, I don't think it can't be said enough, all the little things that they're fixing. This ship flies with hundreds of design changes every single time, and it works. You know, like just anything down to like Starship, the super heavy flying with a different hot staging rig that time to do the predicted burn instead of a random burn. Like, dude, they re-engineered the hot staging ring in a month, and it worked. It worked great. That's what I mean. That's ridiculous in itself. Raptor 3 is going to introduce a whole new set of problems. Sure. Guys, here's the thing. And I'll say this once, and, you know, I don't think that meeting is going to happen, guys, to be 100% honest. If it happens, we could cover it for Space News tomorrow. That roll-up high was nuts. It was sick, dude. It was sick. Sorry, I lost my train of thought because I saw this tweet here, and I think that's really freaking funny. Sorry, I saw this. I'm sorry, I saw this, dude. It totally threw me off, man. I was trying to say something poignant, but it totally screwed me up. Dibs, what do you got, man? Oh dear, that looks like a tire, man. All right. Anyway, you guys. All right, I'm back. I re-got my train of thought. What I'm trying to say is that, guys, the only way when you're iteratively prototyping stuff like this and you're doing what SpaceX does is to be aggressively optimistic. It's the only way to do it. You can't think about this like NASA does. You just can't. It's not going to make any sense. I think the right way to do it is to just keep pushing, keep digging. It's darkest before the dawn. These problems, very, very hard problems to solve, aren't insurmountable. Nothing within the realm and possibility of physics can be... Nothing with the... Like, it's not... The engines are leaking. We know the engines are leaking. All right, that's fair. I think we can all agree on that at that point. I was skeptical of that myself. They're definitely leaking. That is not an insurmountable problem to solve. It's a very difficult problem to solve, but it's not insurmountable, right? You have to be aggressively optimistic to do this kind of stuff, dude. It's just the way it is. I feel like SpaceX is trying to fix too many things at one time. You have a door pez issue, engine issues, tank leak issues, tile flap issues. They have too many hands in the fire. Yeah, crazy horse, but I'm not going to disagree that that's what it seems like. What I'm telling you is that at this point, SpaceX is not the 1,000 to 2,000 person company that it was during Falcon 9. SpaceX is like 15,000 strong. They're an aerospace giant at this point. They can work on all different systems all at once. Now, consider this, dude. Consider this. Is it possible that one team is able to iterate faster than others? There's no doubt that the team that's working on tiles can iterate faster than the team that's working on propulsion, don't you think? Rocket engines are a little bit more complicated than getting a thermal tile figured out, right? I think it's gotten to that point where SpaceX has the workforce to be able to solve all these problems and work on simultaneous fixes. It's just that some fixes are dependent on others. Like your plumbing working correctly with Raptor. Pick up what I'm laying down? And sometimes some of the fixes take longer than others. And that seemingly, as outside viewers, that leaves a bad taste in our mouth. Because all we see is the failure. It's just failure after failure after failure. They're not failures, guys. For all the stuff that we saw that didn't work, there was 1,000 things that actually did work correctly. Like the booster being reused. Guys, that was a reflown booster. That was booster 14 with 29 flight-proven engines. That is a colossal W. Like, there's no sugarcoating that. He's a clown with all due respect. You think so, Buff? Well, that's fine if you think he's a clown. Well, he's a clown that's operating the... I mean, he's a clown that's operating the arguably most technologically advanced space program that's ever known to man. So if he's a clown, what the hell are you? You know what I'm saying? Like, if he's a clown, frick, man, I want to be a freaking clown. That space program that he's operating is pretty damn cool. I'm just saying. You know, like, don't conflate, like, people, you know, like, there's a lot of people out, he has a lot of critics nowadays, and that's fair. I don't think the criticism is unwarranted, but don't conflate that with, you know, not running a pretty damn successful spaceflight company. He's pretty much the only one to ever do it correctly. And just as his actions in soiree into politics can be criticized, I think that what SpaceX is doing can also be rewarded too. People are complicated like that, man. It's always a balance. I don't think he is the one doing the right thing in SpaceX. He's the chief engineer of Starship, dude. And I think him not being here over the last 6 months is definitely showing. For what it's worth. You know? This is where we defer. Shotwell's the MVP, not Elon. I mean, Gwen runs the day-to-day operations, guys, but Elon's making the design decisions for the vehicles. Thanks for the stream and the constructive discussion. I really appreciate that you didn't ban me earlier for my earlier ranting. I will not ban. I ain't banning you. You're bringing discussion to the table. If it's technical discussion, dude, I'm in. I'll talk technical stuff with you to the best of my abilities all day, man. I won't ban you from the stream. I didn't even get close to thinking about doing that. With that being said, dude, like, I think it's gotten difficult to do spaceflight stuff with people being so critical of Elon and not critical of the space program. I'm here to talk about the space program, you know? And dude, I can see a change in how viewers look at the tech from the technical aspect, man. I can see a change in how people look at it. And you know what? It's annoying. It's annoying because I've seen viewers, and don't think that just because I didn't reply to your message that I didn't read it. I can read very quickly. I've been following chat for a decade. I can read extremely fast. I read fast enough, but I can't reply to everybody's message because my voice can't go that quickly. Right? I've seen a change in attitude in people. And it's no doubt because of, you know, I've seen a change in attitude of people towards SpaceX, and it's not because of SpaceX technical prowess. Let me put it to you like that. It's annoying. It's annoying, and I don't like it. They'll get Flight 10. Dude, once again, I agree with you. I agree with Elon here in this regard. I think now is the time to speed up. I know that sounds ridiculous, and by every measure of the imagination that we understand with systems engineering, it absolutely is a crazy thing to do. But Starship is a crazy thing to do, and that's what's needed. It's an unconventional, extraordinary vehicle, and that's going to require unconventional and extraordinary solutions. That's just the nature of the beast, man. Like, fellas, sorry for blowing my top. I'm sorry. It's just I get it. I get it. Sir, Elon ain't above criticism, dudes. Of course. I can see how people wouldn't like him, but you know, don't take that as an endorsement either. I'm not going to tell you politically what I think of that guy, because that's not what does that do to contribute to political discussion? To contribute a political discussion into a technical thing. I'm your entertainment man. I'm here to teach you about space flight and spaceships, and I'm here to teach. What I'm here to teach you is that the systems engineering involved for Starship is not like SLS. It's not like the shuttle. It's not like Saturn V. It's completely different. It's a new thing. And if we understand that more, then people will understand that these failures, yeah, they didn't meet the test objectives. But flight data is king. And they could figure out a way around this and to extrapolate data correctly to fix all these problems. They'll be flying again in a month and a half tops. Don't get down in the dumps about this. And definitely don't conflate this as like, you know, if you don't like Elon, that's fine. I understand. Like, I can empathize for sure, but let's not use that to drag. I don't think using that to drag down SpaceX is conducive for a good teaching environment. You know what I mean? It puts me in a really crappy spot. You know, Elon's comment before the launch about IFT-9. Let me see. This is from Eric Berger's article. Working on Starship will be more productive than pretending to be good at Diablo 4. Coupon, that's the commentary I want to hear from chat, man. That's pretty funny, dude. I was super excited about the progress of SpaceX back in 2020, 2021, and I know my opinions of Elon on what he did to Twitter and then did take some excitement away from SpaceX. They still have awesome tech, but the flavor of the program is diminished for you. Frango, I can understand that, dude. But life's complicated, man. Stuff gets difficult. You know? Difficult things are usually worth solving. Even if you got to be aggressively optimistic about this stuff. Despite Elon, dude, like, that's just the way it is, man. You know, we're the cheerleaders here. We can't be like that. That's certainly not going to help. People that work at SpaceX watch the stream. People that work at Blue watch the stream. I'm rooting for every single one of them. This is hard stuff to solve. I do not want these people that are actually controlling us that do watch this stream to be deterred. You should not be. You'll be fine. Get it done. Easy peasy. It's like Benny in The Beast in The Sandlot. When he's talking to the babe. Just hop over and get it. What kind of gorilla dog thing? What are you talking about? Just hop over and get the damn ball. I think I just can't believe his title has much weight in what he does. They were doing this redesign when he was 100% doing political stuff for months. He may be the go, no go on the designs, but other people are coming up with most of it. I think that him not being here, it speaks volumes, G, to be honest with you. But yeah, no, I get you. Sorry, I'm French. I like complaining. It's okay. Bien. It's fine. All right, so what does success look like with the Flight 9 launch for you, Elon? Okay, these launches are all about data. The most important thing is data on how to improve the tile design. So it's basically data during the high heating re-entry phase in order to improve the tiles for the next iteration. We've got like a dozen or more tile experiments. We're trying different coatings on tiles. We're trying different fabrication techniques, different attachment techniques. We're varying the gap filler for the tiles. And also, we want to make sure that we've solved the issues that caused the explosions in the last two flights in the upper stage engine bay. Well, they did that. Oh, Brandon gifted us up to Boff PG. That's why I recognize the people doing the work and how much of their thunder gets misdirected towards the big E. I guess if that's how you want to look at it, dude, I would disagree, man. I think all the decisions go through him. And I think that him not being here over the last 6 months shows. But we got him back, which... Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, homies. The guy's getting out of the political game. And he's going back. We got him back, man. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, homie. That article's a quick read and it has some good info. I think so, Maddie. Yep. Well, because the Tesla investors told him to. Cirrus, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, for the love of Christ. I don't care how it happened, man. I don't really give a... We got him back. I don't think that W can be understated, man. You know, like, am I wrong? Like you got him back. You got him back. That means he's not doing political stuff. If the political stuff that you don't like, that he didn't do, he's not doing anymore, I'd consider that a big W. Am I wrong? Like, am I wrong? Like, do you tell me? I don't know. Like, right? Am I thinking about this correctly? Yeah, Steve, it could be worse. Oh my gosh. Don't listen to that guy's music. Steve, you know why? I listened to it because I wanted to hear some of the songs, and it earwormed me, and I'm like, I cannot get this song stuck in my head. What the hell? This song sucks. And I went and listened to like Crazy Frog or something to get it to just, I was like, I'd rather get earwormed by Crazy Frog. For the love of God. Yeah. Baby Shark. Yeah, exactly. You know, got him back, dudes. We got him back. That's a good thing, man. Ain't nobody gonna convince me that it's not. Shadow Mask, we need to separate the man from the company going forward. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. He's back. That's a good thing. Don't do that. Don't do that anymore. Like 3 months ago, I would have agreed with you. Don't do that now. No. Don't do that. Aqualex, yeah, there's no doubt he's not doing the day-to-day calculations on engineering for Starship, but you can't deny that he's the one that orchestrated this whole thing, and he is the chief engineer, dude. Like, that's his job title. Like, interesting patch, Baron. Yeah, Ivo, well, we're in a position where we got him back, dude. Like, I don't know, man. You guys think I'm thinking about that wrong? I don't think so. I don't think I am. Yeah, the job title he gave himself. Come on, at least agree that that's not end all. Like, gee, I'm not hyping it up. He has the say. He has the final say in most of the big design changes for the ship, dude. Like, that's just objectively true. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. He's not working on the day-to-day stuff, but that's what I mean. So he's slowing down the project. I think that him not being here, Pezzy, has slowed down the project, dude. I think he realized that. I don't support him, Monoprop. I don't endorse him, but I don't insult him either. I'm going to stay indifferent. My opinion about the guy is something you will never know, because that's not prudent to discussion. That's not pertinent to discussion, dude. I make it a thing not to tell you guys my political opinions about things, because I'm your entertainment, dude. That's me trying to stay in my lane. That's right, Phil. You basically focus on the good he's doing at SpaceX. I focus on the technical discussion as best as I can, Monoprop. It's gotten a little bit hard to do that lately. But don't... I'm not endorsing nor detracting. I call it how I see it within the best of my judgment from a technical standpoint. It's been very tough lately. It's been tough, man. Just curious if overstretching the metal is probably causing some issue with leaking. Crazy Horse, also with the pest dispenser, I'm curious if they could design a mock Starship area to place the Falcon nose cone and test. Seems to be like a vacuum pressure test. There's no vacuum testing chamber that's big enough to accommodate Starship's payload bay, dude. The closest one would be Plumbrook, and that could fit a Dragon in it, maybe. Dragon can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. Dude, the size of the vacuum chamber at Plumbrook, which is the biggest one in the world, is like the size of Starship's payload bay, man. It's pretty big, but it's not big enough. The best way to test it, dude, instead of trying to build a test stand or try and replicate that problem on the ground, the best way to do it is to just launch it again. But the problems are most likely coming from vibrations. Yeah, vibrations are probably killing it, dudes. Yeah, Bright. There's no doubt that Elon's a good boss. It's a good mix of technical competency with a good mix of leadership. Like Steve Jobs. That's a good example. You know, to the point of Raptor 2 and stretching bolts, isn't that joint welded in Raptor 3? Uncle X, I've been saying this for, I mean, yeah, Jobs might not be the best example of this. Who would be a better example? Hey, fellas. What are you doing? Don't do that. That's exactly the reason, Monoprop, why I do what I do. You know? Howard Hughes would be a better example. Yeah, they do that, David. It's okay. People are, dude. Feel very passionate over there. I'm passionate myself, man. I got tilted at the end of the flight because I couldn't take all the criticism, dude. Because, you know, I see people insulting SpaceX and I see people insulting Elon, and don't get me wrong. I don't feel like the need to defend, you know, Elon or SpaceX against weird criticisms. Where I get frustrated is that it's a failure in myself to keep the discussion technical. That's why I get frustrated, man. That's why I wanted to tell Barron to eat a pile of crap today. I gotta get better at it, dude. But like SpaceX will get better with their iteration, I'll get better, you know, do it more. Chesty Puller. Good call. Good reference. Barron. I'm trying to see if guys, I'm trying to wait it out here as best as I can to see if that meeting is happening, but I don't think so. Getting heated when thing goes south is a natural reaction, but it's not something you should be doing with rocket science. It's not something you should be doing, especially if you're trying to be a teacher about it, Steve. But yeah, you ain't wrong, dude. See last before I told you to pick off. Oh, okay. The situation in Boca Chica has been chaotic since late 2024. Since mid-May, many of my friends at SpaceX who were working in Hawthorne are now being transferred to Boca Chica. There's a new initiative reportedly called Project Starfall gaining traction this week, early next week, with the Center of U.S. Transportation Command potentially involved in a significant contract. A new factory and office space in Boca Chica is also coming online. Interesting. It was clearly cathartic for you. Yeah, but it's not really professional, man. Like, I like to have fun, but you know, we do some funny stuff on stream, but I don't want to be unprofessional like that, if that makes any sense. What block of EJ are we on now? I don't even know. Block chicken. EJ gone wild. I'm sorry, man. Yeah. Once again, man, I refuse to be deterred. I think they'll get it. And I'm trying to tell you that that's how SpaceX is thinking about it. You know, they're not thinking like, oh, it's a failure. It's a fit. No, you got data. You got flight data. You reused the damn booster. Let's get it, man. We'll figure it out. They'll figure it out, dudes. No doubt in my mind. Chicken jockey. Oh gosh, I said words that were too close to that. Can I be honest? Go ahead, outdoorsman. Go. Yeah. Speak your mind. I prefer unfiltered EJ. I too like unfiltered EJ. Yeah. Unfiltered EJ. Yeah. It hurts sometimes, dude. Yeah. You're waiting for what? The Elon meeting was supposed to be tonight, Nervous. The update about Starship. I have a feeling that it might not be happening, but, you know. We're waiting. Unfiltered EJ is a different experience from daytime EJ. Unfiltered EJ in person is funny. Time to play Counter-Strike? The company talk one. Yeah. Yeah, Nervous. Is that not happening? Just don't do it on NSF. No, I won't. Just saw Super Heavy explode. What a crazy sight. Yeah, it definitely popped. I don't think I've seen it being rescheduled. I can check though. Time for RDR. Take some frustration out. I got all my my frustration out. Yeah, what Krause is saying is pretty right, Bob. Yeah, he put into words better than what I could have, but he had time to think about that tweet, you know. I really wanted to see it hit the water at re-entry speeds. Well, it did. They just didn't show it, which is a shame. Something you hear about tomorrow. Marshall just got hit with a tornado. Eek. I hope Blue's test stands are okay. EJ with no beard is something you need to get used to. It's too hot, man. All right, guys. I think I covered this pretty fully. Sorry for yelling. We'll pick up the regular schedule tomorrow, shall we? It's all good. It missed the stand. It went over your house, though. Are you okay, Cirrus? Yeah, Uncle X, yeah. Do the job on a C5. That would be pretty cool, man. Sometimes you just have to. Yeah, like I said, guys, I really am kind of done. Well, clearly not fully, but I'm just trying to have some fun. Let's just have some fun and enjoy space as best as we can, okay? You know, like. We'll go over the burger article and stuff tomorrow for Space News. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the Flight 9 coverage. We did it here old school on the stream. And who knows? Maybe I'll like swap back and forth between going to Boca for one flight and then coming here with you guys for another, you know? Elon continues to tweet. He just did another. Well, okay, hold on a second here then. If that's the case, like, are we going to do that meeting or what? I guess the extra insulation on the torch igniters worked for boost back. Yeah, they got 13 engines on the relight, Hinrus. Yep. Really enjoyed the solo coverage. It's a different kind of spice. My thoughts. Yes, outdoorsman. What do you got? Yeah, many people are used to all the issues that NASA had and the long delays. They aren't used to this new fly and learn. They assume everything is a failure. Yeah, that's correct, man. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's very astute. Yep. That's very astute. You're absolutely right. Who am I going to rant with? Come on. Okay, FD10 is a confirmed failure if EJ's down at Boca. All right, is that a really roundabout way of saying you want me to be here for the next coverage? Is that a really roundabout way of you saying you like the coverage here? Like, just say it. Say what? Go yourself? Like, is that Nah, Baron, I'm good. I'm good. I got all of my angst out. Dude, I'm telling you. We wore the dragon shirt. It got to Seco, baby. Also, Brewers and Sox are tied up. Yeah, the Red Sox will blow it. That's what they do. How's Edmonton doing? They're up 2-1. Edmonton's up 2-1 in the third period. They were only able to catch the last two with you down there, though. That's a good point. Didn't you say you didn't want to be a pessimist? Yeah, kind of done with it, man. Is Elon posting more on the Twitterers? Oh yeah, hold on. Red Sox will choke. Oh yeah. Yeah, empirically they'll choke. But I hope they win. Is that better? Is that better, SVO? Like, is that fair? Speaking off topic, the Tigers are killing it right now. They are, dude. I hope dude, it's that manager. I forget his name. And so clearly didn't make splash too much for my life. Let's see. No, the Brewers need to win. No, shut up. The Red Sox, please. Dude, we have to deal with the AL East. Please let us win. No. Can someone buy the Pirates geek over there? Can somebody to help our team? I do like the Rockies being a joke right now. Did Tower 2 Chopsticks do any simulations during this? I would have to go back and check NSF Live, Starbase Live. I was told I wasn't allowed to go down this time, but I have been at every catch, and look where that got them. Yeah, exactly. Oh, boy. So the Red Sox are the South version of the baseball version of the Canucks. Dude, they've lost so many games. Dude, Hank, the Red Sox have blown... I don't know, we're 50 games into the baseball season. We're about a third of the way through the season. I'd say out of like the 50 and change games that they've played, the Red Sox have blown leads in probably about half of them. Meaning they were winning and then they choked and they lost. Like, it's not great, but I love how this talk turned into baseball. Yeah. IMO Booster 15 will be reused for the next launch and they'll catch it. I think you're right. Elon's still tweeting, but once again, guys, I've been going for about 9 hours. 9 hours of space news and talking is tough. It's tough. Yeah. I think I will stop for now. At least you don't have the Dodgers. Right. Believe me, I feel y'all. The Canucks haven't won the Stanley Cup since they were an entirely different team, known as the Vancouver Millionaires. They always choke. I know. I'm a Bruins fan. I saw it happen firsthand. Don't get me wrong, we suck too. And on that bombshell, nobody for Elon to meet with ain't happening. The missile is tired. He must be sleepy and eepy. Yep. At least you got the pitch. They were good once. Does that help? All right. Once again, sorry for yelling, dudes. If you watch the whole VOD, I appreciated it. I'm going to pop off, guys. Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. So I'm going to wake up early and try to see if I can get more steel for the car and more welding gas. If I can't get it tomorrow, we'll play some Roadcraft Space News. And then, I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. Oh, wait, no. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Tomorrow's Wednesday? Summer Car Day. So Summer Car, Space News, and then Summer Car. Summer Car in real life, Space News, and then my Summer Car. So, yeah, that's the schedule for tomorrow. Probably hit Roadcraft on Tuesday, and then probably Workers on Friday. Days. Probably hit Roadcraft on Thursday and Workers on Friday. Or maybe double Roadcraft. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Save me. I have a 52-hour Roadcraft with a full-time job. Oh, gosh. One more thing, please. One more thing. All right. Is this real? Is this a real thing? That's my Tommy Terrific. That's my Tommy Terrific. Yes. Oh my God. That's my boy right there. Love that guy. Tom Brady should engineer this rocket. He could do that. He could do that. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you guys here noontime. Noontime tomorrow. Well, it really depends if we get all the steel. If I get the steel and the welding gas, we're gonna hit working on the car. First of all, we'll probably end up hitting it with a hammer. And then we'll get to working on the car a lot. So you're the living embodiment of Ted. Thunder Buddies for life, right, chat? You got so many. You did get a lot of moves. Thunder Buddies for life. Frick you, Thunder. You can launch my rocket. You ain't gonna scare me because you're only God's fat. Have a good night, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Night, night.